And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You will be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And now we'll be getting into this. See? Alright. Hello, everybody. It's Alien Spaceship. And I hope everybody is doing well. And hello, AJ. I am doing fine. I had a good stream earlier this morning, which I think you were at. The Garden Live yesterday, and ahead of looking at the trial, looking at the different trials that we look at was I was looking at earlier was pretty cool. I was enjoying the other ones, in the different chats. So I'm doing fine, and my day has been going well. I hope yours is too. And happy birthday to Leon! Happy birthday to you! And hello, Rebecca. Also, great to see you always as well. Okay. So it is nice. Well, where I am, it's kind of spring. It's actually quite rainy where I am, but it's spring weather at the moment, and you know, it's really cool to have birthdays around spring. That's when everything is blooming, and up north, some places I'm sure it's still snowing, but it's generally known more as a springtime. So nice to have a birthday around springtime. And Jay says, yeah, a lot of new people in the chat last night. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, it was pretty cool. We, some of those lives, some of the garden lives can get thousands of views, and yesterday we got quite a few people that were new, and I like seeing the different philosophies people have about aliens, and it seems like a subject that people take a keen interest in, which is good to see because a lot of people over time have been talking about it, and it's nice to finally have the more of an interest in it than there was in the past. Now, a lot of times people will, see because it's called Garden Live, but then we talk about aliens and see like the garden's sort of like a backdrop. It's like kind of like you're watching a video and someone's, you see a picture of someone walking in the woods talking about a story. It's basically simulating that, but on a live stream. So, and everyone else has their own stories, and everyone joins in with their own tales. So, and there are quite a few trolls, but that's what happens when something's going viral. You'll have trolls that will come in to try to get attention. But yeah, and so many new people have come to this channel since then, since we started the Garden Lives. But I will say we are nearly at 2K subs, and that's really awesome. Thank you to everybody. That is a to me a big milestone. We're nearly there, a little ways away from that, and certainly it's been a good journey. That is fine, AJ. It is, I think, a positive thing to fall asleep to. People have reported very idiosyncratic dreams about the Garden Live. People have had dreams of seeing, a combination of the things that we talk about mixed together and actually experiencing that on their own. So it is quite a fascinating thing what people are able to, look at in their dreams about it. So it is very cool to go to sleep to it because I'd say it is although it is a scary stream in a way, it's also a soothing thing too. So that is a lot of people probably go to sleep to it, and my voice has been known to be soothing to people, so that's another factor to it as well. Carlos says, I thought the birds were in my bedroom this morning. Yeah, it's the birds were in his bedroom and they teleported over there. to go and wake you up. That is quite fascinating. Yeah, so it definitely can cause a trippy, like otherworldly, thing to happen where people think that they're actually in it, you know, when they're in a dream state. So I think that is all very cool, and I like it when there's a certain point where there's so many people in the chat cycling, and when the cycling happens, there is it's kind of like a spinning wheel, and you have all these people just going in the chat and talking, and it's just incredible. Exactly, yeah, because you're put in the dream state already, and then you're induced with that. So it's almost like the stream itself is a drug. Weird. It does because people have reported to me that they have had like this sort of like a trippy experience with the garden streams, and it is very cool, and I'd say it's also an interesting social experiment at the same time, like what it does. Because I know when people stay up really late, the mind does some fascinating things, and having the both happen at the same time is an ingredient for this very interesting concept of like a trippy experience. So yeah, the birds are. I never really noticed them too much when I'm in the house. Like when I would usually be sleeping around that time, I wouldn't really notice them too much. But yeah, they definitely are there. Like in those situations, they like to tweet and do their thing, and there's lots of them. There's mockingbirds. There's all kinds of different ones. So there's blue jays and cardinals, and it's basically like a bird city. So yeah, and people really do like them in the morning. It's raining pretty hard right now. And let's do this. We're going here. Yeah. So in this morning, it was kind of cloudy, and but the sun was barely breaking through. So it is a nice, and sometimes like when the sun is able to come out completely without the clouds in the way, it's a nice smooth sunrise that people like to see. The moon, I like the moon when we see it. Because what I would do before the garden lives is I would just look at it on my own, and I would see it that way. And that is what it's great to share it with everyone else. But yeah, it's definitely like a spooky look to it that I always liked. It's kind of like being in a haunted house. Let's see. Let's go here. All right. So we have some updates. So what the updates will be right here will be about the 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 Hantavirus, which is something that has been in the news a lot lately. There's something about, oh, hello, Passion. Great to see you. That was interesting today with the Fulio trial. It had some interesting parts to it today, where different characters coming on the. I would assume there were witnesses, people that knew the defendants, and yeah, some of the characters were interesting. Like some people thought it was AI. Is that the chat had some quite hilarious things to say about them. Right, and AJ says I don't like the Hantavirus. Yeah, I don't like it either. It's just they're talking about a Hantavirus outbreak happening, and eventually the Hantavirus, happened later. So seems like these uh, pandemics, etc., will they seem like they're premeditated. But we'll see if it turns into anything. The very close longtime best friend was quite a character. Yeah, exactly. And you see those characters that we've heard about before. It's funny to see what they were doing in the trial because it's kind of like a stretch. And then one dude had like a beach background. It was funny. Yeah, and the poor grandma is never going to see her special boy again. Yeah, yeah. And they always seem like they're special. That can't do anything wrong. And there's like the sad story they'll say about it. I've seen it quite happen quite a bit. Of In a lot of cases, they'll have that. So it is very serious what these people are doing to their own lives. They ruin their own lives with their murder of Julio, and they have to spend the rest of their lives with their consequences because a lot of people from the mafia because they want to base their thing off the mafia. That's where the gang stuff comes from, and it's something not to emulate. But the Italians did it back in the you know 20s and stuff. It's not something good to get into. Brings out his seventh grade counselor to say he's responsible. Goodness gracious. I remember that dude earlier. So I didn't really know. I know he was a teacher or something, and he was the seventh grade counselor, and he's responsible for. Yeah, they were talking about he was very smart. He was ahead of his class. He graduated ahead of everybody, and it was quite hilarious because you know maybe he was a smart kid, he had potential, but he wasted everything. It was a waste of humanity where they just used their skills that they had for something bad. Because people can be very smart and responsible, but they could use it for something twisted. Can't do the time, don't do the crime. Exactly. And you have the different ones right here. So basically there it's a sentencing phase for those that don't know. So there was Julio Fulio, this rapper, and he was in a gang, and there was a rival rapper and a rival gang, and they had beef, and they went and deleted Julio Fulio, this rapper, and this group of people were responsible for it. And it's not like the YSL trial where there's no clear evidence or proof about anything. It's it's really there in their face. So we could see a complete difference from the YSL trial. And it is really truly a fascination and a shot to Mary Toodles how these people thought they could just get away with it without consequences. He had school trips all over the world to London, Paris, Spain, and gang life was the appealing to him. You know, it's really terrible when they're raised well and they want to go down that path. And you see, when they do that, it's a waste of potential. They have an appealingness, not appealingness. That's not even a word. They think it's appealing to have the gang life because they think, I guess, it's a masculine thing, or they have a bond with some people and they want loyalty in their group. They could join the military or something. They want that, but it like the gang becomes their family, and I guess it's fame with this group. These people, I think it's fame, fortune, status, and they feel like they're like in a movie, but there's a point where the movie stops, and they're the person that has to pay the piper for the actions. Yeah, one bad decision can change so many lives. Yeah, very true. And you go to all these different places all over the world, and then you're going to go do this. It's a foolish thing because being a prison cell is a messed up thing to be in, and they're going to be in the prison food. They're probably going to be with other men in certain ways, and it's like, as I said, like the the prison situation. You have they have fights. They have also gang fights in there. It's not a place to be. People much rather would not go there if they could choose. And you know, it could seem like a glorious thing to some people in the moment, in a blazing moment, but the consequences later, like 10 years from now, I'm gonna be like sitting in a cell, and a lot of people say that's like boring in there. Really not worth it. And AJ said, "Yeah, I feel bad for Sean Gathright. Kid seemed like he was a good kid until he started running with the wrong crowd. I kind of feel his pain too when he heard they gave him life. Oh yeah, I mean, getting life in prison, that sounds, it's like worse than death itself, in a way. Either one is bad, but like Charles Manson was in prison the rest of his life, and he said he'd be able, if he could, he would touch grass. That's what he would do. He would sit in the grass. And simple things like a grass, like the sky, like sunlight, the simple things you don't even think about is people in there value so much. So it wasn't over something, you know self defense or something like that. A dude makes a rap video about taking out Julio, and he has his you know gang car, and he has a fancy car, he has his cigars, he has his a drink, and he's just freaking out and doing his rap. Is like, as I said, this it's all smoke and mirrors. You know, it's so yeah. Hopefully, more people can learn from this to not do stuff like that and get into gang violence. It's not a long term successful thing. And Passion said Florida doesn't have an it is all right, mermaid. Glad to have you with us as always. Right. And Passion said Florida doesn't have an extravagant budget for food either if you don't have 450 for kosher, you're eating 118 state budgeted meal, and the wage is almost 0.12 cents per hour. See, that's another thing. So you have to pay for your own food. That's another thing. So it's like industrial revolution, pre-industrial revolution type stuff. You're gonna be getting like the it's basically like the sweatshops they had in London a long time ago, and other parts of the old world. Well, back in the old days, even America too. And you have like London, like some parts of London, it's like dark and there's like lots of smoke, like from factories and people working, and they get like 4 cents. It's basically like that. Mermaid, hope you're having a good evening and had a good day. I'm glad that you're here with us as always. Oh, and Lori, hello, Lori. Hello, Lori. Oh, well, it's good to see you, Lori, in our chat as always. And all right, well, glad to have you here on the spaceship. And welcome aboard. Here. Hey, Alien, good to see you. Thank you, and it's thanks for the Mother's Day wishes. I have big update on Jenny, my friend who's missing. Oh, thank you. I wanted to hear the update. And Passion and I and all the chat are very anxious to hear about that. And my pleasure. And yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Okay, and at the same time, we have the so in the Fulio trial, it's the sentencing phase for four men convicted of murdering Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio. Charles Jones is scheduled to begin on it began today on May 11th, Monday. Well, that's nice, Lauren. Glad to hear about that. Bad news so far, sadly. Jenny and his friend who knew her since a kid called the police, and she did a welfare check on her two houses. One was empty, one had her parents there, which is sort of good. However, they said Jenny was not there, and she's at work and to return tonight, so I'm waiting for a phone call. Her parents may be trying to hush the police. Always lie to us. Okay. And the officer has no stopped investigating. She has still not been found. Parents said that she did not have a boyfriend, so now we're getting mixed stories. It's very, very, very scary. Really weird, Mermaid. Very weird. Yes, hopefully she's alive. Hopefully that's what that means. Yes. Uh, uh, that would be a good passion. Yes. Okay. Mermaid said her friends said that she was at college now. Her parents are saying she was at work. Which one is it? I don't know. People can both, but she didn't post Mother's Day. It scared me. Well, I don't know. So here are some possible scenarios. This is certainly an unsolved mystery at the moment. And let's see. Okay, they think that her friend's hiding. Yeah, hopefully, if she has to be in hiding, she could be safe from that. Yeah. Otherwise, we have connected her background check, and she had email with a felon named Wilson. Okay, William B. And Murray said if she isn't hiding, she's being abused, trafficked, held against her will. I was the first one to seek her out. Passion said, I'm going to hope that there's nothing truly sinister going on. It's only domestic issues, even though that would also be bad. Murray said, when Adam the Woo passed, this YouTuber love name Mike Gurman in Venice found Adam the very hurtful. Yeah. So it's very mysterious. So there doesn't seem like there's an official missing person report from the parents. As far as we know, it seems that one person says she's at work, other people say she's in college. It's kind of inconsistent, but no one has yet to see her or talk to her face to face. So one theory that could pop, maybe is she sick? Maybe if she was like ill with something, getting treatment. And it's possible. Now, so not trying to frighten anybody, but I wonder if it's. I don't think they're covering for something sinister that happened. The parents might be saying that she's somewhere, but you know they know where she is, but they're not going to say where she is. It might be a sinister thing, or be that, or maybe she's alive somewhere working or whatever. Yeah, so certainly an unsolved mystery indeed. Weird. Yeah, it's very strange, Mermaid. It reminds me of some of these unsolved cases that happened. But thank you, Passion, very much. Very, very kind. They're abusive to her. Hmm, that's weird. Mermaid said that my theory is that she ran from her parents to William to escape living with her parents, and he took her captive and took her phone. It's easy happened to me and women trafficked. Yeah, yeah. And the ex was a drug lord and tried to traffic by stripping didn't work. Well, all right, really feel for you that you had to go through that. All right, feel bad you had to go through that. Jenny always told me her daddy wasn't nice, and she lives with them at 41. Her birthday's November. I am so worried. I hope for more news on it later, guys. Thank you for listening and hope. Thank you. We had a shootout at a strip club. It was awful during COOF 19. That's true passion. Right. Hello, Saw Girl. Thank you, Saw Girl. We're discussing the mermaid's missing friend at the moment. Yes, never was a stripper. They tried to have me join like a bartending or even dancing. I only sadly danced once. It was humiliating. Well, that is horrid that they did that to you, mermaid. And that was not anything you wanted to do on your own. It was something that they want you to do. So it is all okay. Where what I mean by that is you did the right thing by getting away from those people, and nothing is like your fault and your own. It was those people that tricked you, and and try to like manipulate you. And always read messages, and you are welcome to sometimes find gossip here, right? And Uri said, "Alien, those people are all worthless. Very few are saved." Oh yeah, I agree. All right, imagine being in a club, whatever kind, and security can't stop what's going on. It's very scary new age we're in. Yeah, definitely. It must have been a very creepy experience, you know, to go through that. You know, they don't realize how disturbed they are. They really don't, and how their actions affect other people. Imagine, yeah. So definitely these clubs where they have all this violence happening is extremely humiliating to the people that are having to deal with that. Because the only reason you go through that is to get to the next thing, whatever it is: money, drug life, alcohol. Kids always very scary. By the way, no limits. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you, Saw. Yep. They full on traffic women, meaning they allow them to do prostitution. And I knew, girl, that it truly hurts. This is why I'm worried for Jane. She's nothing like this. Okay. So yeah, definitely, worried for Jenny, and the fact that her family is doing that, very disturbing. What her family's doing. I mean, I think it's truly twisted. Truly twisted. You know exactly what is going on. I wonder what the insurance rate is on owning a club in a place like Jacksonville with 30 plus registered local gangs. I'm sure it's beyond the roof. Beyond the roof. Murray said, Pash, absolutely. And you only had me with its folks who are rich America looking here. It says underground and pay a fee and limp your girl out. So it's weird. Each day you pay 20 and each yet make money. Yeah, it's really ugly, to have that. Indeed. Yeah. Yeah, the pimp. Yeah. Hmm. The fact that we do over and over and disrespect themselves, you're a fool to keep doing it. Yeah. Yeah. Best easiest way to own something like that would be silent. You don't want to be directly liable for what happens in there. Yeah, it has to be like underground type thing. Right. It was Koof 19. So right, and we went to the house middle of nowhere, scared, and that's where the shooting happened. They're fighting over the they're fighting over the stripper who was getting on two different guys in the living room, and it wasn't someone's house. I brought my wheelchair friend there like an idiot. I am, and I saved his life, and he felt kind of in a hole outside. the dirt everywhere, and I got him out, took him to the car. It was so scared. I blocked it out. Yeah, yeah, definitely very traumatic. 13,000 dollars per year passion for the for basic coverage. For the high risk venues, they face premiums of 13,000 per year. Yeah, she basically lived the movie. Pash, right? He made it. I learned my lesson, Alien Pash. I told Jesus I was so sorry. Well, that's good that you repented, and he forgives you, and you're also a victim too. In some ways, it wasn't even your fault. It was also being a victim. Because sometimes you could be around somebody and think they're cool, but they're actually not. Yeah, 13K is manageable. Yeah, yeah, it's less than you thought. And the standard club might pay 3,000 to 5,000 annually. Hello, Chris. Good to see you. Bull says exactly. It felt like a trap, and once I saw it, I ran so scared. They tried to make me the stripper, and I was like, huh? And they're odd folks, man. Yeah, yeah, go for it, Chris. Climate change is intensifying water cycle. This brings more intense rainfall and associated flooding, as well as more intense droughts in many regions. I was forgetting about climate change. Yeah, I Pash. That's why I love you. I was am something for. Can government hand ability to modify or alter weather pattern for global warming is bound to collapse society according to scientific data. It's scared. Now, I do think that there's an agenda with climate change that they're maybe trying to push, where some things. I'm not saying there's something going on, but there are people that are taking advantage of the climate change situation to push certain agendas. I think that have nothing to do with a climate change situation. Now, I do think that they definitely, obviously, have technology to manipulate the weather, as we talked about before, with the chemtrails, etc. So they're able to manipulate the climate. At the same time, the Earth, I think, does go through different cycles of hot and cold cycles. But to answer your question, yes, the governments and the different, and really not even the government, like the world companies that exist, those companies are able to put out so much information and to build this technology that they could be used to do their mass climate change on people. Or for instance, they can make it rain, they can make it snow. They could do different stuff with cloud seeding. Yeah. Fashion said, I remember when they just called it pollution, but when it was rebranded climate change and they started putting prices on emissions, the spirit of the idea was tainted. Well said, Passion. And remember when they called it pollution, but when it was rebranded the climate change. See, like when you do stuff like that, it completely discredits the idea that there is a climate change thing happening. Where when you have prices on emissions and then they want to change the vehicles to electric vehicles, but it takes a lot to get a lithium battery actually causes lots of problems with the atmosphere, you know, so it's actually a contradiction. What the what's the purpose on using weather modifying the environment but never stopping the root of the cause, that is carbon gases reduction? Yes, the carbon gases reduction. Right. And you see, the thing is, what they're doing, it's a manipulation to discredit the actual truth of whatever they're talking about by pushing their profitable agendas on people. That's another thing they're trying to do. It was never about protecting the environment, it was about control and their own profits. Oh, yeah, they're always blowing smoke for the next election. Yeah. And, the war was supposed to end from climate change at a certain point, and we're still here, and there's actually something called global cooling back in the 70s, and that the entire Earth was going to be chilled to the point of no return, but we're still here. So yeah, it doesn't really make any sense uh, the way that they implemented the idea that there's some other strings attached to it. So yeah, they want to tell voters different things. To nothing wrong with having some green energy and stuff, but these people might have other things in mind too. Fashion said if they cared about the environment, they could make electric vehicles as low as 2K and eat the cost themselves, but the profits from existing manufacturers is too tempting. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's another thing because the profits and stuff is something that gets in the way of actually making these things. And they're going to force these different places to go completely green with green cars and like Cali. Now, like my computer, for instance, you don't even hear it. You never even hear it in the background. It's a green energy computer, and it it does all kinds of incredible things. So you can make a technology with green based on green energy that works well, but a lot of times they won't. You know, they have other agendas before they implement it. They could do that thing, cut the costs, but the profits are there. They want to put people on these green energy stuff before it, you know, might be tested out more because I don't think with the green energy, like if an electric vehicle might have a problem if all the power went out. There's, you know, problems if they had a solar car, it would cause a problem because all the if there's no sun for a long time, it'll go out. Yeah, I think that is something that's quite true. They can make recharging stations more available. That's true as well. You know, they could have more recharging stations, make it easier, more accessible to people too. There's one time in Texas where they had the wind turbines freeze and there was no electrical, there's no solar panels because of the it was too dark for solar panels to work, so people just went and froze to death. Fashion said you'd be crazy to try to drive an electric vehicle out here. If it shuts down, you're essentially doomed, and the charging stations are just within the extreme range. Yeah, where you are, Pash, it would not work. No, and to force everybody to get those electric vehicles would not work. You know, you could have a balance system. You could have some things that are green energy, right? Like for instance, in Texas, they could have had the green energy, but have the gas energy as a backup. You know, like maybe in some parts the gas would be used, in other parts you could get the other thing. Until in the future they could find out a technology to make it, more convenient. But it's still in its infancy. Let's say green energy. My computer is also made out of recycled materials, so it's an interesting concept. But it was done properly over the other people that like are doing these things improperly. Chris says Elon make the stupidest marketing strategy building the first electric cars so the spendists that everyone lost their interest on switching from petroleum cars to electric just had a better profits. Electric car could work on a solar panel duality, working on electric multiple phases solar battery recharge stations, but their greed makes them lost focus and project more to move on the next thing. Now, I'm sure there's lots of research they can do into green energy to make it more sufficient to run in every single climate scenario. That would be hot, cold, those different types of weather patterns. With sunny, not sunny, they could be able to do it. In the future, they could do it one day. As they test it out over time. But I don't think it's ready just yet because of the way they're handling it with corporate greed, etc. But I think completely abolishing gas and coal and completely isn't the best idea to jump. You need to just to gradually go to something, but the other system never may need to be abolished at all because it's also hype in the media. Like they'll go and talk about some political things, but they don't really care about what they're talking about. They're just trying to cause more issues with people to get their votes and money, etc. One thing I want to say is that the 16 passengers and U.S. citizens on the British-U.S. dual national arrived at the University of Nebraska Medical Center early Monday morning. One passenger tested mildly positive for the virus, but currently has no symptoms. This individual is being monitored in Nebraska Biocontamination Unit, high security facility previously used for Ebola patients. Here. Quarantine unit. The 15 passengers are asymptomatic and staying in the national quarantine unit. Officials describe these rooms as similar controlled hotel stay. Passengers will stay for initial assessment for a few days, but full incubation monitoring period for the virus is 42 days. Some may eventually be allowed to completely this period. Yes, I never knew that either. All right. Governor Jill Pillion and the health officials have stressed that there is no risk to the Nebraska public. Air filtration. Units use HEPA filtration and negative air pressure to ensure the virus cannot escape the patient room. Patient rooms. Low risk. Historically, Hantavirus is extremely rare in Nebraska, with fewer than 10 cases reported in the state since '93. Now let's see this. Nebraska was chosen because it houses the National Quarantine Unit, NQU, the only federally funded facility of its kind in the United States, This center is part of the National Special Pathogen System designed to specifically to handle large-scale evacuations from planes or ships. Chris says electric cars struggle to fully replace petroleum because the problem is bigger than changing the car. Humanity built an entire civilization around oil, roads, shipping, plastics, mining, geopolitics, even in wars. One battery-powered sedan is trying to fight a century of infrastructure addiction. Tiny little lithium boxes versus a global industrial empire. Spectacular mismatch. Right. And there's a term that says like if something isn't um, to not fix something that isn't broken, and it certainly is true that the petroleum system has known to work, and a lot of people would want to usually focus on that. I'm sure there's also profitable things about it at the same time, but in the future, I think they'll be able to develop the technology better for green energy to make it reliable, but it's still new, and it's pointing out that it's competing with something that's been there for so long. Yeah. Chris says that batteries need rare materials like lithium, cobalt, and nickel. Mining mining them creates environmental and political problems. Humans manage to replace extraction system with another very on brand. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to get any serious change in energy. You got to bring it in new source, then transition entire nation over in a manageable chunks. Yeah, it could be done over time, and maybe we could use both systems. But to have one thing migrate over another, it'll take some time. Now, the reason why Nebraska is used is the world class infrastructure. The NQU, which is open in 2019, featuring a 20 single occupancy rooms with individual negative air pressure systems, and HEPA filtration. These systems prevent any potential infection in the air reaching the public. Dual unit compatibility. UNMC operates both NQU for monitoring healthy exposed individuals and separate Nebraska biocontaminant unit for treating symptomatic patients. This allows doctors to quickly move a passenger who develops symptoms into intensive care without leaving a secure campus. Deep expert, deep expertise. The medical team is composed of all volunteer experts who have been drilling for high risk infections disease scenarios since 2005. Something can still function while slowly failing the future. Humans are experts at calling survival success right up until the collapse arrives with press conference. And that's exactly with the using the green energy too early, like they're doing, is that happening in real time. How, like, if people had a power outage, they couldn't use an electric vehicle at all. If it's cloudy, they can't use a solar panel, and so they have to come up. So until they can come up with other mechanisms in it to overcome those obstacles, the way they're having this implement maybe a new and better way of having energy isn't going to be completely implemented, properly be taken seriously by people. Peace and love, DJ. Great to see you. All right, deep expertise. The medical team is composed of volunteer experts that have been drilling for high risk infections, disease scenarios since 2005. Or I read that already. Yours is the eight-sided star UFO. My favorite UFO video is yeah, definitely. The new UFO video that I like is I don't know what it's called. I forgot what it's called, but it's where they're zooming in on a object that's in the exact same shape as a flying saucer. Okay, and the Air Force is monitoring it. It just is perfectly shaped UFO. I don't know what it's called, but that's my favorite one so far. Hash says a tiny hand crank to manually charge an electric vehicle. Yeah, it's like back in the 20s. We need the tiny hand crank. Yeah, Chris. Scared. Marassa says high long record of managing high consequence threats include treating Ebola patients in 2014, quarantining first Americans evacuated from Wuhan. Oh, so this whole thing's like starting up all over again, chat. This is cliche. So this thing that was this is the same place they brought people when COVID-19 happened in 2019. It was the places where they brought the first people that got back from Wuhan. And don't get me wrong, I think green energy is very cool. I like it a lot. It's fascinating. But I don't have to understand there's obstacles to it. I made videos years ago before I mean okay around 2020. Okay, so I'm talking like it was back in 1800s or something, but no, it was like 2020. I I had this thing occur where back in that time I had this solar panel, a little mini solar panel, right? And I had this fan. So I plugged in the fan to the solar panel and took an aesthetic like um SMR type picture, video of the different plants that are there, these flowers that were blue, that and these different plants are in the background, and it was like a good SMR. It's like a so I like the aesthetic of the green energy, but I have to understand there's things about it that wouldn't completely work completely implemented because you need the hand crank, the Timu hand crank from to run the Sheen engine. Chris said humanity burns ancient deleted matter to sustain modern comfort. Then act surprised when their air climate politics start looking for equally toxic system that doesn't need to collapse overnight to be suicidal. Scared. I feel the next generation will pay for the fails of the current government around the world. Yeah, we will have to see because a lot of times they'll say like there's a saying that the sky will fall tomorrow, but tomorrow never comes. And I'm confident with the technology that will be in the future generation will be able to pick up the pieces of whatever they do. Because I'm sure that what we're going for right now is the path of self destruction with some of the stuff they're doing. But I think eventually society will do a press the reset button. Like like say there's like a the internet, right? And there's like a factory reset button. And then the internet works. And here we are, right? So and sometimes you have to press the factory reset button. Depends on the petroleum is handing civilization a temporary luxury paid with permanent consequences. And the entire economies become addicted to war, pollution, corruption, and environmental destruction just to keep engines running on the modern day. Apache says, we're all praying that someone invents something to make our laziness okay eventually. Right. Right. But you have to, there's also the cows too that are putting more in the atmosphere, putting a lot in the atmosphere too. The cows are not going to make it any better. Scared. And but you gotta remember, Chris, over time, I believe they'll be able to develop the technology to the green energy to make it more sufficient to be completely replace petroleum. 100 years from now, Chris, I think they'll be able to implement it better than they are able to. If they don't do it right this moment, I think they'll eventually be able to implement it later. You know, but if they do it too quickly, it's going to do the opposite and cause people to be repelled by it. Like if somebody was in Texas freezing to death, they're not going to understand our position about green energy being cool at some point in the future to maybe help the environment. So I just have faith in It's hard to have faith in humanity, but I think we can have faith in the people in the future. I mean, 100 years ago, in 1926, it was the time of not there were gangsters, but not the type of not folio murderer type gangsters, but it was basically the same thing, but in a different form. They were running around the, driving around and stuff like that, right? And they had the old phones, and they would think our technology is like science fiction. So whatever they come up with in the year 2126 is going to be quite mind blowing. Indeed. Best case, society uses petroleum as a temporary bridge while rapidly building a clear energy, smarter cities, and sustainable industries before reversible damage hits. Worst case, civilization keeps worshipping oil until for climate disasters, resource wars, economic instability, poison ecosystems, and mass displacement and become normal. And we're talking the other night about how different dimensions people make different decisions. So in some dimension that happens, Chris. We can't stop that from happening. And one dimension it may never happen. So I do think remember we're talking about fear is a good way to sell somebody something or get people to do something. So I'm concerned if there's smoke and mirrors about what they say about petroleum to try to sell us another type of product. So I tell you, I think humanity will figure it out over time. It won't go to that point, Chris. And petroleum may never cause a problem at all. Like think about how long they've been using petroleum for, and all the wildfires that happen. Is there a specific date and time when it's going to hit the fan? Like specifically, that is something to also ask too. Like when is the time where it's going to happen? They're not going to give us a time specifically because it might be on what they're saying might be based on thin ice. Funny if we start thinking chords are the future and the next generation reinvents a rear projection screen. If we're trying to think towards our future, towards the future, the next generation reinvents rear projection screens. Yeah, you've been too optimistic, brother, and I wish I can view life the same way, but reality is different because the governments are changing for the better, but the contrary. You have a right to be scared. You have every right to be scared. I get freaked out they're making people not have petroleum and gas cars and they can't even afford it or they don't have a way to get it. I don't like when there's fear mongering about climate change when nothing bad actually happens and they're just making it up to get people to buy into some new uh, thing they're trying to sell. Because I think that's the scariest thing of all that they might be doing is people in Texas. The wind turbines froze, and all these people are freezing to death. That's scarier than the imaginary world ending from petroleum. Like you have to see real world events that have happened from the green energy that didn't work out. Real things that actually happen. Like if the solar panel has no sun, it just doesn't work. That's a real situation. If a hurricane hits a city and the power goes out, that's a real situation. We could say a straw man of a petroleum going out, causing the world to fall and collapse. Maybe it will, but in the moment, we have to think of the present moment. Like humanity survived World War II, they survived the Soviet Union, they survived the Great Depression. I mean, all the things that have happened since the beginning of time, humans have survived it. So I believe humans will overcome whatever comes their way in the future. You know, just that's why we are here at all. There was cavemen all the way to our modern time. And Chris says, the hypothetically speaking, do you worry about the future when you and me aren't around in this realm? Did something matters we die our sons, grandsons pays for the mistakes? Oh, not at all. I think hard times make strong men. And, they will look good in the broken mirror. Whatever they go through something very difficult, it'll make them into stronger people. And whatever mistakes we make, they will evolve. That's evolution. Human society will evolve and get stronger and adapt. It will be the greatest thing could ever happen to them. So I look forward to what they're going to accomplish and the technology they'll have in that time period. I, but I understand what you're saying. I'm concerned too, Chris, as well. But I believe that I believe in them that they'll be able to do it. That if somebody has, there's a Twilight Zone episode where you have magic dust, to help this person to not get hung, right? And it's really he got sand, you put it in a bag, and they want to save their father, so they bought the magic dust, right? Now, actually, it worked, oddly, but because you have to believe in something, like putting faith into something makes it real. So you kind of wonder about was it really magic or not, but really somebody could just gotta be careful about wolves in sheep's clothing. Oh, well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate your take on this. Passion says, "Are you tired of lag and latency? Is a wired signal interrupting your calls? Try our new technology, the corded phone." Exactly. Exactly. Very true. Well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. And you're making excellent arguments, by the way. Excellent arguments. And it's things we have to think about because a lot of people do not think deeply about this. Truly in the spaceship we think differently than, and it's important to think different because I think about, I always think about this all the time, Chris. 100 years from now, what's it if I came to 100 years from now to see my descendants and all? They're gonna have a technology where I assume a floating screen right here, and you're gonna have all the apps and things. You just pick something out like this, and like say you watching something a trial, and you could just be like you're actually there, or you could touch the screen and you could teleport. I'm sure they're gonna do all kinds of things I can't even imagine. So I wonder what that would be like for them because if the ancestors from 100 years ago came to see this, they would see these phones and this a screen with color and like a TV, like a movie screen they used to have, and they really came a long way. And there's, I said, humanity over time just developed more and more technology. And I like the AI time travelers because they have been showing lots of explicit information about what it's going to be like in those days. And they have some technologies quite different that I don't even really know what it is exactly. There's like a grocery store and with a like a some sort of a device with colors in it that you just kind of put your hand through. It's like, I don't even know what that is. Like it's kind of futuristic looking. It's, and it's kind of the same type of concept. Sometimes I want personally to stop every corruption, war, economic collapse, environmental problem. No single human was destined to carry the psychological weight of the entire planet. I wish I could. Scared. And we have to, think lightly of ourselves and deeply of the world. So one thing that I think is very good about you, Chris, is you're thinking deeply of the world. A lot of people don't do that. Everybody thinks of themselves and how to gratify themselves all the time. You're thinking of the bigger picture of humanity, which I think is the most noble things that can be possibly fathomed. And yeah, there's lots of things there's lots of problems. I agree with you that we can't do anything about, but what we can do is continue to talk about these things and these free discussions that we have because it'll encourage future generations that are coming up to really think differently about how to solve those problems at those times. So living in the present moment is the best thing to do. And a lot of times, Chris, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. And that is the good news. And whatever wisdom we have that we use for the present moment will be used whenever that time comes. You know, why should a man fear death when it will come when it will come? It happens all in its time. And we just have to have peace and grace in the present moment for it will happen for time. I've been through on my own different scenarios and things, even on here. Uh, Apocalypses have happened uh, to me in the spaceship at times, but it made me stronger and more endurance, and I was able to evolve and to adapt to the situation. And those some of the greatest things that ever happened to me were the worst things that happened to me. So it's all part of the plan as the dots connect in the future. But it's definitely something we need to talk about, be concerned about, because it is certainly a very bad problem, though, what you're referring to. Because a lot of these banks and a lot of these corporations make money off each other and over people like World War One. You know, in France and England, the different banks and people are making a lot of money from it, but a lot of people are suffering from the conflict. So when that happens, it was all smoke and mirrors for something else. So, but people are waking up, smelling the roses. There's something going on. So uh, that's also a problem. And I think whether like a reason for alien technology we talk about in the show all the time about about anti gravity that the aliens allegedly have that we talk about here is they don't want to have the economy flipped over for money, and it's going to flip over everything, their businesses, their oil and gas, electricity. They'll give us a certain type of energy that we'll never need to have that again. So in a way, we have to be conscientious of such a situation occurring where if a human or an alien gave us a technology, they're going to try to stop it. But long term, you know, they'll eventually figure it out and get where they need to go. Right. I feel everyone had a purpose bigger than ourselves, looking for answers and questioning everything is the best trait with this limited time we had. Yeah, because, none of us live forever, and it's important to live each day as if it was the last day of your life. And what we can do is that, which is the answers to questions, is the speculation about what could be philosophically. So future generations will come across this and be able to, with the knowledge that we were able to give them, they could build on what they know from that time period. I do agree with you, Chris. It's the best thing we could do because there's these trials that I do true crime stuff here too, and I have a big community of true crime trial watchers on the channel as well. And in this circumstance, and the trials that we see, people will have like Fulio. These people murdered this rapper and they're in jail the rest of their lives. It's a waste of a person. And Passion said, mythologically, we should be familiar with the idea of Prometheus may have appeared as an alien with strange technology when he handed over the secret fire. I believe those things are aliens. Those entities, those gods, definitely were aliens. And they had some sort of alien technology, but the people at the time described it the way they described it, where we may be describing it differently now. Yeah, that's a very good point, Patrick. Chris says, because if only I worry, I suffer twice. Once in imagination and once in reality. But if you act while still appreciating life, you become harder to manipulate by fear and propaganda or despair. Yeah, that's why I think that fear and stress is a good motivator. It's a good thing, and it could be used as a good thing if used properly, right? And depends on your interpretation. Like a lot of times, it's not the thing that happens to us, but our judgment of what is going on, the view we take of it. It's anytime there's a reaction of some kind, it's like pulling puppet strings. So, like you could have a bunch of annoying people, but see it as a festival. It's a festival of people, traffic, whatever. It's just a festival. And like when you're alone by yourself, it's like being one with as the gods were, right? The gods, by themselves. So it's all about your view of what's happening and your take on things. Uh, it can be a form of coping or whatever, because we all come with our own realities. So what we're doing, Chris, is a good thing. You being diligent and being concerned and feared of these things is very good, because it's training yourself to be more immune to tricks that may come around to try to deceive you, or agendas that may come around. So it's a wise thing that I do too. I'm like that too, but I use it as like sort of like a mental training. So many people will drink the Kool-Aid. There's like Jim Jones and also Heaven's Gate. People drink Kool-Aid, and so many people died from that. So we have to do what we can to avoid becoming like those type of people. Because I think people do that all the time in a way, one way or another. And it matters more than most people realize. Definitely agree. Chris said the strongest mindset is realistic optimism, recognizing that the problems clearly without assuming collapse is guaranteed, is what you make beliefs today. Yeah, is what the elites and these governments, these corporations, petroleum corporations, the wars, the warmongers, they want people to be and to not have optimism or hope. You know, they want people to be completely broken and destroyed. And by doing that, they have a society it's easier to control. And even like we talked about Lincoln yesterday, Chris, and he accepted his whatever his fate was, and you know, and he was optimistic the country would heal, and it, you know, although it was very troubled, the United States did heal, and it became one big country. It was became a superpower, too. And it was on a global stage to this day. So having optimism is good, and having emotions that you have is normal and good to have. It means you care. There's people that are mindlessly scrolling or doing some weird stuff online with no conscience right now, or doing gang activity. There's people right now that will be in a trial we'll see in 2 years from now or 3 years from now. A Patch and I will see a trial from people that are doing stuff right now that is messed up. So the fact that you care is good and something that needs to be discussed. So more people need to be like you, and it'll be a better society. But the reason why those people can make profit off people because they energy vampires feed off of the those that have no optimism about reality. And you can delete someone but never really truly destroy them though. Because people could live their whole lives in a destroyed state. It's so those are just my some thoughts about the situation. Oh, thank you, Chris. I appreciate your um, feedback about this. And that's the circle of life pretty much. Because you'll have it's all part of the plan. Like, and remember, there's hard times make strong men make good times, and good times make weak men. Hello, comedy. We're getting philosophical right now. Fashion says that will be weird. Oh, alien, this crime was committed while you were talking about Giulio Fulio and effective mindset a few years ago. Yeah. Right, exactly. And we'll be the watching the 2026 mystery anniversary murder trial, and it'll have like a either a man or a woman with like a zoned out look, and we'll just be watching, or there'll be a young ice cool murder trial, and it'll be like some rapper, and they'll have some gangsters on trial, or there'll be some or another Rico trial. It'll be something like that. Yeah. Scared. let's see here. A YouTuber with honesty, critical thinking, and courage can do more than entertain. Yes, yes, very well said, very well. So, of all the wonders that I yet had heard, it seems to me the strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. And it's like, even in different feudings and stuff that will happen, a lot of times in different ones, the alien would be the last casualty of it, ironically. So, in it's kind of like in wars, no one really wins in conflicts. But it's a necessary end that must come. As far as the circle of life, when something dies, something else is born. Oh, okay, we saw. Okay, scared. Chris said they can wake they can wake people up from passive consumption and remind millions that future is not decided only by the governments or corporations, but by the daily choices of ordinary people. Yeah, yeah. It'll certainly be a domino effect of things happening. And also, what's my opinion on gambling or bets? Well, that's my opinion about it. Gambling certainly has caused. Ah, thank you, Saw. The thing about gambling is that I think it's important to understand to. I say this hopefully without hypocrisy, but to do things that are of no use. To not do things that are of no use. Now, if there's with gambling and bets, if people might play a game with each other or at a place, hypothetically, as I say, I would never get. Okay, I don't gamble or do bets personally. So, just to make it draw the line in the sand, I don't do anything like that, and I wouldn't do anything like that. And still, if people want to do it, and it was like a little machine or a game with friends, or and it wasn't really the stakes weren't really too high, then people could do it if they did it in moderation. It shouldn't be completely like banned. But there's a lot of people that might, get addicted to it. If you have an addictive personality, it can be used for a positive thing. But if you have an addictive personality that is, addicted to gambling, I had a ancestor or a relative that lost everything over that. So people can really just lose all their livelihoods over things like that. So there are people that could become alcoholics, but not all people are alcoholics that drink. Or some people could smoke weed and smoke crack and smoke their mother and father and everything else in between, right? But it doesn't mean all people that smoke do that. So it depends on the situation. If people did it in moderation, it's good. But people uh, did it in an addictive way, it's bad. But really, if it's something of no use, it's probably best not to even do it at all. The money should be saved or invested into something. because it's really just kind of a waste of money. It really is. I mean, it's really foolish. No offense to anybody, because it's like, I mean, the house wins every time. Don't get me wrong, that house wins. There's something called, oh hell, hey Ty, good to see you. Shout out to you, buddy. And like when you're doing, if someone's doing gambling, they the house wins every single time by a landslide. Okay, it doesn't matter what people think. And but if you know how about counting cards, like when people playing blackjack or poker or something, you could do counting cards and you could win every single game and just get the jackpot. But a lot of times the pit boss or it will come out and the bouncer you say, "Hey, get out of here." Hey, it's like this intimidating dude comes out with a suit. Say, "Hey, you." Yeah, you right there. And Pash says that I like the idea of estate lotteries if the ticket sales go toward the benefit of the state, but games of chance should be kept private and not corporate. Exactly, Colony. They just tell you to leave, and I think that you know saving money and investing is good. I mean, I I kind of my life basically consists of watching trials and being there for people on YouTube that like my channel. That's what my like world is the revolves around that. And Casino says casinos are built on mathematics, not miracles. The system survives because people lose over time. Mo- Moderation protects people from becoming emotionally manipulated by hope. I definitely agree. That's a good, Chris. It's a manipulation tactic. When people win a jackpot or something, it keeps them coming in more and more. I personally said I would never do no gambling at all. I just it's a kind of like a waste of money. It's kind of silly. But no offense, to people that do that. I mean, imagine what trial I'm currently watching. A Saw Girl, I'm watching the Fulio trial and this other trial that's on. It's Wisconsin versus Josie. And it has like a dude in there that people go, look, it's the Timu lawyer at that trial. And Todd says hello to Mermaid. That's good. Chris says, but humanity endless habit of turning temporary enjoyment into permanent addiction. You are that is wise words. The Hantavirus. I've been covering the Hantavirus. That's what I've been doing. I've been yes, we've been covering that subject on the show. Yeah. And they're being stationed in Nebraska right now. So the people that were in quarantine, and it's a type of variant of the hantavirus that spreads from person to person. Zero says this just in. Let's shove the hantavirus down your throat while we make data centers that cause respiratory problems. That's all. Exactly. Yeah. There you go. Zero. Exactly. There are some interesting things in the Alien files. but some people weren't as seeing exciting things as they thought they would see. But a lot of people are seeing, various things in the files that were pretty cool. Some pretty cool finds. So, yeah, but some things are just kind of like Timu posts, and other things are not Timu posts. Okay, Saw Girl, look forward to having you on the stream with us. I appreciate it. When we air the trial, always an honor to have you on board. Passion says, "Did you see this? The Susan impact statement?" Yes, I did see it. Passion. I saw it earlier. They were. I agree. Yeah, that was on much earlier. I did catch that one. So yeah, very true. Yeah, definitely passion. Definitely passion. Indeed. So it definitely should be used as an example because a lot of times with trials there'll be moments of where you have a really good speaker in the with the impact statements from the sun, and they could just really like groundbreaking about how they do them because uh, over time some people will see the emotion in it and understand the impact will be so great that it could really sway the whole situation and the audience too. Saw says I was hopping from Julio to stepmom trial. Susan sheets Bo through the bathroom door. Okay, well, glad that you're. That's pretty cool. You're keeping up with that too. Yes. All right. I'll do it in a moment. Impact. Impact. impact statement can be such an endless struggle of tears and misery that can actually impact gets lost, but controlled his rage and focus. Right, Hantavirus is a group of viruses carried by rodents that can cause severe and sometimes fatal respiratory or kidney diseases in humans. While the virus is rare, it is currently in the news due to a 2026 outbreak linked to the cruise ship where the Andes strain was identified. Scared. Transmission and risk. Infection typically occurs when people breathe in or the contaminated by the urine, droppings, or saliva of infected rodents such as the deer or mouse in the US. Yeah, rodents. Activities like cleaning or opening up the rural cabins or sheds can stir up dried rodent waste, making the virus airborne. Person to person, most hantaviruses do not spread between people. However, the Andes virus strain, primarily found in South America, is rare exception that can transmit through close, prolonged contact. And tigers and bears, yeah. Not a pandemic. Health experts from organizations like the UC Davis Health emphasize that hantavirus is unlikely to cause a global pandemic because it does not spread easily between humans and has long incubation period. Oh, hello, Falcon. Great to see you. I always wipe the top of my soda cans and the bottles to get rid of rodent urine, and you don't want to know how clean a soda storage can be. Yeah, very true. The specific disease caused by hantavirus depends on the region of the viral strain. Oh, yeah, sauce. Hansa pulmonary syndrome, HPS, common in Americas include this strain primarily attacks the lungs, a high mortality rate of approximately 35% to 50%, and the hem or have no havoc fever and renal syndrome. Found mostly in Europe and Asia, this strain primarily affects the kidneys and causes internal bleeding. Symptoms: early phase, fever, fatigue, and severe muscle aches, especially in thighs and hips. Other symptoms may include headache, chills, and gastral issues like nausea and vomiting. Late phase, 4 to 10 days. Rapid onset shortness of breath, coughing in the lungs, fill of fluid, often requiring immediate emergency care. My pleasure, Todd. Glad to inform you about what this is. It and there was a cruise ship, and they had some infected people on it, and then they brought them to Nebraska, where they brought the COVID-19 people that were infected from Wuhan. So that's where it originated from. Ah, yeah, yeah, definitely passion. Indeed. Supportive care. The survival depends. Survival depends on early hospitalization and intensive supportive care. This often includes oxygen therapy and mechanical ventilation to help the patient breathe. Advanced support. In several cases, doctors use ECMO, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, which takes over heat and the lung function to allow the body to recover. Yes, exactly, Pash. To safely clean a space where rodents have been present, the golden rule is to not vacuum sweep as it kicks the virus into the air where you can breathe it in. Step by step cleaning process. Air it out. Open windows and doors for 30 minutes before you start working to ventilate the area. Suit up. Wear rubber or plastic gloves of the area is heavily infested or poorly ventilated. N9H. No, I'm being a moron. Okay. Ventilated in N95 mask. Goggles are highly recommended. Wet it down. Spray the urine or droppings with a disinfectant or a mixture of 1 part bleach to 9 parts water. Let it soak for 5 minutes. Wipe, don't sweep. Use paper towel to pick up the wet waste and dispose of it in a sealed plastic bag. Mop the floors. After droppings are gone, disinfect the entire area, floors, countertops, etc. with bleach solutions. Oh, hello, lizard. Yeah, bring it on and getting the jab either. Okay, Todd. Thank you for the heads up about Iran. Okay, understood. All right, the mop floors. So there is, well, the wipe. Use paper towel to pick up the wet waste. Dispose in a sealed plastic bag. Mop the floors. After droppings are gone, disinfect the entire area, floors, countertops, etc., with beach solutions. Wash your hands. Wash your gloved hands with soap and water. Then remove gloves and wash your bare hands thoroughly. Passion said, so if you find rodent, refuse to ventilate, seek out PPE, dampen, refuse uh, with a cleaning agent, so collect waste in uh, dis- dispersive manner. Mop, sell the house, smooth Nebraska. Get a flamethrower. Yeah. Dealing with dead rodents. Spray the rodent and surrounding area with bleach and solution until thoroughly soaked. Double bag. Pick up the rodent with gloves or shovel. Place the plastic bag, seal it at the end, and then place the bag inside the second bag. Disposal. Throw the bag in a covered outdoor trash can. Pro tip: if you have an item like books or clothes that can't be bleached, leave them in sunny outdoor spot for a few hours. UV rays from the sun effective killing the virus. When institutions refuse scrutiny, skepticism is healthy. When every fact becomes a conspiracy, critical thinking collapses into perfect art. Very well said. Very wise. Wise words. To keep rodents out of your house for good, the most effective approach is exclusion, which involves physically sealing every possible entry point with materials they cannot chew through. All right. Rodents can squeeze through incredibly small gaps. Mice only need a hole size of a dime, 1 to 4 inch. Use stainless steel. Use copper mesh. Stuff small holes around pipes. Vent the foundation cracks with products like excluder fill fabric. Stuff fit copper mesh. Unlike a standard steel, these materials will not rust or stain. So the real issue is often not government versus media, but a system where uncertainty intensifies. Fear, politics, and profit collide at the same time. That creates mixed messaging that feels manipulative even when some people involved are generally trying to help. Mhm. Patch says I blocked up a rodent holes with tightly compressed aluminum foil when I was living at a farmhouse. It didn't chew through it very well. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Chris says early information during the outbreaks is often incom- incomplete or wrong because researchers are learning the situation develops as the situation develops. Right, exactly. Because they are learning things as it develops over time, and when they do that, they eventually get the rest of it, you know, even if they don't get it completely accurate. It says, though to be fair, our early information during the outbreak is often incomplete. Institutions are terrible, admitting uncertainty without sounding suspicious. Leaders market the travel, schools, and supply chains recently fear without generally lacking data at first. Yeah. You know something wild? When we were watching the moon last night, it was some sort of an eclipse. I just learned that. That's why it looked the way it looked. So, to be fair, institutions are often terrible at admitting uncertainty without sounding suspicious. Leaders know marketing, know markets, travel, schools, and supply chains react instantly to fear. Sometimes they generally lack data at first. Okay, thank you for your take on that. Yep, that makes sense. Apply salience over mesh for processional grade. Oh, yeah. See, yesterday the moon's color was like a lunar eclipse, so that's what we were like seeing. The moon was like kind of like a dark, like pinkish orange looking. That's why it looked like that. Install hardware cloth. Use 14-inch galvanized hardware cloth to large openings like attic vents, crawl spaces, and entries and floor drains. Add rodent-proof door sweeps. Standard weather stripping is often rubber brush based and easily chewed. Install heavy-duty sweeps and contain a metal mesh core. Falcon says our control is pretty spot on here in Australia, especially after COVID-19. If anything happens, it would have to be orchestrated. I agree, definitely. Pash says the shadow of the moon isn't big enough to cover the entire Earth. It must be weird up there to watch a shadow moving across Earth's surface. The scale of is gigantic. Yeah, it must be watching like a something like covering a sheet over and over again. That's what it must look like. Secure food source. Store all human and pet food in a thick plastic glass or metal container with tight fitting lids. Manage outdoor waste. Use the metal trash cans with locking lids to keep them at least 15 feet away from your foundation. Landscaping hygiene. Move wood piles at least 100 feet from the house and elevate them at least 1 foot off the ground and trim the tree branches. Stay at least 6 feet away from the roof line to prevent rodents from jumping onto your home. Exactly, Chris. Pash says it would be like standing on the lens of a flashlight that the universe is moving as you watch the shadow dance around the earth. Terrifying. Yeah, definitely, definitely. That is true, Chris. Definitely. And I'm afraid of heights. In case anyone didn't know. Scared. Yeah, heights can definitely be daunting. Use natural repellents and secondary line defense. Okay. Well, not permanent fix on its own. Oh, okay, mermaid. Okay. There's peppermint oil spray. Oil sprays products like Mighty Mints and Rodent Guard use high concentration of peppermint oil to disrupt rodent scent trails. Repellent pouches. Set it and forget it. Pouches like the Bug MD Vamoose can be placed in secluded areas like attics, under skins where spraying is difficult. Mermaid says, I really hope it doesn't bother anybody about. Okay, yeah, go for it. Okay, Mermaid, what's on your mind? Go for it. Okay, so that's information on the Hantavirus. Okay, Mermaid said, it's kind of funny how we have lots of workers here these days, and not a lot of action is all I'm going to say, and might be sneaking a diss, and that's okay. But allowed to sneak a diss lurkers. Okay, yeah, understood. All right. And on Chris says on May 11, 1960, the Mossad captured the Reich official Rudolf, Adolf Eichmann in Argentina after years of hiding. It became one of the most famous intelligence operations in modern history and reshaping global conversations about war criminals, justice, and accountability. History really alternates between. You may have another part to that. He's going to add. My pleasure, mermaid, and it is an honor. Lurkers, not worry. Yeah, yeah. Lurkers, don't be scared. As definitely we have quite a bit of lurkers. They are there. So my pleasure, definitely to update about it. Yeah, Falcon scared. Yeah, scary scared. All right. Most recent updates on the Hantavirus. All right. Most recent updates of the Hantavirus outbreak in May 11, 2026 focuses on the operation of the monitoring of passengers from the MV Cruise. Okay, so this is for kind of like a summary about the current updates here. Mermaid said, "If we don't agree and I block you, you're still allowed to support your friend, Alien. Does it mean you're not allowed here? Please." She said she's not the queen. Alien's a boss here. Okay, yes. Uh, Understood, Mermaid. Absolutely. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And I'm the captain. Yeah. Some people think I'm a rough captain. Some people think I'm a great captain. I'm a very polarizing figure. Shout out to all of you, lurkers and people that are in the chat. Alicia, one of them is a gang detective, and another would be from Scientology Spy Network. Right. Ray said, "Thank you, Pash, Chris, everyone Lori saw who have been open minded, never back down, even if there's disagreement, never hurt Alien over opinions." Yeah, I think everybody has a right to say their different opinions and different takes. I think it should be a place where everybody could feel free, agree to disagree, and in a civilized manner talk about their different opinions. Yes. I know you're reading this gang detectives. We are in an alien gang, but we haven't started the criminal enterprise yet. Right, right, exactly. Here, the alien gang syndicate. Lash. Oh, thank you, Mermaid, for the feedback. Appreciate it. You you do very well with the chat, and it's I'm honored honor and privilege to have you on board. Okay, so on May 11, 2026, the Nebraska 16 passengers include at least one who tested positive for the virus, being observed by the National Quarantine Center in Omaha. All 16 are currently asymptomatic. Atlanta. Two additional passengers were transferred to Emory University, where one reportedly experiencing symptoms. Passion says, "I try to be neutral in conflicts. It's a life skill they should teach in schools. You'd never talk to your boss the way some chatters do if you had a problem with them." Yeah, definitely. Right, said absolutely agrees to disagree. Is wonderful. Sorry, wanted to hear what you were saying. So Atlanta, two additional passengers were transferred to Emory University, where one is reportedly experiencing symptoms. Right said, and also we have mental problems, depression, whatever we deal with. Never let stop you. Easier said than done. Yeah, easier said than done. And we have to walk a mile each other's shoes to see what the other person has to do with. So very true. Children should learn to get along. All things make a world a better place. Yes. Global case counts. As of today, the World Health Organization reports a total of 8 cases confirmed, 2 probable, including 3 deaths. Okay, Mermaid, understood. I look forward to seeing your video later. Okay. I'm glad that you're doing real well at those games. I really enjoyed them a lot. Hilarious chat. All right. Chris says the most dangerous phrase in history. This time will be different. History is proof that intelligence without wisdom becomes a self-destructive with better tools. Scared. We have to truly learn from it and not repeat it again. We have to learn from the lessons, and we have wisdom from it too. All right, the outbreak has officially linked to the Hantavirus origin. The curse departed from Ushuaia, Argentina, on April 1, with stops the in Antarctica and remote South Atlantic islands where passengers may have been exposed. Passion said, and at the same time, we're trying to curate the history we teach. There's only certain acceptable narratives in colonialism, for example. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of like they want you to accept the narrative that they tell you, and they don't like it when people think outside the box. For statement, the most dangerous thing to me is hearing this insanity, the definition of reaping over and over, never getting a different result. Insanity. America's biggest issue, by the way. Heaven forbid we teach about some of the truly horrific things people have done to each other. We can be very cruel. Yeah, I agree. It says history is not dead, it's a mirror. Humanity keeps avoiding because the reflection remembers everything. Yeah, very true. Right said, Pash, I remember when saw a car crash in school, in high school, and the brains flew out. After class is worth showing. I never drove after that. I still drive. Repeating sorry, keyboard clearly needs to be fixed. The Timu Sheen keyboard. Agreement, yeah. agreement with you, passion for mermaids. Yeah, shout to her. Transmission. This specific strain is a rare because it is the only hantavirus known to allow person-to-person transmission through the health officials stress this typically requires close prolonged contact. Public health agencies, the CDC, WHO continue to maintain that the risk of the general public remains extremely low because the incubation period can last up to 8 weeks. Authorities accept the additional case that may still be defined among the track passengers in the coming weeks. She said, Pash, thank you forced us to watch Faye give birth to 13. It was anything like real birth. It was sad. Pash, God bless you and all your knowledge, patience, and kindness. Some with the kind of mind finds likeness of your comforting and follow so I can have peace. Oh, that's very nice. Pash says I was in public school for health class, and I remember a lot of giggling. Boys and girls are different. That's hilarious for a kid. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Very good point. Tracking passengers from the MV Hondius is a concentration of the three primary groups: those who disembarked early in remote territories, those evacuated for medical care, those reparated this week in the Canary Islands. Before the outbreak was officially recognized in the early May, approximately 29 to 32 passengers from dozens of countries disembarked April 24, 2026. Saint Helena. Nearly 300 people got off here. This includes 7 British nationals, four whom remain on the island of the 6 Americans. The Tristan D. Cunha. At least one British crew member passenger disembarked here in April 13, is currently hospitalized at the island with suspected cases. South Africa. One woman who disembarked at St. Helena flew to Johannesburg on April 25. She passed away shortly after. Authorities are now chasing passengers from the specific commercial flight. Medical evacuations during transit. As the ship traveled toward West Africa, several symptomatic individuals were evacuated. Netherlands, at least 3 patients were flown to specialized units in Amsterdam. Switzerland, 1 man began showing symptoms after returning to Zurich and is in intensive care. South Africa, 1 British man was flown to hospital in South Africa critical care. The majority of the remaining 150 passengers disembarked in the Tenerife Canary Islands on Sunday or Monday. Imagine the Cepheus happy not to be burden disappeared, but because the gods could no longer control the meaning, he gave it to the mountain and stayed in the same and he changed. Have you played the game about infecting Earth with a pathogen of your own creation, alien? Flights and ships are bad news for quarantining one. Yeah, I may have done that. I think I did. Scared. And a uh, it was quite a thing to do that I thought it may have been interesting. Scared. It says, which is usually the part of humanity keeps forgetting while arguing with existence at 3 a.m. One day the gods realized something horrifying. The mountain no longer imprisoned Cepheus, it imprisoned them because they needed him to fail more than he needed to win. Existential Cepheus pushes the stone not because the mountain matters, but refusing to stop becomes his form of freedom. Hello, Amy. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Greek mythology, the Sisyphus was king of Corinth, a clever but notoriously deceitful man who taught he could outsmart the gods. Thank you, Passion. I have heard of this person. I didn't know what it was called, but I've heard about this before. Who was who was tasked to push a stone up a mountain to have it fall, only to push it again in the day. Yeah, I remember learning about this. I just didn't know what his name was. So thank you, Passion, for explaining that to me. Chris says I've been insane many others because like Siphius pushing a stone endlessly. If you're not familiar with that history, just check it out. Yeah, and Siphius did not just commit one crime, but he repeatedly defied death and disrespected the gods. Snitching on Zeus, he witnessed Zeus kidnapping a nymph and told her father where she was in exchange for a freshwater spring in his city. Kidnapping death. When Zeus sent Thanatos to take him underwater, Siphius tricked him and chained him. This meant for a brief time no one on earth could die. A fake burial. Before finally dying, he told his wife that not to give him a proper funeral. Once in the underworld, he complained to Hades that his wife was disrespecting him and convinced the god to let him return to the surface one day to fix it. He then stayed for years until Hermes dragged him back. The punishment. As permanent punishment for his trickery, the gods condemned Siphius to the ultimate lesson in futility. He must roll a massive boulder up a steep hill to catch. Just as he reaches the very top, the boulder is magically enchanted to roll back down to the bottom. The result: he must start over forever in a loop of pointless back breaking labor. Story was famous reimagining by philosopher Albert Camus. His 1942 essay, The Myth of Sisyphus. Hash says, my favorite myth is about a bee who gifted Zeus honey as wedding with Hera. She asked for a way to protect her honey from the seekers with a weapon. Zeus was offended, and she would hoard it. So he gave her a stinger that she can only use once at a great cost of her life. Thus, the bee got the stinger. Ah, okay, gotcha. Chris says basically to be outsmart the Greek gods twice, and he was punished to push a rock to a mountain, and then for a rock to fall could be considered insanity, but the message from that isn't about trickery, but to never give up even if the rock is too heavy. He still pushes that freaking rock to the mountain, even if everyone call him insane. Yeah, that's very true. Very good mentality to have. In that myth, so in the myth, the the queen bee brings fresh honeycombs to Olympias as a wedding gift. Zeus is impressed by the taste. He promises her anyone wish. She asks for a sting, a weapon to delete any human who tries to take her honey. Zeus is a friend to men, so he's disgusted by her selfishness. He grants the wish with a Scythian twist. She gets her sting, but if she ever uses it, the stinger remains in the victim, and she dies immediately after. Her turns her weapon into a protection, into a self deletion mission, ensuring that she only uses it as a last resort. It's a classic Greek way of saying that malice often recoils back to one who intends it. Yes, it is. They're keen on endless physical tasks. Yep. I really it says recently watched a famous person named Albert Camus quoting, "Just imagine Sisyphus happy. Brilliant idea that I wish to embrace." Oh, that's very cool. In philosophy class, yeah. And the Greeks love using the infinite labor as the all the time. You know, with Atlas, the message is about crushing the weight of responsibility and consequence. Unlike Sisyphus, who's punished for being a trickster, Atlas was general for the Titans during the big war against Olympian gods. When Titans lost to Zeus, didn't just delete him, he gave him the job of a sky pilot. People often think Atlas holds the Earth thanks to modern status, but in the original myths, is holding up the celestial sphere, the heavens, to keep the sky from crashing into Earth. It's literal physical barrier between the gods' realm and ours. The Sisyphean connection is that the tasks that can never end. Because if Atlas takes a break from even a second, the universe collapses. It's the ultimate life sentence. Interestingly, there's a myth where Hercules actually tricks Atlas into taking the weight back after a brief trade. It shows that the Greek world, gods are petty and love fitting the punishment. Love a fitting punishment. Even the strongest beings are just one trick away from eternity of heavy lifting. The eternal struggle is definitely something to take from that. Indeed. The idea that defying Atlas is the path of the gods probably motivated by many explorers looking for him. Oh yeah, I definitely agree. Chris says, and yes, the only way to avoid the punishment from the Greek gods is to outsmart them with wisdom. Yeah, exactly. That is so. It's definitely a fantastic perspective in D chat. Definitely fantastic. And the Greeks believed that Atlas stood in far west near the edge of the ocean, which is why we call it the Atlantic. For an explorer to find Atlas meant you had to reach the end of the map, the mortal map. If you could move him, track him, or suppress him, you're essentially breaking into the backyard of the gods. Atlas switching places with another powerful god like Zeus, Hades, or Kronos. Zeus seems like a responsible guy, swear eternal fidelity, and stay out of the sky. Yes, I know, right? All right. Yeah. Pillars of Hercules. Ancient sailors believed that the Strait of Gibraltar was marked by a pillar of the Atlas or the Hercules put there. Passing them meant leaving the safe world and entering the realm of the divine and unknown. The Garden of the Hesperides. This was the god's private orchard filled with golden apples that gave immortality. It was located next to Atlas to get apples to your head to deal with the Titan. He was ultimate gatekeeper. Knowledge of barrier because Atlas held the celestial sphere. He was often seen as a master of astronomy, and navigation explorers weren't just looking for a giant; they're looking for a key of how the heavens work. Chris says Zeus did like the adventure to Earth and make some stops. That's why Hercules was born half human, half god, almost like a Nephilim theory. Yeah, yeah, very similar to Nephilim. Yeah. It says almost all mystical folklore are related, with different names or slightly different versions of the same thing. Oh yeah, it's all the same thing with different variations. Yeah, I agree. Literally moving to the goalpost, the end of the world is over here. Actually, is no, it's this pillar. It's the gateway, the other side now. Yeah, it's funny how that works. They just kept moving the pillar over and over. Because Atlas held a celestial sphere, and he was often seen as the master of astronomy. Navigation experts weren't just looking for a giant; they were looking for the key of how the heavens worked. Zeus was the king of the gods and the supreme ruler of both mortals and immortals, but his character was famously complex. Often was seen as both a wise, just protector and a petty, impulsive tyrant. The eyes of the ancient Greeks, Zeus was ultimate source of law and order. The lawgiver, he upheld that the concept of the xenohospitality, making the divine crime to mistreat a guest or a stranger. Judge, he was believed to weigh the fates of nations and men, often acting as mediator and squeezables between other gods to keep the universe from collapsing into the chaos. Savior, despite his temper, he was often prayed to as the Zeus Sator, Zeus of the Savior, for protection during war or natural disaster. Mythologies are basically humanity's remixing the same existential panic with different costumes. Yeah, as they all talk about the same things. They all do stuff like that, and it's extremely essential to see how a lot of it overlaps and works because people may not see it if you look at it right away. Unfaithfulness. He was notorious for his many affairs with both mortals and goddesses, often used trickery or animal transformation, a swan or a bull, to pursue them, which led to constant conflict with his wife Hera. Vengeful temper. He was quick to deliver brutal, eternal punishment to anyone who crossed him, such as chaining Prometheus to a rock or condemning Cepheus to his boulder. Paranoia. Like his father Cronius, Zeus was deeply afraid of being overthrown. This paranormal paranoia led him to swallow his first wife, Metis, when prophecy suggested the child would be more powerful than him. Zeus was the Sky Father who won his position through violence, war, and against the Titans. He was necessarily good in a modern sense, but necessary that the only force strong enough to keep other gods in line in the sky from falling. See you in the Good Lord Garden later. Yes, Sakura. Yeah. See, a god in one culture can become another god anywhere, even in the rival religion. A saint-like figure later, just a metaphor for people forget what is symbolic. Zeus was so strange with his lust. Would you love me if I was a cow? I am a cow now. You have to love me. Yeah, he definitely was a savage. You know, the way he was able to do that. Like he just transformed to whatever he needed to be. The Titan Omaki was the original Clash of Titans, brutal 10-year cosmic war between the Old Guard, the Titans, and the Chronos, a new generation of Olympius led by Zeus. The strangest part is that the myths are connected. The strangest part is how consistently humans keep telling themselves the same stories in different languages across thousands of years. But yeah, it's definitely the same thing being told over and over again over thousands of years. And it's just the story changes by varying cultures and interpretations. Chris said the strangest part is not the myths are connected. The strangest part is how consistently humanity keeps telling itself the stories. I'm pretty sure that we arguing over nothing just because some fake prophets disputed other versions to gain profit of dismantle the messengers of love. Yeah, it's definitely true that there are con artists that came around to twist and masquerade things to fit their narrative for profit. It started between Cronius fearing the prophecy that the children would overthrow him, swallowed Zeus' siblings, Hera and Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, and Demeter. As soon as they were born, their mother, Rhea, hid Zeus and gave Kronos the rock wrapped in blankets instead. When Zeus grew up, he returned with a magmatic, basically cosmic potion that forced Cronius to vomit his fully grown brothers and sisters, immediately formed an alliance to take the throne. Turning point to second weapons. The war was a stalemate for a decade until Zeus made a strategic move. He descended into the pits of Tetrius to free the Cyclopses and the 100 Hand Giants, whom Cronios had imprisoned. In gratitude, they provided the tools that won the war, the Cyclopses. Forge, Zeus' thunderbolts, Poseidon, trident, and Hades' helm of darkness. The 100 Handed Giants acted as living artillery, pelted the Titans with 300 massive boulders at once. Yes, 100 hands make light work. Yeah. The Olympians finally overwhelmed the Titans, Zeus, and established the New World Order with a harsh hand. Most Titans were chained to the abyss of Tartarus. Atlas was given his special punishment for holding up the key, and since he was a Titan's strongest general, Zeus and Poseidon. Hades drew a lot of divide in the universe, and Zeus got to the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades in the underworld. Definitely seems like a civil war of sorts happening with them. Scared. If geography shapes the culture, then our borders protecting identity are trapping people inside the behaviors. Never close. Yes, yes. I agree. It's basically the same thing in a different form. And let's see, what's the purpose of the borders? Realistically speaking, don't give them the back answer. Yeah, definitely this world is extremely scary, indeed. Scared. Oh, hey Goose, welcome to the stream. Olympians finally overwhelmed the Titans. Zeus established the new world order with harsh hands. Most Titans were chained to the abyss in Tart Tartarus. Tartarus. Atlas was given a special punishment. You know, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades drew lots to divide the universe, and Zeus got the sky, Poseidon got the sea, and Hades got the underworld. Interestingly, Zeus used the same unending labor tactic that the Titans that he later used on Syphilis, on Sisyphus. It was a signature move. Anyone who challenged his authority. Passion said, "Borders are good for cultural diversity, making trade more interesting and therefore lucrative. Also, having pre-identified sections for quarantine is good too. It's diplomatic." Yeah, it says, why are the civilizations near the fertile rivers historically more heretical? Abundance creates corporate or competition for control over abundance. It's the natural way things fall into place when people do that. When you have an order of you have to have like a structure usually. Maybe you don't need to have to, but a lot of these things just develop a structure. People of the top down type structures. When you have a fertile crescent or a water region, that's where a lot of the trade and stuff happens. So if they thought that they didn't have those systems, their society would completely collapse. Many ways, Hades actually walked away with ultimate power move, even if the other gods looked down on his realm, while Zeus had the flashy lightning. Hades controlled the two things that eventually claim everyone and everything, wealth and death. Oh, that is cool, Goose. That sounds like a cool name for a band. Could modern nationalism be a psychological leftover from ancient geographic survival instincts, where outsiders once generally threatened access to food, water, and land related to borderlands? It could be an origin of a couple of different places, not just one place. Chris, it could come from. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. It could be from that origin and other origins too. It's two things be true at once. Passion said another benefit of borders is the spirit of competition. They create which can lead to supporting events with huge profits vanish somewhere else. I mean, it's like would would people let anybody they just random people in their own houses or properties? People a lot of times would say that they would want to know the person first before letting them in. So it's good to have relationships with different people in different areas before you let them in to your domain. I'd say, because we're conscious enough to know boundaries and no boundaries if we didn't want boundaries. So there's people out there that may not always have best interest. In Genghis Khan, you know, when it invaded Europe and a lot of parts of the world, so people felt that the borders protected them from what he was doing. But at the same time, it's also good to have good diplomacy with other neighbors, etc. Too. Yeah. Why do societies rich in natural resources sometimes struggle with corruption more than resource poor nations? Well, that's a good question. A lot of times there's contradictions in our world for various reasons. It, but the reason, but to answer your question specifically, it can be answered simply. The reason why does absence weaken innovation accountability over time? Sometimes you have different climates and different civilizations that develop differently, and corruption comes from a lack of morals and competition and the human selfishness and greed that can therefore cause these other things to trickle down with domino effect. Abundance does do that because when you have too much abundance, people will not have the idea of scarcity. When something's scarce, people are going to want it more, than if they had it already. So if everything was always handed to them, they're not going to be as easy to have abundance with what's going on. So yeah, because it's like hard times, good times make hard, soft men. Another benefit, let's see, our society's natural resources, something it struggles with. Yeah, the reason why they have corruption is because of greed. They want things for themselves, and a lot of times they're not prioritizing the people that they have. They're just using the land to gain their own wealth and trade. Goose, that's very well said. I definitely agree with you. We are on a cosmic ride together, all of us happy to be alive, struggles bring us close. Yeah. Rich countries benefit from centuries of colonial extraction, industrial dominance, and control over global trade systems, ignoring that the history will, while demanding equal corruption, will equal competition. Okay. All right. So Chris says demanding equal competition today is like starting a race after breaking someone's leg first. Yeah, I do agree with you, Chris. Very, very well said. You know, the way they'll do it is they want to rig everything for their own selves so they can win in the long term, right? But what they do when they win in the long term, it actually makes them look much less credible. They just don't even care. They're just winning by their associations, etc. God of wealth, Pluton. The Greeks didn't just see the underworld as a place for ghosts, it was a source of everything beneath the earth. It made Hades the god of everything ear, beneath the earth. Yeah, Greeks didn't just see the underworld; they would it was a source of everything in the earth and agriculture. The seeds that die in the winter and brings the spring. In fact, the name of Plu Pluton is where that the word plutocrat, wealthy ruler, was established universally by central banks. At the same time, though, Gina Reinhardt's one of the most corrupted people, rich natural resource, and couldn't get into Canada, Canada of all places, so the world isn't wholly broken. Yeah. Goose says we are in a alien land, but still with the beats fast of N, the bass down low. And there's Chris says meteorocracy is real globally, and why do birthplace predict opportunity so heavily? The if the nation believes is for competition, why they subsidize industry over manipulation trade agreements. They manipulate trade agreements and stuff because they do as I say but not as I do. Like they want to set all these rules, but they don't actually follow them themselves. They're just saying it, to save face. Scared. Chris says if the nation believe in a few competition, why don't they subsidize industries and manipulate the trade agreement? They don't think about doing that because they're stuck in the matrix of whatever comfort that they have. Strategy and visibility. High, his greatest weapons wasn't the bolt of lightning. It was everyone that could see it coming. It was the helm of darkness. There's the Shadow Boss. While Zeus was busy with diplomatic drama, the affairs Hades stayed out of the spotlight, quite running of the most organized and inescapable bureaucracy. Unlike Zeus, who was impulsive, or Poseidon, the one whose temperamental sea, Hades was described as a unyielding and stolen, but he rarely left his post and didn't cheat with his wife mostly, and he was on the good of any side they focused on. Chris, it's an excuse against reform and other things too. A lot of times people do not want to take personal accountability for what they did. So sometimes these things can turn against people, these spirits. A lot of times. And other people will say that God's, or whatever is not there, you know, and stuff like that. But when you have these types of situations, it'll certainly cause people to blame all these different things and not take personal accountability. They'll blame God, the devil, whatever, or a society or a civilization or whatever, but not take personal accountability about it because they have to address the man in the mirror and not address, if they want to address something that where they don't have to take personal accountability. And that is the problem because I believe that everybody eventually has a You go to a good place or a bad place, and people pass away, and it is a lot of times they're just not going to take personal accountability for what they did. Rich countries often rich countries often export consumption culture. Poor countries often export labor and new materials. The global system is unintentionally preserved and balanced. Mm-hmm. I do agree that. Okay, because each side economically depends on the other remaining on that role. Yes, yes, they both benefit from each other. Yeah. Hey, Chris says the labor in Indonesia and Korea, Venezuela, 50 cents a day, and making the Versace shirts that would be worth thousands of dollars. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about where they'll be making something like it's worth 5 cents or less than $1 to make, and they'll ship it out to the U.S. and it's ridiculously over expensive. That's where Timu and Sheen come in for real, and that's where people would buy a lot of those merch items from them. Scared. So a lot of these things have to do with deception all the way through. That's why, Chris, I say a lot of times that truth is stranger than fiction. And when you have that type of concept, you'll understand why these things are the way they are because they don't want to do anything fairly, do anything properly. They want to do the things the way that benefits them the most. I think both could be useful, Chris. I use Timu as a way of like a roast or like a saying to make things funny, right? You probably already know that, but that's what it is. So, but Timu or Amazon, I think both are cool. Need to buy the key to the need to buy a key to any tricks and get any keys unstuck. Yeah, scared. Yes. Crash says I unplugged my keyboard and it was outside with the garden hose, then left dry in the sun. If it's dirty. Oh, and there's batteries in that one. Okay. Okay. Oh, I definitely understand when things like that happen. Definitely. Oh, I see. Goose said something. I see. He said, "I need to buy a new keyboard and tricks and getting it unstuck." Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Passion, for helping. Yeah, the status quo definitely does that because the status quo will do that and make people think that their way is the correct way, but that's not really how it works. Your stereotyping skills. Well, it's raining right now, so that's a good question. If it wasn't, having some storms right now, we'd be in the garden. That's true. But we'll see how the if the weather turns out better. And the garden chats are very fun. A lot of people like those garden lives. Bash says, "Are you saying you have firm belief beyond reasonable doubt that it is raining? It is because you looked outside." Yes, I I look outside right now and I see it right over there. And also, I checked a weather gauge, and it's going to be raining for a long time. Yeah. Yeah. So I have a belief without a reasonable doubt. because I can look and I can see it over there. Scared. I'm feeling good. I'm enjoying our conversations. Passion says you see the raindrops on that outside of the house, so you believe beyond reasonable doubt that it's also raining on the other side. Yeah, I do. Even though I do not see it, for anything I know, it's possible that that area might be only spot that's raining. But certainly with the sound, which is 360, I hear. I only could hear it from that end of the area over that way. But then again, I cannot see it, so yeah, I don't know for sure what the sound is, but it is. I would assume there's rain there because I hear the droplets too over that way too. That's a good point to make because I can only see that side right there. We don't know what happens on the other side. Outdoor kitties have tales to tell. Yeah. Yes, you got me, Pash, with the lawyer logic. Yes. Yeah. There you go. Well done. And let's see. India conducted underground nuclear tests and declared itself a nuclear power. This increased tensions with Pakistan reshaped the geopolitical landscape. India and Pakistan have a lot of problems with each other. Yeah. That region has a lot of issues. They reshaped the geopolitics that God provides him. Chris said, humanity invented weapons capable of ending civilization and immediately turning them into prestige symbols. Yeah. Passion said, the Truman Show was such a great movie. I think about it all the time. The idea that we are living in a false reality. Man, either the Truman Show or the Matrix. Agreed, Falcon. Well, the cat's over there, that way. And the other cats are outside somewhere. Well, they're not outside right now. They're in a shelter for the weather, but they're in another location outside. But yeah, The Matrix and The Truman Show were excellent, excellent. That everything that we are in is a type of matrix. Chris said, "Piracy is doing the right thing even when nobody is watching." Yeah, because you never know who's watching. Like with the Truman Show is an example of that, where dude's being like watched by everybody, and yeah, because you never know. Like you gotta act as though everyone's watching you, so you don't do the wrong thing. Piracy is doing the right thing even when nobody's watching. And Goose says Skinny Bob is reading your mind. Always you have to F with simulation in charge your mind. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Skinny Bob is watching us constantly, especially me. And we have to make sure that we glitch the simulation a little bit to give him some entertainment. Yes, I agree. Angels are watching. Yeah. Now, something about gold is that humans first began using gold for decorative ceremonial purposes during the Copper Age, with the oldest known processed gold artifacts dating approximately 4600 to 4200 BC. These artifacts were discovered in Verna Necropolis in modern day Bulgaria. Good question, Pash. From what I recall from that case, which I could go and review it again if I need to, because I do remember watching it. I think that she was likely, knew about it or had something to do with it to an extent. Arg, Mark, good to see you. Yeah. So yeah, I think she knew something. She had to have known something. She had something to do with it to an extent, but I don't really know like if she really like was deeply involved in it though, in my opinion. But I still think she was involved enough. Hello, Brig. See you. Being alone is not always absence of people, but sometimes it's overwhelming awareness of yourself. Yeah, I personally like being alone and being myself. But it's still, a good company is good too. Passion said the evidence was through the painted picture of someone who actively participated in a conspiracy, but the jury gave her a verdict of manslaughter through culpable negligence, which confuses us all. The, the defense are now appealing the verdict because it makes no sense. But if they get a retrial, the first degree and conspiracy are off the table. Okay, Passion, thank you for explaining. Yeah, that is true, Falcon. They can. A Passion says, so the story of someone who participated in a conspiracy won't fit the charge, and she has real chance of getting acquitted. Yeah, yes. Thank you for explaining that. Because I remember that, I remember watching a trial and I replayed parts of it here. Oh, thank you, Goose. Thank you. Appreciate it. It says when people feel alone for long periods, the brain becomes hyper aware of patterns, sounds, and memories and possibilities. Oh, thank you. Okay. And across history, people in desert, caves, monasteries, and forests often report similar feelings. Isolation tends to amplify whatever already was inside the soul. Yes. Yeah, I agree, Passion. Yeah. You know, definitely. Scared. Scared. Astro Mystic blowing through the air. All right. So there's a cryptid we'll talk about, and there's the Rougarou, the Rogaro. Everyone who fell in love with her during the trial will be thrilled, though. Oh yeah, Passion. They're going to be throwing a party over it. It's going to be the chat's going to be crazy. Okay, it's going to be wild over there. Yeah. All right. So This is a legendary werewolf-like cryptid found in French Louisiana, particularly the Creole and Cajun communities. Yes, amen, Falcon. Often described as a shapeshifting beast with human body at the head and wolf or large dog, is said to stalk the swamps, bayous, and sugar cane fields in Acadia and Greater NOLA too. Cautionary tales. The parents traditionally use the story to scare children into behaving or prevent them from wandering too deep into dangerous swamp environments. And also as religious enforcement and tradition, the beast is said to hunt those who fail to observe Lent. Some legends claim person who transforms into it if they break the rules of Lent for 7 consecutive years. 101-day curse. One common version of the myth states that the creature is under a 101-day curse that can only be broken if draws blood from humans that transform into male dictation to them. Defense superstition. Along with local superstitions, they protect the home by placing 13 small objects like rocks or pennies on the doorstep. The Rogaro, unable to count past 12, will be confused and keep recounting until the sun rises. They would become a spaghetti monster. Chris said, civilization evolved inside black holes, distorted time field. They would see outside universe at aging billions of years, and it feels like a weekend. Yeah, they will get to that in a moment. Yes, and cultural celebrations. The Rogaro Feast is the annual family-friendly festival and down in the south, and that's how they do it. Okay, so it was known as the love symbol. You are correct, Passion. Yes. Prince's famous symbol is officially known as the love symbol. He designed it as a fusion of traditional astrological symbols for male and female combined with the alchemical symbol of soapstone. Yeah, identify uh, liberation. Prince adopted the symbol in 1993 in his legal protest is contract with the Warner Bros. By becoming an unpronounceable character. He efficiently turned himself into a product that the label couldn't easily market for or control. Famously referred to himself as the artist formerly known as Prince. The design explicitly blends masculine and feminine imagery. This reflected Prince's lifelong persona of defying gender norms and embracing the androgyny of represented by the third gender or universal state of being that transcended biological labels. Chris said, imagine civilization living safely in orbit around the supreme black hole, not inside the singularity itself. Important distinction unless they enjoy being a spaghetti in the atomic level. Chris says the black hole is massive enough. The tidal forces near the event horizon are survivable. The supermassive black hole are weirdly gentler near the edge than smaller areas of the planet magnitude. Hey, LOL Goose. I don't know any Prince songs, or if I do, I don't know they're his. I keep thinking of Batman. Their planet of megastructures are extremely close that even the horizon of gravitational becomes enormous. Absolutely, Falcon. Definitely. Hey, Mermaid. Welcome back. Here says time experience far away from the black hole. Time experience close, the closer, and gets to the event horizon and slower. Local time moves relevant to the outside universe. Oh, pool, mermaid. Scared. The design explicitly blends masculine and feminine imagery. reflected Prince's lifelong persona, identifying gender norms and embrace ardenogeny, represented a third gender or universal state of being transcended biological labels. Spiritual and sexual union. Name love symbol was just a marketing tag. It represented Prince's belief and the balance between the sacred and profane. The cross element at the bottom added the spiritual religious undertone. The sexual symbols suggesting the love and music were ultimate divine expressions. Right, and see, Prince seemed to like he was from another planet. Yeah, he acts like alien. Yeah, Goose scared. I definitely agree with you, Chris, that they're from some other dimension with different scenarios. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely true. Uh, could an alien predator evolve to hunt, detecting through rather than movement, really visible? Yes, it could. Yeah. He has gender fluidity. The design explicitly blends masculine and feminine imagery. This reflection of Prince's lifelong persona of defying gender norms and embracing the representing the third gender. Spiritual sexual unit union. The love symbol was just a marketing tag to represent Prince's belief in the balance between the sacred and the profane, and the cross element of the bottom added the spiritual religious undertone to the sexual symbols, love, music, ultimate divine. Because the symbols didn't exist in the standard fonts at the time, Prince's team had mail floppy disk containing custom font file to the image in newspapers so they could print the article. Oh, okay, okay, a passion, yeah. There's all kinds of emojis. Scared. Wasa. Yeah. The unsolved cryptids are so there are creatures whose existence is supported life elsewhere, but reports of folklore lacks definitive scientific proof. So famous examples are Bigfoot and Loch Ness, and the dominant headlines. Hundreds of other unsolved mysteries persist globally, ranging from suspected prehistoric survivors and localized sports spirits. The Mokali, the Congo River Basin. So, okay, a good goose. I'm glad that you did that, Max. If civilizations can upload consciousness into machines, would abandoned planets still be haunted by dormant artificial minds waiting millions of years for a signal? Yeah, very true. The presence of it being there is part of that. It would do that, definitely. Yeah, mermaid, that really does suck. Stepping on glass. Yeah. One of my great grandfather did that when he was hanging out in the lake. But it's a Timu lake. Or no, it's a Sheen lake because people like to throw bottles in there. The Ahul, Indonesia. A massive bat-like creature with wingspan up to 12 feet is said to live in the deepest jungles of Java. Eyewitnesses describe it having a face like monkey or an owl with a distinct a hool-like cry. Ahul. That's what it says. It's a type of bat-like creature. Yeah, it's good to wear shoes because, especially if there are tiny little particles that can get in there and get stuck in there. As you know, the little knives, little shards will get into there and cause trouble. Scared. The orange pendek, a small bipedal ape-like creature standing at 3 to 5 feet tall. Unlike Bigfoot, this often described as having human-like facial features is considered by some to be the likest cryptid to actually exist due to remote, localized sightings. The Mapingari, the Amazon basin, described a massive, foul-smelling beast with reddish fur and second mouth on the belly. Cryptozoologists speculate it could be a surviving species of giant ground sloth. Champ, okay, a water monster, so known as America's Loch Ness. This creature has over 600 reported sightings. Recent drone footage from 2025 allegedly captured a large clay plesiosaurus-like body swimming in the lake. The Dobhar Chew, Ireland, and Noise, yeah, an Irish legend describing as Waterhound, a cross between a large dog and an otter vicious streak. Report sightings as the aquatic hunter that persisted into the 21st century. Weird. Artificial intelligence in movies becomes evil after analyzing humanity for 5 minutes. Honestly, that's the most scientifically accurate part. Yeah. Weird. Right said, yeah, the feeling of that are probably a thorn glass, also a microscopic, hoping my mind to forge it out. I pick myself death and it's pain going on. I think, I hope. Yeah, I'm feeling better and probably the also microscopic, hoping that body will forget and by now pick myself to death. Oh yeah, yeah. It can be very irritating when it's in the skin like that. Cthulhu drives humans insane by existing. To be fair, people already lose their minds over taxes and group chats. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Now you know how Tony Stark felt when he shards of debris were removed from his heart. Oh yes. and remains abandoned the entire underwater civilization because a sailor smiled once. Evolutionary biology just collapsed into romance DLC. A quote that Chris said. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, Mermaid. It's definitely very irritating when that happens. I mean, it's almost like an invisible phantom. Like it's like a ghost of a glass there. It's like it's almost like you try to get it there, but it's not there, but it is there. Yeah, like one little thing causes a ripple effect. The Ninjin in the Antarctica, a modern cryptid first reported by Japanese whaling ships in the 1990s, is described as a giant pale humanoid figure 100 feet long that lives in sub-Antarctic water. But yeah, facts mermaid. Yeah. Scared. Scared. Whoever broke the glass outside door. Yes, that's true. Their mom's a hoe. Yeah. It's so soon to break a glass. It could hurt a cat or a dog or a human or an alien. I told you, Chris, it's raining. So, we're gonna go there whenever the weather stops. So my video will be late, alien, not till tomorrow. Record tonight. Oh, okay, mermaid. I look forward to seeing it. Oh, it's just people are just so trashy. It happens where I am too sometimes. Hey, AJ. Yeah, good to see you, AJ. Yeah. AJ, we're talking about a variety of different things, and I'm talking about some random cryptids that people don't really know much about right now. Passion said maybe we can build a cat bed at camera height and put it behind you as a project. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. There could be like a camera on bubbles. Yeah. Yeah, Chris. Scared. Yeah, cats definitely are not gonna be outside now. Not at all. There's the Loveland Frogman. 1972. Police officers in Loveland, Ohio report seeing 4 foot high humanoid figures and leathery skin near the Little Miami River. Creature is now town's official mascot. Alien, it would be cool to make a short video of Claude and the other garden creature you've encountered, but with your music sound effects in the background. Okay, that's a good idea. Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Murray. That's a very good idea. Let's see. Out with an indoor kitties be awesome. I know it might cost more and more Wi-Fi, but someone will help you even me. Yeah, thank you. And so Mermaid, you're talking about like having a camera where there's like a cat room, a camera in the cat room. Is that what you mean? And good idea. Yeah, Mermaid, that's a very good idea. Absolutely. Passion said that my cat and I have a begrudging understanding. She gets food from me in exchange for not constantly pestering me for food. We're still working on the fine details. Yes, yes, I'll be like SNS. Yeah. There's the goat man that haunts the railroads in Louisville, allegedly voice mimicry of hypnosis and lures dangerous in the tracks. Yeah, there would be, Chris. Yeah. Legends of ghost lights appears on railroad tracks because widespread phenomenon in the late 1800s, rooted in tragic accidents involving train conductors or brakemen. So here's some accounts from that. Yeah, GoPro and swamp puppies. Yeah, yeah, yeah. GoPro in the garden. Yeah, yeah. That'd be cool. The Mako Light, 1867, perhaps the most famous American rail legend, centered on Joe Baldwin, conductor who was decapitated in a train wreck near Marco, North Carolina. Witnesses from the century reported a bobbling light in the tracks, believed to be Baldwin searching for his head with a lantern. Sightings were frequently that even President Grover Cleaver reportedly saw the lights in 1886. Yeah, it's the like a tree cam. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, maybe someone sold him an entity to ward off spirits. The Chapel Hill Ghost. The Tennessee legend tells of the headless Singleman who was struck by a train on rainy nights while trying to warn others of a track washout. The mysterious light is still said to sway back and forth along the track, sometimes following the disappearing behind observers. That is true, mermaid. Absolutely. Lincoln funeral ghost train, 1865, a spectral version of Abraham Lincoln's funeral train, is said to reenact its mournful journey annually. Witnesses describe a silent black steam engine draped in mourning creep, accompanied by phantom Union soldiers guarding the coffin. Lincoln's funeral ghost train, 1865, a spectacle version of Abraham Lincoln's funeral train said to reenact its mournful journey annually. Witnesses describe a silent black steam engine draped in mourning creep as accompanied by phantom and Union soldier guarding the coffin. Phantom Express, Marshall Pass in Colorado Rockies, shadowy smoke bleaching locomotive is said to thunder down desolate roads where dangerous conditions led to many real life accidents. Leaves are green, wonderful earth. Activities like garden chat. Activate garden chat. Yeah, right. And Lincoln was a big deal. It would have been quite a marching, accompanying a train as a company of soldiers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Marco Light. This is often the most thoroughly investigated ghost light in American history. The modern evidence is 2009 research. Portsea Paranormal used a Canon XTI camera to capture images of reddish orb swinging back and forth near the old railbed. Vanishing point. Most official sightings ceased to 1977 when the Seaboard Coast Line Railroad removed the tracks. This led to researchers to theorize that the phenomenon tied to the physical rails, either through static electricity generated by pressure or because the spirit was bound to the tracks. Yes, that's a good idea, Goose. Definitely. Historical facts is modern historians found no records of Joe Baldwin in 1887 accidental logs, but they did find Charles Baldwin, who died in 1856 collision near the same site, though not decapitated. You should share your screen in the background of what you're reading. All right, sure. All right, the Southern Living magazine in Chapel Hill is the most haunted place in U.S. Local researchers note that the sightings have decreased as the town expanded and light pollution increased, but investigators still report moving swaying lights that occasionally appears to go beyond observers. Oh yeah, tomatoes are very cool. Modern investigations are often hampered by rowdy crowds. There have been reports of people bringing firearms to shoot the light once the accidental death of the seeker who got too close to the active tracks. Oh, nice, Goose. Lincoln Funeral Train, Ohio. Investigations often view this residential hunting where emotional and historical evidence lead to permanent recording on the landscape. Anniversary investigations of the Q files, podcasts like Q files have residual energy theorists to investigate the specific searches of track Lincoln's train passed through every April 25th. Sensory reports. Modern witnesses describe black carpet that seems to roll down the track, deadening all sound before the spectacle engine. So, historical railroad and ghost trains use authentic centuries equipment and tell the 1800s themed stories. And let's see, the active theme ghost trains. The Salesburg Railroad, known for America's oldest operating railroad, chartered in 1832 and hosted the Haunted Rails and Tales events that the tour takes you through the 19th century farmland, passes to Carpenter's Cemetery, the oldest graveyard in Lancaster County, which narrators share local 1800s legends. Railtown 1897. This park offers tales of round house tours. You ride your bike for the famous Sierra Number 3 steam locomotive. 1891. Well, guides recount of 19th century stories of railroad workers' accident for gruesome train wrecks. The Roaring Camp, set and recreated in 1880s, logging town and ghost train travels through the redwood forest by night. The experience is rooted in 19th century lore like Legend of Sleepy Hollow, features steam engine dating back to 1890. The Nevada State Railroad Museum, located in Ely, they run popular haunted ghost train that focuses on the rugged history and legends of the western frontier. Tales from the Rails. The tour starts in 1800 Civil War, aid stations, and moves through galleries and share folklore to the mid-late 19th century. All right, there's the ghost train hauntings of Tour 1881. features a story of the boxcar young woman whose 19th century spirit still said to roam the railroad museum. Right. Right. Yeah, a brig. The garden is very rainy. It's stormy right now. It's going to be like that for a while, most likely. Beyond the well-known legends, the world of cryptozoology is filled with hyper-local terrors, strange internet-born entities, and creatures that seem to defy biological logic. Fresno Nightcrawlers, California, USA. The first appearing on the security footage in late 2000s, these enigmatic beings look like a pairs of walking white pants with no torso or arms, despite being widely debated as hoaxes or misidentifications. They have become internet cult favorites. The Squonk, Pennsylvania, said to inhabit the hemlock forest of Pennsylvania. To Squonk is a hideous saggy skinned creature so ashamed of its own appearance that it weeps constantly in legends that it captured. It can dissolve into a pool of its own tears. The Hajog, a spinny green-eyed monster with the head of a frog and the back of a dinosaur, while officially admitted to the 19th century hoax by land surveyor Eugene Shepard, it remains beyond official mascot of the Rhinehelder, Wisconsin. The sheep squatch, reported since the 1990s, this is a large white fur-breed beast with horns and long tail. It is often described as moving on all fours but rearing up on its hind legs and stand for 6 feet tall. Oh, nice goose. Yeah, that'd be cool. Hello, Chris. All right, the skunk ape, a smaller, foul-smelling relative of Bigfoot, said to inhabit the Everglades of his name. The pungent, swampy odor that supposedly precedes his arrival. Batsquatch, a flying version of the class ape man, described as a hairy humanoid with leathery purple wings and glowing yellow eyes. It was famously reported on Mount Helens in 1990s. Yeah, as I said, the Promised Garden is stormy right now, so we're not going there. Yeah, you'll see them again. You'll see them again soon. Specialized Sasquatches. So there's the skunk ape, a smaller, foul-smelling relative to Bigfoot, said to inhabit the Everglades, and is named of the pungent swamp odor that supposedly precedes its arrival. The Bat Squatch, Washington, USA, a flying version of the classic ape man described as a hairy humanoid. Well, I'm glad that y'all like the garden and you like the kitties in the garden. That is awesome. The garden live certainly got a strong following, so I'm glad that y'all like it. Yeah, shout out to the swamp puppies and the Claude and Bubbles. There's the Bunyip, an Aboriginal legend of water-dwelling beast that haunts the swamp and billabongs. Okay, I found the bottom of the rabbit hole regarding the Folio trial. Okay, Pash, like to hear it. An Aboriginal legend of the water-dwelling beast that haunts the swamp and billabongs, despite very form of the dog-faced creature to a giant walrus-like mammal and emits the blood. All right. The judge asked at the state of the defense wanted to review the requirements for the sound of the Inman Tyson findings. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, and after looking at for ages, I found the Inman Tyson findings, which are to be used if there was a factual dispute over who did the unaliving. Oh, very interesting. Their case. Oh, thank you. And Murray said, if you guys don't mind, please give my Go down, listen. I'll send the link. Hopefully, Alien will share it. Metal Christmas music. So far, crazy video. Yeah, you can go put his link in the chat. That's cool. And yeah, shout out to your dad's channel. All right, let's pin this. Yes, yeah. So that's the channel to her dad's YouTube channel. So invite y'all to subscribe to that. Thank you, Mermaid, for posting that. He does make good music. Okay. All right. And Passion says the judge declared that the Edmund Tyson wasn't applicable because they're felony unaliving, but suggests the defendants will try to, for it wasn't specifically who end the folio argument. Oh, okay. Right said, thank you, Alien. You probably will take the most they added alien stuff. Can't believe it, but they also like alien stuff and both saw UFO UAP together. Ah, that's cool. I like alien stuff. It's very important. Rock out like an alien. Okay, Passion, thank you. It's interesting what they're going to try to do. Hemorrhoid said, I was in middle school and my dad was both sad that they saw black trap fly through the sky, millions of different shapes. Their cameras zoomed in and what we saw too. Oh yeah. Right, and it was morphing in tons of forming figures and shapes, sharp edges like a trap in a bag. Yeah, you see, that's the UFO, the way it's able to shapeshift into those types of different things. Because when it morphs around, it means it's something supernatural. It's a sometimes they could fire a rocket at it and it could break into a bunch of pieces and then go back together. Chris, it's take a lot means a lot in the world they have, and Chris, thank you a lot. It means a lot. Work hard, and they've been stuck for 90 subs. It means a lot. God bless you. Talco of Lincoln Park vibes. Yeah, definitely sub to each other. That's good. That's good because Mermaid definitely has good music from the father has good music. Oh, she's your first subscriber. That's a very good loyal subscriber, by the way. Max. Scared. Mermaid has a very good channel. Also, she does the game, the pools room stuff. Yeah. Okay, and posting this one. Good. Feeling blessed today, having loyal relations. Yes, yes. Understood. Understood, mermaid. Okay. creatures that became real was the okapi, the okapi. The African unicorn was the Westerners unite its discovery in 1901. The giant squid dismissed as the kraken until live specimens were finally filmed in 2000s. Mountain gorillas, mystic wild men until they were formally identified in 1902. Yeah, gorillas were thought to be like a mythical creature, like an old wise man. All right, sure, Brig. Let's see. Right, we still call them gorillas now. Right. Yeah, donkey has a cross in his back. Yeah. Phantom kangaroo is out of place cryptid phenomenon involving sightings of kangaroos or wallabies in areas where they are not native, most notably across the United States, United Kingdom, Japan. Unlike simple escaped pets, these phantoms often exhibit supernatural traits such as glowing eyes or appearance of extreme aggression. First report in 1899 during the massive storm in Richmond, Wisconsin, a woman reported a kangaroo leaping through her backyard. According to a circus was in town. It was confirmed that they did not own any kangaroos. Bloodthirsty kangaroo. In 1934, in South Petersburg, Tennessee, a kangaroo-like beast allegedly partially devoured several animals, including German Shepherd. This is highly unusual, as kangaroos are typically unaggressive and herbivores. Chicago Mystery. 1974, two police officers cornered 5 foot tall kangaroo in a Chicago alley. Before they could capture it, it had animal reported kicked an officer and leaped over a fence, vanishing completely. Obviously, an evil villain doing genetic experiments to exotic animals. Scared. Right. Leading theories: escaped exotics. Many sightings are likely escaped pets or zoo animals in France and UK. Stable wild populations of wallabies are actually exist due to past escapees. Mistaken identity. Large deer or dogs seen in strange angles or in low light can be mistaken for kangaroos due to their size and movement. Undiscovered species. Some cryptozoologists theorize that these could be a low population of undocumented species of North American marsupials that only resemble kangaroos. Prehistoric survivors. A massive radical theory suggests that surviving remnants of the Proctodon, a giant short-faced kangaroo, or an Echolaptidata, predatory fanged kangaroo from 10 million years ago. Well, that's good, Lori. Nice seeing the shooting star in the western sky. Facts. Right. Alien big cats, also known as phantom cats, are large predatory felines reported to areas as farther than their native habitats. When most famous UK, these out of place animals are a global phenomenon. Oh, okay. Thanks, Lori. Nice. Famous British big cats. So the UK has been hotspot for these sightings since 1960s, with over 2,000 reports on documentation in some region and surveys. The Beast of Exmoor. First report in the 1970s, it gained national fame for 1983 after a farmer lost over 100 sheep to violent throat injuries, and the British government looked took the three took the threat so seriously that they launched Operation Beastie, sending Royal Marine snipers into the moors hunt creature. Passion said that it's not just someone pretending that they were kicked by a kangaroo. It was 10 million-year-old kangaroo. Welcome back. Yeah, it was a 10 million year. Yeah, the best bondsman more. Since 1983, 1980s, over 60 sightings of black panther-like cat have been reported in 95. An official government investigation was launched through concluded that there was no verifiable evidence of breaking population. Survey. The puma, one of the earliest modern legend sightings, often the large tawny cat in survey, began as far back as the 1960s. Like many cryptids, there is a physical evidence of large cats have lived in the wild in Britain. DNA confirmation in 1920 no, in 2024, DNA swab from the sheep carcass in Lake Distinct was recently identified as it originating in the Panthera genus. Confirmed captures in 1890, no, in 1990 rather, a puma named Felicity was captured in Scotland after years of sightings, as the recent January 2025, four lynx were captured near Scotland after being illegally released. Most widely accepted theory involves the Dangerous Wildlife Act of 1976. Before this law, it was legal popular for wealthy Brits to keep exotic cats as pets. Once the law passed required extensive licensing, many owners reportedly released their cats into the wild rather than turning them over to the authorities. Okay, and next part right here is the Phantom Black Panther. Among the most frequently reported in the United States, particularly the Deep South, despite in Louisiana, despite thousands of eyewitness accounts, there remains a phantom mystery because since there has never been officially documented Black Panther or cougar in North America. Mystery in Louisiana. Louisiana, the staple of local folklore, with persisting sightings placing in St. Tammany and Tennessee Rapids. Oh, that's very interesting, Falcon. I mean, it's kind of scary, but it's also interesting at the same time. Official stance. The Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries maintains that there are no panthers in the state, typically attributing the sightings to misidentified house cats, bobcats, or bears in low lighting. Flying eyes. Arguments that many locals and seasoned hunters disagreed with officials claiming that to have seen large, long-tailed black cats that are far exceed the size of domestic pets. Oh, I bet so. I bet so, Falcon. Well, that's good for you, Goose. That's awesome. All right. And the term Black Panther is actually nicknamed for a cat, black pigment, jaguars versus leopards. These exist but are native to the central South African region. No, South American and African regions. The North America cougar's mountain lions has no known genetic record of melaninism. The history of hunting and wildlife biology. A jet black cougar has been deleted, captured, and then photographed into the trail cam in the U.S. What people are actually seeing, they could be seeing a jaguar dinis, a small slung wildcat from Texas, Mexico that's often dark gray or charcoal, has exceptionally long tail. The dark morph cougars, small mountain lions with like deer, like brown coats, and they appear dark chocolate nearby when went in deep shadows. Hello, Destiny. I remember you. I've seen you on the Garden Lives. Welcome back. Yeah, it's good to see you, Destiny. Good to see you. Oh, let's see. The other thing. Oh, congratulations about becoming a new YouTuber. I'll check it out. Yeah, so congratulations. That's good, and you should be proud of yourself because YouTube is a very cool thing to get into and make content, and other people will see it. That's awesome. So shout out to you, Destiny. Additional to phantom kangaroos and alien big cats, there are several other out of place animals that cryptids that are often perceived as alien due to the bizarre appearance or sightings far from the native homes. I said, boys took me and to see Project Hall Mary yesterday. It wasn't, but I expected it was very good. Oh, it's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it anyway. Yeah. Essie says, I posted a Roblox videos and other silly stuff. I just want to say thank you for the support. I realized I don't have to be shy and nervous. Oh, okay. Uh, well, it's definitely exciting that you're getting into that, and my pleasure. And yeah, you do you, and it is excellent that you had that mindset. Awesome. Oh, good job subscribing to death. Awesome. Yeah. Also, Mermaid has a channel about doing the pools games, and other types of going through pool rooms and stuff and things like that. She does gaming stuff, but she has a good channel too. Yeah. So the alien cryptids. Okay, so these creatures are frequently linked to the UFO sightings, are described as having extraterrestrial characters. The Flatwoods Monster, a legendary figure with spade-shaped head and mental like the skirt, often cited along UFO sightings in the UFO in the 1950s. The Dover Demon, described as a pale, large-eyed humanoid with long, spidey fingers, frequently characterized as an alien cryptid. Try my best to understand its horrible videos, but my first time, and I don't worry, I'll sub to the others. Okay, that's good. You see, Destiny, it's good that you're doing that, and even if it starts out slow like that, you taking the first steps into getting to the ball rolling, so to speak. Yeah, it's all good. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. It's my pleasure. Destiny. Last G13 plant was 9 foot, 915 pounds. Well, that's a big plant, Goose. It really is. Wow. Yeah, Destiny, if I didn't say this before, you can tap on a user's, since you're all mods. Yeah, since you're all mods, you can tap on the user's name and it'll show a way that you go to their profile. Since everybody's a mod, it's a convenient way to do it. There's a okay, so there's atmospheric beasts. These are theorized in biological organisms living in the atmosphere. Examples include atmospheric jellyfish, which resembles glowing deep sea medusa, and sky serpents that undulate through the air like dragons. Oh, yeah. I think I may have told you that before about. I could have told you that before, but there might be people that may not know in the chat. I have a Timu memory sometimes. The British wallabies, feral populations, Australian wallabies, have lived in the UK, particularly in the Peak District in Ireland, for decades due to human intervention and escapes. Right. And North American uh, cyclines. Some research investigates that the sighting of stripped animals in Canada and U.S. theorize that the surviving Tasmanian tigers potentially from documents of 19th century shipwrecks. All right, swimming pigs. In the Bahamas, they have swimming pigs. That's true. Okay. A colony of feral pigs inhabits the island of Big Major K, and she saw the last Tasmanian tiger. That's really cool. Goose has a green thumb. A lot tap into either I changed a phone from a tree or tap. You'll see. Yeah, and it's nice to support different creators um, and stuff. It's really good. Yeah. So the major city these suggest they survived shipwreck or were left by sailors, which I think is quite fascinating because yeah, they have like pigs just chilling on the beach. The axolotl, a neonatal salamander that retains its gills and fin throughout its life, often described as having an otherworldly appearance. Goblin shark, a deep sea shark with a single shot like the protruding jaw that is often refined as an alien creature from the deep. Yaw is a sea slug, a biological hybrid that resembles sheep but performs photosynthesis like a plant. Hey Eugene, great to see you. Welcome to this. Welcome to the chat. Yeah. Oh, okay. I look forward to seeing it. Good to see you, Eugene. Glad to have you on board. All right. And Eugene, I've been concerned about you because I've not heard from you in a while, so I'm glad to see you in chat. Okay, I'm glad to know you're here. You're still working on it. Yeah. Shout out to Eugene. Eugene has a cool channel too about making music and stuff. Okay. Yeah, prayers for Eugene, definitely. And Lori said, "Hey guys, so walking in the park, and I hear this on Pat train across the highway, and you trespass, leave your area immediately. You have been reported." Scared. Oh yeah, it's scared. Connection between the cryptids UFO is significantly subfield of paranormal research, often referred to as interdimensional or high strangeness. In many cases, these creatures are seen immediately before, during, after intended aerial phenomena UAP sightings. UFO connection on September 12, 1952, witnesses in Flatwoods, West Virginia, saw a fiery fireball or a saucer streak across the sky, land at nearby hilltop. Oh, thank you, Destiny. Upon investigating the crash site, witnesses encounter a 10-foot entity with glowing red eyes, a spade-shaped head, and a metallic skirt-like body. It emitted a sickening metallic odor and a hissing sound. Well, thank you, Destiny. Appreciate it. Yes, Max. Yeah. And the Physical aftermath. Several witnesses suffered from nausea and throat irritation, which some compared to the effects of mustard seed gas. Mothman. While commonly viewed as a winged humanoid, Mothman phenomenon is Point Pleasant WV was deeply intertwined in UFO activity hotspot during the 13-month of sightings. Residents report frequency unexplained lightings in the sky, particularly around the TNT area. And I can make videos and stuff with that. That's a good idea. Skunk or a possum. The stuff is interesting, by the way, Alien Spaceship. I'm letting you know you can check my channel out anytime after all. You're very nice and cool, dude. Oh, thank you. And I appreciate that. And I certainly will check yours out. I played Roblox before. I think it's sounds like a very cool channel out there. All right. All right. 13 sightings. During 13 months of sightings, residents reported frequent unexplained lights in the sky, particularly around TNT area. Men in Black. Point Pleasant became famous reports of Men in Black, MIB, uh, strange, unsettling men in the dark suits who visited witnesses and asked questions and issue threats. Harboring theory. The research and John Keel suggests that Mothman might be an extraterrestrial or interdimensional watcher. It appears before major tragedies like 1967 Sewer Bridge collapse. This event source of the popular term "Little Green Men" was witness actually described them differently from the Kelly Hopkins Goblins, 1955. The encounter: a rural Kentucky family claimed that their farmhouse was besieged by a small glowing humanoids with large ears and claw-like hands. UFO link: the encounter began after one family member saw a bright saucer-shaped craft land in the gully behind the house. No, the birds don't talk much. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. You mostly keep to yourself. Uh, Yeah, it definitely is interesting about what the origins of these things are, or what they're doing. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and a rural Kentucky family claimed that their farmhouse was besieged by a small glowing humanoids with large ears and claws like hands. And the UFO central at the beginning of one family member saw a bright saucer shaped craft land in a gully behind the house. Resistance. The family engaged in the hours long pew pew battle with the creature, claiming that the the bullets made metallic like bright saucer shape in gully house. Encountered and the residents' family engaged in Howard's Long right there. Okay, so let's see. Oh, thank you, Destiny. I appreciate it. In the context of interdimensional cryptids, let's see. I didn't write that. I was supposed to talk about this. Okay. Yeah, scared. Eugene says, "How do you feel about alien species testing us to see if we are worthy of joining them in the universe?" I think there could be truth to that, where that might be something that's a theory going around because we don't know exactly what is or what isn't, but it's a theory that the aliens on these other dimensions, these different alien species, are seeing if we are going to be peaceful. Because a lot of times with Earth people, they have wars and conflicts, and I think they're seeing if we could be more peaceful first before they have us have more technology. So another theory about this is that with the alien tech, they would be able to have free energy, free electricity, and things like that. So in those circumstances, you will be able to see a lot of things go into play where they just they don't trust the human race because of the wars and the problems that we have with each other, right? They apparently have this very advanced technology that could make our world more energy sufficient and better with healing and stuff like that. But companies, the governments don't want people to know about it because it'll cause them to, you know, all the economy and everything would just get destroyed pretty much because it would offset everything. And the aliens themselves, that what you're speaking of is that aliens are looking at humans and they want to have us in their federation, so to speak, but the way we act, they're apprehensive about it until we have different behavior. So I believe that's what that theory has to do with, and I think that it does make sense hypothetically. I don't know if that's true, but if that theory is correct, but there probably could be some truth to it. You know, to see the good aliens, because I told you before, there's like demonic ones. So if there's aliens that are like not like like wicked aliens, then it would be, that's probably what they were waiting for. Yeah, a lot of interesting things that come out in the UFO files. You know, much has come out indeed. That talk about people that live within the Earth somewhere, and the UFOs have been seen in different places. So it's there's some fascinating stuff that's coming from the files. Consciousness is the portal interdimensional theories propose that the cryptids and UFOs may not be physical space travelers, but entities that exist in different frequencies, dimensions. To encounter them, a person's consciousness might need to shift into an altered state, such as the OBE, or astral projection. The silver cord. The astral travel is an occultic kernel belief that astral body is said to leave the physical body but remain connected by the silver cord. Some practitioners claim that during these travels, one can encounter lower vibrations, lower vibration plates, entities, or cryptids like spirits that exist in the astral plane. Residual and high strangeness. Many intense UFO encounters involve missing time. The sensation of being transported while one remains stationary is sometimes categorized by a high strangeness event where observers predicted is detected from their physical surroundings. Yeah. Oh, I will show my true alien disguise. Because this is my human disguise, right? So I will show my true alien presence. You know, my when I get really big. Yes, I will. When I get really big and famous. Yeah, Goose, let's fly away. Definitely. Multi-sensory dysfunction. Scientists had linked the OBEs to failure in the brain's temporal uh, ventral junction area responsible for the integrating visuals that vestibular balance. The information, when system glitches, the brain may misinterpret the location, making you feel like you are floating above yourself. Sleep trauma, spontaneous OBE, common occurrence of sleep paralysis, state before falling asleep. Researchers at the University of Virginia also suggest that OBEs may serve as protective dissociative mechanism uh, to help the mind cope with extreme trauma or stress. I do agree, Eugene. You know, that makes sense to me. Yeah. I think that's also part of the situation as well with aliens. Yeah, I could put like a what's it called a tutu on and start dancing around outside and the alien out in the alien outfit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna give Frog a run for his money with the. Um, yeah, definitely. I'll have a I'll have a contest with him. I challenge Frog. Yeah. Animals found outside their native habitats are generally categorized by vagrants, national wanderers, escaped exotics, and invasive species. Established non-natives, these sightings often created the local legends of phantom cryptids, myths until physical evidence explains their presence. Oh Lord, yeah. Okay. Gene says Bigfoot and orbs of light make it sound like a shaman. Yeah, it definitely is similar to a shaman, Eugene. That's what he's like. The Bigfoot creature. And maybe the shamans are similar to that in a way. Animals found outside their native habitats are generally categorized as vagrants, especially exotics or invasive species. Established for non-human natives, these sightings are often created in legends or phantom cryptids, myths, until physical evidence explains their presence. Vagrants. These are animals that wander hundreds of miles away from their usual home due to shifting climates. Food storages or simple curiosities. For example, stellar seal eagles have been spotted in Maine, and oarfish deep sea dwellers occasionally wash up on shallow Mexican beaches. Escaped exotics. Many cryptid sightings turn out to be animals that escaped from private collectors, roadside zoos, or exotic hunting preserves. A notable historical example is the Koapi, once dismissed, and the mythical African unicorn Western scientists documented in 1901. Similarly, the wallabies have lived in Lambay Island and Ireland for decades after being introduced. Invasive populations. Some animals are intentionally released and successfully adapted, currently disrupting local ecosystem from the Burmese python in Florida Everglades and feral pigs across North America. Prime example of the phenomenon. Let's see. The Cantemo Cave in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, the unique population of yellow red rat snakes has adopted to live hunt in complete darkness by hanging from the ceiling. This behavior is considered extremely rare and has turned the cave into a world famous site for the cave hanging snakes. The snakes live in the cracks and crevices of caves, porous limestone every evening at dusk, when hundreds of thousands of bats begin to swarm out of the cave to feed, the snakes emerge. The anchor. The snake hooks the end of the tail into a crevice into the ceiling, lowers the rest of the body into the air vertically. Scared. Thermal senses. Operating in total darkness, the snakes cannot see their prey. Instead, they use specialized heat sensing receptors and direct body heat, wing vibration, and bats for flying past. The strike. When the bat flies close enough to the snake, strikes with the pinpoint accuracy, the plucking it in midair with its mouth. Constriction. Once caught, the snake wraps the body around bat to suffocate it before dragging it back into the crevice to consume it. The cave is delicate to ecosystem protected by the local Mayan community. In the village of the Cantimo, visitors are strictly regulated and must wear protective gear like hard hats and are used to red lights, which do not disturb the animal's nocturnal senses as much as the white lights. Goose says, "Walk with me to the roots of the spirits." Scared. Yeah. Beyond the hanging snake, the cave is home to unusual alien-looking life, including blind albino uh, crustaceans, the eels that live in the flooded portion of the cavern. Similar hunting behavior has been documented in Puerto Rico. The Cuban boas, the Cuban boas, the Rican boas, the Puerto Rican boas, and the Cuban boas, which have been observed working together in groups to block cave entrances and import their catch rate. Yeah, the blind creature that's in the back of the cave. Scared. Deep within flooded tunnels, the Kentimu Cave, a hidden world of Stygofuana, aquatic cave-dwelling animals, thrives in total darkness. These creatures have evolved extreme adaptations to survive in low-energy environments, where primary food source decaying organic matter and bat guano that filters down from the cave above. Yeah, it does. It does say hello. Scared. Often called the biled eel, the transport viperous fish. Okay, there's one called the blind eel. The transport viperous fish is the only species of its genus. Nose to about 4 inches long and spends its entire life in complete darkness. The Remipedes, perhaps the most alien of all, these are venomous centipedes like crustaceans, and they are blind, colorless, and swim on their backs using many oar-like legs. They are unique among crustaceans for using the hydrodermic needle for fangs to inject venom into prey. Lion shrimp. These albino crustaceans lack pigmentation in eyes, relying instead of elongated antennas to sense their surroundings and find food. Mayan community of the Cantimo protects the caves of the hanging snakes, though carefully managed ecotourism protects the Vegkeo Ha, meaning the path of the mountain of the water. By controlling the exactly how and when people visit, they ensure that the cave's delicate balcony ecosystem remains undisturbed. All right, strict visitor guidelines. To minimize human impact, the wildlife is community enforces several non-negotiable rules. Limited capacity, only to visit are allowed to into the cave at time. The restricted lights. The guides initially use white lights, but switch to red lights in the area when the snakes are hunting to avoid stirring their specialized nocturnal vision. Mandatory guides. Visitors must accompany the certified local guides who ensure no one touches or disturbs the animals. Cave only receives about 300 visitors per year and drastically reducing physical wear and carbon dioxide. It builds up compared to commercial show in caves. Water management. The community uses waste water recycling systems for their organic gardens and promote the use of organic soaps to prevent chemical runoff into the suburban aquifers. Ecosystem restoration. The work to preserve and restore the surrounding selva, jungle ecosystem, which provides them okay, provides the vital habitat for the insects that the cave's bats feed on. Eco-friendly infrastructure. The facilities are resting areas on the gardens and are maintained around the entrance to support tourism without encroaching the garden's cave. You too, Lori. Thank you for listening. Community-led model has transformed the local population to defenders of the cave as a rare biological spectacle, now to provide a substance that yeah, exactly. Into population as the defenders of the cave as biological spectacles provide sustainable income that depends entirely on the ecosystem of health. Onward. Mermaid, I will. I'll certainly look at it. I'm looking forward to it. I like the alien references. I think it's very good to put that in music. Right, I certainly will. Yes, it is Goose. Okay, so your video will come out tomorrow, but you might work on it tonight. You might not do a video. Yes, yes, I certainly. 'Cause I think it's actually with my thing, the alien spaceship sound effects actually was a song. I mean, a soundtrack. Okay, it was. It's going viral. It's been going viral since 2017. It's gotten countless thousands of views, and I named the channel after that thing. And it was an alien sound effects track. So that was the first one that, not the first one, but it was one of the first ones that took off. And then I decided to, get into the alien stuff that I like to talk about with my friends. So bring that here. Oh, thank you, thank you. Let's see. I'll show you this one. I'll send you a link to the aliens. It's called something else now, but I'll show you the alien spaceship sound effects one. It's really deeply buried. There it is. This one is the ASSV one. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Theory that certain. So, thank you, Mermaid. Appreciate it. The for checking out the stuff. The theory that the certain cryptids are escaped or abandoned laboratory experiments is a popular modern explanation for sightings that don't fit into the known biology. These theories often suggest that the government or private biowarfare. Scared. Or creating hybrid creatures by bioweapons or genetic modifications that eventually make it into the wild. The most famous lab experiment theory involves the Montauk monster, a bloated, hairless carcass that washed up on the Long Island beach 2008. Theory: because the creature was found in the Plum Island animal disease. Scared. Many speculated that it was a mutant experiment or a bioweapon that had escaped or had been dumped from the facility. Reality. Distortion field. All right, so they believe that the mainstream narrative is that it is a decomposing raccoon that was on a beach for a long time. But still, people are suspicious about what it actually is. Chupacabra. Genetic bioexperiments. When sightings of blood-sucking chupacabra first spiked in Puerto Rico in 1990s, local theories immediately pointed toward the secret labs. The theory proponents believe that chupacabra are genetic bioexperiments that escaped from a military base or reach of facilities, such as those in a unique El Paso. No, the National Rainforest. I meant not El Paso. National Rainforest. Where did I get that from? Yeah, shout out to Dancing in the Moonlight. All right. Reality: most chupacabra found in the U.S. have been DNA tested, identified as coyotes or dogs with severe chases of mange, which causes hair loss and thickened bluish skin. Bigfoot as a government experiment gone wrong. While many see Bigfoot as an undiscovered primate, the subsequent theory is that it has been more artificial origins. Theory: some believe that Bigfoot is a government experiment gone wrong, or even a relic of a hominid that agents have been tracking secretly for years, and some theories even suggest that these experiments were aimed to create a super soldier or a hybrid species. You love song 311. Okay. Amen, Mermaid. So, reality. The FBI declassified the Bigfoot lie, which shows basically analyzed the suspected hair samples in 1970s. Laboratory results concluded the hair belonged to the deer family, but it doesn't excuse the sightings of Bigfoot that have been seen all over the country and the world. And I think that Bigfoot has existed far before we were the American nation even existed. That's something to take into consideration. Also, historic context: the biowarfare facilities, lab experiments theory persists because real life history shows that such facilities did exist. The Plum Island, 1954, but originally found as biological facilities to develop germ warfare. Farm animals, it has high secrecy and fuels modern conspiracy theories about the escape mutations. It said he's wondering if Bigfoot dies. Okay, it's a good question. So if it does, there's no records that I'm aware of Bigfoot dying, but it could. It just seems like it disappears to another dimension. That's what it seems like it does. It seems like it's eternal, and it's see if there's any instances of that. Let's see. But nothing that I'm aware of. It just seems like it's just always alive. Okay, here we have some encounters of Bigfoot dying. Okay, let's see, 1894, British Columbia. A grainy 1894 photo of unexplored region of British Columbia supposedly depicted a dead Sasquatch lying face down in the snow, and the photograph. Experts have noted that the let's see, uh, lays down the snow. Photograph experts have noted that the it lacks signs of airbrushing. The biologists being skeptical. So the picture seems authentic, but they're skeptical about what it is. Historical massacre claims. Some research suggests that 1967 Partisan Greenland film site was actually a massacre location where multiple creatures were shot. Okay. Minnesota Icemen. During the 1960s and 70s, Bigfoot-like creature frozen in a block of ice was toured in U.S. and Canada. Although it was confirmed a hoax, allegedly it's a hoax. It was confirmed a hoax, but really is it a hoax is up for speculation. So that is the truth right there. There was an Iceman that was allegedly a Bigfoot creature. Mount St. Helens witness. Some military personnel in Oregon allegedly claims to see Bigfoot corpses were recovered from the 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens. All right, so yeah, those. Why are bodies not found? A popular theory among researchers is that Bigfoot bury their dead or use hidden caves and tunnels to protect their deceased from human being discovery. And dense acidic soil of the Pacific Northwest, biological matter and bones can be absorbed into the ecosystem very quickly due to scavengers and deep conditions. Government seizure. A common conspiracy theory is that the government confiscates the real bodies immediately following the deletion and prevent public practice or ecological lockdown. Boring options. The mainstream media does not believe in its existence, but yes, Bigfoot can seem to die. Yeah. It's just that they're from another dimension or something like that because they're able to kind of appear and disappear. But yeah, allegedly there's encounters of dead Bigfoot. Lab experiment theory that primarily revolves around the Plum Island Animal Disease Center. High security research facility at the off the coast of Long Island, New York, because of the history, the security research and facility in New York, because there is a history of secrecy and mission to study the dead. Animal pathologists become central hub for cryptid and bioweapon conspiracy theories. The Montauk conspiracy monster. When bizarre hairless carcasses washed up on Montauk in 2008, residents immediately suspected that it was a hybrid creature mutant experiment that had captured that was captured and escaped or been dumped by the Plum Island while scientists identified the developing of the raccoon. The legend aims to spawn the monsters between persistence and lore. There's another theory that popularized that Manhattan theories point out that the fact that a town of Lim, Connecticut, it is located directly across. Yes, must be why when I tour at Montauk and Percy Jackson. Yes, yeah. And anti-animal agents also destroyed the food supply of the enemy. Nations that history of gem warfare are experiments fueling feeders, and these pathogens are vectors that carrying them like ticks and could accidentally be released. Documented outbreaks. Skeptics of the official safe narrative point to the information safety features that came after the failure, and including 1978 outbreak of foot and mouth disease where virus escaped the outdoor pens. In 1990s, the lab maintained colony of self-bodied body ticks from Africa and study of African swine fever. Scientific debunking. Most scientists reject the Lyme connection and nothing to do with the bacteria and has to do with the 5,300 year mummy provided existence from long before the lab was built in 1954. Montauk Project. The Montauk Project is a massive conspiracy theory aligning with the U.S. government conducted to keep secret experiments at Camp Hero base in Mount Montauk, New York, between 70s and 80s. Okay, 1970s, and experiments reportedly focused on psychic warfare and mind control, time travel. Okay, so according to the belief that the alleged survivors of thousands of children, primarily runaways from the foster system, were kidnapped on the subjected brutal psychology of the torture and high and frequency electromagnetic radiation. Known as the Montauk Boys, were allegedly programmed to super soldier or the psychic spies. Montauk Chair is Prime Portals, a central piece of legendary Montauk chairs that device is supposed to be used for powerful radiation. Yes, it was Stranger Things was based around this idea. So Stranger Things, the Netflix show, was certainly based off of these concepts. Definitely. All right. Materialization. Famous claims of whistleblowers presented by Nixon. No, not Nixon, but Nichols. Instead, it's actually Nichols. Was that a psychic named Duncan Cameron could maintain an objects and just think of communicating with them. Right. Hey UAP, hope everything's going well over there during your hiking experience. The Montauk chair and portals. The central piece of the legend of Montauk chair is a device that supposedly. Okay, so let's just start from the top. So, a central part of the legend of Montauk chair is a device that's supposedly used for a powerful radio frequency and psychedelic thought. And the marginalized. The one thing you're sitting there waiting for me, okay. Oh, unfortunately, back to civilization, okay. Okay. And Passion said, Harry Potter made it look easy, but apparently, real challenge to film on schedule. It doesn't make everyone seem like they are age 5 years old, between 5 and seeing that. Yeah, yeah. When people do something like that, it's very difficult to, go to, distinguish the two. Exactly. Materialization. One famous claim is the whistleblower Preston Nichols that was a psychedelic to Cameron, to Duncan Cameron, and they think that through thinking things they could see objects. The time tunnels. The chair reportedly allowed scientists to be able to tear holes through space and time, creating an electric appeal to people that are traveling to different points in history of even Mars. So that's very fascinating about what this chair is able to do. Connection in Philadelphia. The Montauk project is often described as a continuation of the 1943 Philadelphia experiment, where there's, yeah, obviously there's corn experiments, and where the Navy supposedly tried to make their own use of USS Virgin Isles radar. The Temperate says that on August 12, 1883, the monk lost the travel project, interlocked with 1943 experiments from them created a massive temporal rift that allowed sailors in 1943 to jump ship into an extreme 1993, the 1983 monk. On Montauk, rather. All right, the beast of the subconscious. Hen legend ends with the catastrophic event of 1983. Allegedly, Duncan Cameron arrested for a monster from when he was Yeah, on 1983, allegedly Dunning said release the monster from his subconscious. While sitting in the Muntunk, this beast reportedly smashed equipment and chased scientists facing the project. And director shut down and said, based on the seal underground, their levels of correction. That a lot of gentlemen do not have. Passion says, when those sailors go, when certainly not allowed, sir. Certainly not allowed, sir. And they still on the ship, just traveled through time. Oh yeah, that's definitely what they would say to us now. A lot of us, they would say that. Okay, MK Ultra, the fact that it was in the 60s in the classified CIA program, 1953, 1975, 73, the use of these drugs like LSD, hypnosis was electromagnetic, and one civilization is also there too. Let's see. That it takes that this weed is real discard from the CIA program, and the Montauk project and the legend. This conspiracy theory based on the stories from the 1990s. It is an idea that the mind control in adults is super alienated as they age, but I always believed in God always. And these, I don't really think like these things like they'll try to do with the MK Ultra, the mind control stuff. It wouldn't necessarily try to cause a um, resilience inside the mind of a person. Speaking for myself, but really anybody in these type of situations would have to be in that. But what they'll do is they'll try to at the MK Ultra thing is they would try to manipulate the mind for something else. They want the people to think. All right, here's a question. And she said, where did those sailors go? Well, they certainly are not AWOL. They're still on the ship and they're traveling through time. Here's a question for you. After the corrupt world is cleansed and the real thoughts are revealed, what do you picture the world being like? Chaos or harmony? Well, I think a lot of people would be in mutual agreement. And if there might be a phase of chaos too, but then eventually it'll wane down. It'll uh, fix itself and be normal again. There will be a stage of harmony. I do think that turbulence would occur. like yeah, nothing's permanent. Pro said, "Have you heard of the Tunguska event of June 30, 1909, 1908? No, but we'll look into it. Right. Let's see what this is. All right. So the Tunguska event occurred in the morning of June 1930, 1908. The Podkamanaya Tunguska River, remote central Siberia. It was a massive explosion that resulted in the energy equivalent of 10 to 15 megatons of TNT, roughly 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic bomb that we dropped on Hiroshima. The blast flattened at least 80 million trees over it completely. It was over approximately 830 square miles, and the radical parent, the radial parent, because the explosion occurred in sparsely populated region. There were no confirmed human deletions deaths, though the three potentially. Oh wait, okay, here we go. In radial pattern, because the explosion occurred in a sparsely populated region, there were no confirmed human deaths, though three potential fatalities and the loss of those were reported. Well, I'm gonna definitely look at them. I think I've heard about this before. Airbrush cause. Modern scientific consensus hold that the explosion was the air bursts and stony asteroid comet. The object likely disintegrated between 3 and 6 miles about Earth's surface due to the intense heat and pressure, which explains the lack of impact in the crater. Asteroid and comet. While the presence of the particles in the atmosphere led to some early research to favor the comet theory, later discovery of the tiny nickel iron spherules at the site strongly suggested that the stony or metallic asteroid approximately 5 to 100 meters wide. So, while the presence of the ice particles in the atmosphere led to some early researchers to favor a comet theory, later discovery of the tiny nickel iron spherules at the site strongly suggests that the stony metallic asteroid approximately 10 to 50 meters wide. I agree, Carlos. Atmospheric impact. The explosion created the shock waves detected globally, releasing so much dust into the upper atmosphere that for several nights, people in Europe and Asia could read newspaper night. Could read newspaper at night and reflected the sun. Oh, I think it was probably a secret Soviet weapon. Seems like a place for weapon testing. First scientific expedition led by Soviet meteorologist Leon Kulik did not reach the remote site until 1927. The Kulik initially expected to find the massive meteorite crater, but instead found the telegraph pole forest. Standing trees epicenter and had been stripped of their branches, but were made upright and surrounded by millions of knockover trees. I definitely agree. Absence of the crater are large meteorite. Let's see. Okay, the absence of a crater or large metallic fragment in the Tunguska site has spread over a century of exotic and pseudoscientific theories, while modern scientists point to an alternate asteroid. Yeah, another Soviet mystery. So, pattern is an asteroid burst. Here are some of the famous alternate conspiracy theories. All right. So, and thank you for talking about this one. This the Soviet one's very interesting. Okay, there's a theory that Nikola Tesla's death ray theory that Tesla was allegedly testing a Wardenclyffe tower on Long Island to transmit wireless electricity across the globe. The claim he admitted aimed a death ray at the Arctic to help explore the Robert Perry, but overshot and hit Siberia instead. Reality check. And see, they think that Tesla lacked the power capacity to blast that big over there. UFO crash or intervention. Alien ship. Russian writer Alexander Kassentu has proposed that nuclear-powered UFO suffered a malfunction and exploded over the taiga. And the Guardian, the theory, a sensitive theory from the 2000s, suggests that UFO deliberately coiled with massive meteorite to shatter it and the Earth from much more devastating direct impact. Yeah, Tesla's death ray is something else. The the primordial black. The primordial black hole in 1973, team of physicists that the in 1973, a team of physicists suggested that a miniature black hole punched through the Earth, entering the Tunguska and exiting through the North Atlantic. The antimatter meter. Another theory suggests that chunk of antimatter entered the atmosphere and annihilated upon the contact with the or with the regular matter. Learning about no physical through the North Atlantic. The antimatter meter. So another theory is that the antimatter entered to an atmosphere and annihilated upon contact with regular matter, leaving no physical trace or energy. Secret weapons testing. The claim is that the Siberian forest provided perfect safe testing for ground for weapon for ahead of its time. Reality check. The theory is that the historical or industrial evidence of the Russian Empire persists that they refined military complex and physical donations in 1908. One thing I want to be clear is that this is before the Soviet Union existed. Uh, this one is before the Russian Revolution, so this was during the Russian Empire. So this was pre-Soviet times, and they didn't have a lot of bombs and stuff back in this time period, like they do now. So this is 1908, so there's no nuclear bombs yet. There were no. As I see the dates, 1909. Yeah, it's that the Russian Revolution happened in 1917, and the nuclear bombs were created around in the 40s. So yeah, this one was a different type of weapon, but it's more likely some supernatural explanation. Yeah. Vern shot, natural gas explosion. So the more the more grounded but still controversial theory suggests that explanation came from below, not above. The theory: massive pocket of natural gas trapped deep into Earth's crust suddenly erupted, though the surface ignited, creating a shock wave that mirrored the cosmic impact. Here we go. Okay, so this is the thing. It's very bizarre looking. And see, that is very weird. It's very weird indeed. Certainly a giant crater. I mean, you get all this stuff. And now we can see better with UFO videos and files being released. We can see the type of UFOs being released into the world like that. Hilarious, Eugene. In and also actually in a way, it's scared. No way, I'm reading what you're saying, Eugene, completely now. Okay, I got my Timu glasses on. Let's see. AI like Gemini said, ChatGPT is claiming Charlie is still alive. Well, if it's true, I wish him the best. And I don't think he's alive, but it's that's interesting. AI said that. Interesting. We, as I'm sure that it knows about corruption and stuff, and I do think they're hiding things. I don't think we got the complete story about what happened with Charlie exactly, but it still is an interesting thing to speculate and theorize about. It's going across the sky. Wow, that's a big area, chat. That really is a big area. Because that's an idea about what it was like. I looked into the topic over a decade ago, and I remember that there being something weird with this tree. Yeah, yeah. It's really the whole thing is just doesn't add up. All right, the Tunguska event occurred in morning of June 30, 1908. A massive explosion estimated to be 158 to 1,000 times more powerful the than the Hiroshima bomb. Let's see. Most scientists contribute to a blast on a burst of energy of a stony asteroid or a comet, though 50 to 60 million light years away, it would have been slowing down the speed for centuries. Impact area of the explosion flattened approximately 80 million trees over the area of 830 square miles, so 2,150 kilometers. Oh yeah, that was something that was any complaints because the way the trees would fall is inconsistent about the type of event that they're referring to. So it just seems like there's something more to this than meets the eye. There's misting crater. This day, no impact crater or fringe of the object has been definitely found, supporting the theory that it exploded completely in the atmosphere. Sergei Semenov, 40 miles away, reported a sky split into two. Felt like a wave of heat so intense that he thought his shirt was had caught on fire before being thrown several feet back by the shockwave. Effect: the shockwaves were dedicated by the seismometers as far away as the UK for several nights afterward, and the night sky across Europe and Asia so bright that people could read the newspaper at midnight without air traffic lights. Delayed investigation due to the site's remoteness, political instability in Russia. The first scientific expedition, led by Leonid Pollock, did not reach the epicenter until 1927, nearly 20 years later. Modern legacy: the date that event in June 30 is now commemorated by annually Internal Asteroid Day to raise awareness for potential asteroid impact hazards. Definitely doesn't add up, and I'm not really too sure exactly what it may be, but it's certainly something from you know, another dimension. Not dimension, but another solar system. epicenter of the Tunguska event, located deep in the Siberian taiga, specifically in the Evan-Kaisky district near the Stone Tunguska River. Debate over whether the Tunguska cosmic body was an asteroid or a comet remains the central mysterious for scientists. The stony asteroid, most modern simulations suggest that the stony asteroid is about 50 to 60 meters wide. The 2013 study that published the Nature Bolster. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. This is identifying microscopic fragments from the site that contains iron-rich materials like troilite, typical for meteors. It's only something that's typically found in meteorites, more specifically. Right. So the comet hypothesis. So the theory accounts for the glowing stars. The reports across Europe suggest that the object was made of ice and dust and disappeared into the upper atmosphere comets and vaporized more easily, while which would explain the total lack of solid debris. The grazing theory. A newer 2020 hypothesis suggests that asteroid didn't explode but rather bounce off the atmosphere. And the scenario is enter a shallow angle or caused by a massive shock wave. You know, get that. And the grazing theory. A newer 2020 hypothesis suggests that the asteroid didn't explode but rather bounced off the atmosphere. Into the scenario, it entered in a shallow angle, causing a massive shockwave that could do scalable and skippable back into space, leaving no fragments behind. For years, researchers from Universe Bologna are argued that nearby Lake Chico was the missing impact crater, citing its unusual cone shaped bottom. However, Russian scientists recently countered by dating back to lake sediments in 280, meaning that the lake existed long before 1908. A lot of times the official story is either not true or there's things they left out. Because with the Roswell crash, they're basically saying there's alien bodies that were recovered from it. and they had a crashed UFO there, and there's I was something from space, and like they were trying to say that different Wi-Fi systems and stuff. But the thing is that these aliens, these extraterrestrials, they have this type of technology, and they reverse engineer the technology secretly. And with if an alien were to be like deleted on the street, the U.S. government or the Secret Service has to go and take it and bring it somewhere. So they don't ever put them in hospitals or anything like that. They have them like quarantined in like a secret society. Right? For years, researchers from University of Bologna argued that nearby Lake Checo, was missing impact crater, citing its unusually cone-shaped bottom. However, Russian scientists recently countered, saying that 280 years old, meaning the lake existed long before 1908. Okay, let's see. In the Tunguska cosmic body, they hypothetically crashed into the ground instead of an exploding in the air. Physical evidence and level of destruction would have been radically different. Hypothetical impact scenario: massive crater instead of a butterfly pattern of flattened trees. A direct hit by an object of the size would have created a crater roughly 1 kilometer wide and several hundred feet deep, similar to the Barringer meteor crater in Arizona. Extreme ground deformation: a ground crash would have caused massive seismic shockwaves, far to exceed the magnitude of an earthquake. Actual recorded would be have the polarization of the underlying rock, likely triggered massive insight landslides to the surrounding Siberian hills. Vaporization and melt: the kinetic energy would have been instantly covered into heat vaporization, and large portion of the impact and the rock creating an impact melt glass that would be found in and around the center of the crater. Atmospheric disintegration. Most researchers at NASA believe that TCB was a Sony asteroid, but if it was a UFO, whatever it was, it couldn't withstand immense pressure of the Earth's atmosphere. 5 to 10 kilometers, which can direct the energy downward but prevented a single point of impact. The grazing hypothesis. The 2020 study suggested that the object may have been a large metallic asteroid that skipped off the atmosphere. In this scenario, it enters the atmosphere and caused a massive shockwave, then bounced back into space, which explains why no larger fragments or craters were ever found. Comet vaporization. Another theory suggests that it was an icy comet fragment because comets are primarily ice dust that would have vaporized completely during the heat of entry, leaving behind only a microscopic sphere found in the soil by later expeditions. All right, the energy released during the Tunguska event is estimated to be 10 to 15 megatons of TNT, which is roughly 1,000 times more powerful than the little boy bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Hiroshima. And Airbus and ground impact energy. Well, the total kinetic energy Ke equals half mv to the second power remains the same regarding whether the object explodes or the effects change based on the altitude. The airburst, because it exploded 3 to 6 miles high, the energy was conserved into massive atmospheric shock waves. It doesn't, no. It doesn't show the impact of the crater. No. Hello, Leatherface. Good to see you. Has acted like a giant hammer hitting the forest about flattening trees and railroad, no, not, no, radial pattern, but leaving the soil relatively intact. They're doing good, Leather. They are all suited up and ready for the starry adventures. on Earth and elsewhere. Ground impact. Had it hit the ground, the energy would have been concentrated into a single point, and this would have caused localized vaporization of the rock, creation of massive crater, and much stronger seismic waves, ground shaking, and would have been felt much further away through the Earth's crust. The comparison to modern events. The Chelyabinsk 2013, this recent Russian meteor had energy of about 0.5 megatons of Tunguska, was roughly 30 times more powerful. Mount St. Helens. The volcanic eruptions released approximately 24 megatons of, meaning Tunguska was about two-thirds as powerful as the volcanic explosion. The Chicxulub, the dinosaur killer, that asteroid that ended the Cretaceous period, was roughly 100 million megatons in comparison. The Tunguska was a tiny rectangle regional event. The pressure cooker effect. The reason the Tunguska was devastating despite a small speed, the object entered the atmosphere roughly 33,500 miles per hour, but likely was a UFO, in my opinion. You know, there's nothing else it could have been. Especially that time, they didn't have nuclear technology or testing or anything like that. Okay, okay, let's see. The energy released by the Tunguska event is widely estimated to be 10 to 15 megatons of TNT. For comparison, the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, known as Little Boy, had estimated a yield of approximately 15 kilotons, megatons. Hello, Saw Girl. Yes, Saw Girl, it's still raining. Scale power. The Tunguska exploded roughly was 1,000 times more powerful than Hiroshima bomb. Area of destruction. Hiroshima bomb levied 5 square miles of the city, while Tunguska airburst flattened the trees across the 830 square miles of forests. Method of release. Both events were airbursts, meaning that they occurred above the ground and maximize the reach of the shockwave. However, the Tunguska object exploded at a higher altitude of 3 to 6 miles, whereas Hiroshima bomb detonated about 19,000 feet. Comparison. The temperature at the epicenter of the Tunguska blast estimated to have reached the highest of 24,700 Celsius, significantly higher than the temperature of the sun. While Tunguska was the most powerful, resulted in very few casualties due to its extreme remote location. In Siberia, where the Hiroshima bomb was dropped, was only densely populated by the city. Hello, Journey. Welcome to the stream. The Tunguska event, global geophysical phenomenon. Even though it occurred in one of the most remote places on Earth, the energy released was so massive that it rang the planet like a bell, with effects captured by scientific instruments thousands of miles away. While the explosion happened in the air, a sheer force downward shockwave hit the ground with enough intensity that to register as a major earthquake. The magnitude seismometers across Eurasia recorded tremors equivalent to 5 magnitude earthquake on Richter scale on the Richter scale. Direct range: seismic stations more than 600 to 1,000 miles away, including those in Irkutsk, Russia, detected the ground shaking. Characteristics: unlike typical tectonic earthquakes, the Tunguska even produced primarily low-frequency surface waves, which witnesses as far described as the slow swaying off the ground. the air compression wave was even more significant, and the seismic shaking, it was a massive pulse of infrasound sound waves with frequencies too low for humans to hear, but powerful enough to travel immensely in a distance. Around the world, recording stations in UK, Germany, also even as far as Washington D.C., Indonesia, detected pressure pulse twice around the atmosphere wave, so be so powerful that traveled around twice the entire planet before finally disappearing. All right, so global cloud. Over the new months, the Smithsonian Astrophysical Observatory, the U.S. recorded a measurable decrease of the atmospheric transparency. This was caused by millions of tons of vaporized debris and dust speeded in upper atmosphere. White nights. This dust reflected sunlight from far off the Earth, creating a nighttime skies Europe and Asia so bright that the people in London and Stockholm could read newspaper outdoors at midnight. It took nearly 2 years for scientists to finally link the global systemic atmospheric reading to the physical site of Siberia because the area was remote and Russia would preoccupied with World War One, the Russian Revolution. It was until 1927 that the first scientific expedition was led by Leonid Kulik. The butterfly pattern, the Kulik confirmed that the trees were flattened and radial patterns spanning 830 square miles. When the map, these trees form the shape of a giant butterfly, the whole body pointing toward the object's path. Telegraph pole forest. At the exact center of the blast, the Kulik found trees that were still standing but completely stripped of their bark, branches looking like forests of the telegraph poles. This proved that the explosion happened directly overhead, pushing that force straight down. Microscopic evidence. Because there is no fragments were found, modern expeditions from 50s through 2000s shifted their focus on soil and tree resin. Cosmic spheres. Scientists discovered the tiny sub-millimeter metallic spheres embedded in the soil and the resin from 1908. These contained high levels of nickel, iridium, and silicates, which are signatures of extraterrestrial material. Rare mineral. An 2013 study identified the microscopic fragments containing the trottyl and tennite and shribrisite, minerals commonly found in iron-rich stony but rare on Earth. Rare materials in 2013 identified microscopic fragments containing the trottyl tennite, the shribrisite minerals found in the iron-rich stony asteroids but rare on Earth. Pet layer anomalies. In Siberian pet bogs and peat bogs, researchers found layers dating back to 1908 with iridium anomalies and carbon isotopes that matched those found in carba, carbon aqueous and coordinate materials. Basically, the satellite imagery provides the high resolution look at how the Tung- Tunguska site has healed over the last 10th century. Modern views from satellites like Landsat 8 show that nature has largely reclaimed the once devastated zone. The green recovery, the iconic butterfly pattern of destruction, is only longer visible to the naked eye for from space. Instead, the area is dominated by a healthy pine forests, marshes, and willing rivers. Vegetation shifts. While the forest has regrown, scientists note that the species composition changed in many areas, and the slow growing uh, conifers that were leveled were initially replaced by fast, faster growing birch and aspen trees, which are common signatures for forest recovery after a massive disturbance. Acceleration growth. Studies of surviving trees at the edge of the blast zone showed a period of drastically increased growth starting with a few years after 1908. This was likely due to the fertilizer effect and nutritions from millions of increased trees and decreased competition from sunlight. Lighter regions. The modern imagery still shows the light colored regions near the epicenter, indicating that the differences in vegetation density, slow moisture persist over the last 100 years. Yeah, yeah. And let's see this. Yes, and that is the Agafi, Agafii Lykova, often called the world's loneliest woman. As of May 2026, she is 81 years old and she still lives in a remote Siberian taiga where she was born. Family secret. Her family, part of a religious sect called the Old Believers, fled into the wilderness in 1936 to escape Stalinist persecution. They lived in the total isolation of 42 years, completely unaware that World War II had ever happened. Chat, this place is so remote that she didn't even know World War II happened. You know how crazy that is, chat? Like, there's no airplanes or bombs or it doesn't even know what's going on. And that's how big Russia is. It's a real big place. Accidental discovery. The the Soviet geologist accidentally spotted their homestead from a helicopter in 1978. Agafai was 33 at the time and had never seen anyone outside her immediate family. The survivor. After her father and the siblings passed away, 1980s, she refused to leave the mountain homestead. She spent nearly 40 years living mostly alone, surviving by garden, fishing, and raising goats. Yes, her family would know about the event, right? In 2021, Russian billionaire funded the construction of her new, better insulated cabin to her, replaced by the original deteriorating shack. She's now a satellite phone from emergencies to receive occasional helicopter drops of supplies and from the volunteers that she still rejected and many modern luxuries are sinful. Okay, so Saw Girl, I if I go to the trials today, which I probably will, I'm going to be watching both trials that are on. So if you watch any of the trials that are on, I will be there. You know, because I watch both of them at the same time, and I don't mind playing something on this channel maybe too. So that's hopefully answers your question. If it, I can be more specific. So I'm going to be over at the trial channel and watching both or all of them or both of them at once. And if or it's possible I might go live with this channel. I agree. I agree. UAP. But refusal to move despite the government offers the comfortable housing nearby village. She continues to live on her own terms, and the Kakaski National Nature Reserve. Okay, so understood. Understood. The uh, Lycova belongs to a fundamentalist group called the Believers. Their entire way of life is defined by a 17th century split from the Russian Orthodox Church. This is what she believes in: the Great Schism. In 1650s, Patriarch Nikon introduced reform to bring Russian church rituals into line with Greek ones, like changing how many figures are used to make the sign of the cross. The Old Believers viewed this change as a betrayal to God and believed that the official church had fallen under influence of the Antichrist. Sign of the cross. They insist that using 2 fingers instead of 3 fingers. This was potential connection to the people that were historically executed over it. They were executed. Okay. Whoa. They insist on using 2 fingers instead of three. This point of such contention, people were historically executed over doing it. Wow. That's really going too far right there. Wow. Doing the sign of the cross wrong, they get deleted. Scared. As I tell you, sometimes these even Christian institutions can misinterpret things and go into error. You know how they implement their ideas. Isolation survival. They believe that to remain pure, they must avoid contact with the sinful modern world. This is what drove Agafai's father to flee into the Sayan Mountains in 1936. They read prayers from the 17th century liturgical books. Her language is a preserved version of the Old Church Slavonic, which sounds like a time capsule to modern Russians. Sinful food, anything with labels or barcodes, which her father believed were the mark of the beast. Modern medicine, she largely relies on herbal remedies and prayer, though she has accepted limited help recently for severe pain. Originally, her family believed cameras stole the soul. Eventually, allowed documentaries to be made and share her stories. Let's see why stone persecute them. It's nothing compared to what the torturous procedures of the Catholic Church during the Dark Ages. UAP, I agree. I definitely agree. The Catholic Church, especially the Spanish Inquisition. It just, I was just pointing out that Christianity in general, like the Catholic or this other church, do things that are in error. But I do definitely agree. They're Dark Ages. Yeah. All right. Stalin's persecution of the Old Believers was part of a larger brutal effort to enforce militant atheism and absolute state control over the Soviet population. And following the teachings of Marx, the Soviet leaders viewed the religion as a hindrance to a social society and a distraction from scientific progress. Stalin aimed to create a new socialist man who was free from religious ties. Eliminating competition. Totalitarian regimes typically. Yes, that is correct, JP. Eliminating competition. Totalitarian regimes typically view any organized group within its own set of values, especially those answers of high power, as completely for loyalty. Political subversion. Religious groups were often branded as anti revolutionary or agents of foreign powers. During the 30s, the Stalin Terror witnessed the danger firsthand when Soviet Patriot shot Karp brother in their hometown. This specific act of violence was final catalyst for a flight into the taiga in 1936. By the end of 1930s, Stalin's campaign had successfully closed or destroyed over 95% of the churches and had existed before the revolution. Now, Stalin's pivot in Russian Orthodox Church during World War II was pragmatic, wartime bargain rather than a change of heart. After nearly 2 decades of trying to dismantle the church, he revived it to serve three main strategic goals: patriotic mobilization. Following the Nazi invasion in 1941, Stalin revised Marxist ideology, realized that Marxist ideology was not powerful as a motivator for traditional Russian patriotism. By reopening the churches and enlisting the clergy, he used the church as historical influence to boost morale, defense of their motherland as a holy struggle, and the propaganda of the Reich Nazis had begun reopening churches and occupied territories to win over locals, and Stalin reopened by doing the same to ensure that the population loyalty remained with the Soviet state. The revived church operated in the Conjoint Information Agreement, which allowed the existence as long as supported by the state. It was heavily monitored and controlled. Church became an arm of the state intelligence. Operations. The secret police were deeply involved in selecting candidates for the ranking church officials. Kind of like they do in communist China, they do the same thing. They have churches over there in China, but they have them under heavy surveillance and state control. Right, and monitoring dissident. This arrangement allowed the government to church identify as hunt internal enemies who might be hiding religious underground movements. Stalin looked ahead in post-war world where he could use the Moscow patriarchs as a tool for geopolitical influence. He hoped to unite other Orthodox churches all over Eastern Europe to support the Soviet territories. Tolerant for religious policy to help satisfy his Western allies like Franklin D. Roosevelt during the war efforts. 1953 wave of religious restrictions began. So that is about the Soviets, how they use religion to for manipulation tactic when the the Reich was invading the Eastern Front. They were trying to eradicate communism because it was atheistic, and they um, kind of went. They did what they did to try to negate the issues that were going on with their rivals. 1978. This is about the Siberian lady that we're talking about. That was near the impact zone of that UFO that we're talking about. Okay. So 1978 discovery of time travel movement. A team of Soviet geologists was flying over the Cian Mountains looking for an iron ore when they spotted a clearing that looked like a garden. Since the nearest settlement was 150 miles away, they were shocked to find signs of life. First contact. When the geologists hiked to the hut, barefoot, disheveled, old man Karp walked out, and he didn't flee. He simply said, "Well, since you have come this far, you might as well come in." A language barrier. Geologists struggled to understand the daughters of Agafi and Natalia because they had ever spoken in their family. Their speech was distorted into a sing song cooing. It sounded like ancient Russian. Total ignorance of morality. The family had no idea that the man had landed on the moon or ever or even that World War II had occurred. They were most amazed by the transparent piece of cell phone which they could wrap their minds around. This is what I was telling you all about technology. When we see this technology that we have today, that we think is quite uh, daunting, that to some people in the past, these people that were from modern times would not understand the concept of a cell phone, so they wouldn't understand the concept of what we have now. People from like 100 years ago. So you know, basically they would think it's like magic. Even after 40 years of knowing the modern world exists, Agafai refuses to change her ways. Yes, like God's uncontacted tribes. Yes. Ancient calendar. She doesn't use the modern Georgian calendar. She tracks time using a system dating back to the creation of the world, which calculates to be over 7,500 years ago. Purity of tools. She still uses the hollowed out log to store the salt in hand carvings wood bowls for decades. She refuses to use anything made of sinful plastics, metal, or modern marking. Literacy. Despite living in the mud, she highly is literate. She spends her evenings reading 17th century prayer books of the burning birch splinter torch as she finds flashlights unholy. She adherence to religious fasts and stricts to have nearly starved to death during a year when crops failed. refusing to eat forbidden foods, even times of extreme hunger. I think if she ate those types of foods, she wouldn't even it wouldn't register right. Because some people like wouldn't be familiar with that type of food. Okay. Now, this says, according to this prompt, it's unlikely that she knows about the Tunguska event in 1908 from personal experience, though she has certainly seen shooting stars and modern space debris falling from the sky. She was born in the wilderness in 1944, 36 years after the Tunguska explosion. Oh, that sounds like it's a cool thing to watch. Yeah. Region of Russia at the time was no record of him mentioning the event of his children. So her father, Karp, fled the mountains in 36 when he was alive in 1908. He lived in a different region of Russia at the time, and he had no record of him mentioning even to his children about it. Knowledge gap. When discovered in 1978, the family was entirely unaware of major 20th century events like World War II, moon landing, or even the existence of satellites. She missed the famous 1908 asteroid encounters with objects space junk. Her homestead sites directly under the flight path of rockets launched from the uh, Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Falling debris. For decades, the Agafai and her family watched the fireballs in the sky and found strange twists and metal fragments in the forest. Reactionary modernity. When geologists explained that the satellites were with her father, surprisingly accepted the concept quickly, saying that he noticed that stars that moved across the sky much faster than the others. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Russia has a long history of UFO sightings, often called the anomalous atmospheric phenomena. In Soviet records, ranging from ancient flaming spheres to modern high tech debris. Despite official skepticism, the secret government programs like Setka an investigation thousands of cases over decades. Petrozavodsk phenomenon, 1977. Hundreds across northern Europe witnessed a huge jellyfish shaped object hovering over the Petrozavodsk, showering a city with beams of light. While some attribute the satellite launch from Plesetsk, the Cosmodrome, the object's report hovering and shape-shifting remain unexplained. There is the Height 611, 1986, often called Russia's Roswell, was a reddish sphere crashed into the mountain at Downgrosk. Scientists later found strange metallic mesh and iron balls at the site that reportedly contained rare alloys. Varanus incident, 1989. The widely publicized events reported of the official TASS news agencies, children in parks claimed that three-eyed giants emerged from the banana-shaped aircraft. One of the oldest recorded sightings was in a monastery. Chronicles described a flaming 4-meter sphere that hovered over the lake for an hour, emitting fire beam. So Moscow green orb, blazing green fireball streaked across Moscow, sparking mass speculation. Scientists later suggesting it was likely a space debris from a satellite or rocket stage. Secret Soviet files, 2026. Newly released documents smuggled out of Russia revealed that the USSR tracked star mass sightings, including 450-foot jellyfish seen in 1989 that was comparable to America's Phoenix Lights. Nuclear facilities encounters. Reports from 1982 describe a UFO hovering over a missile base in Ukraine, which allegedly caused nuclear missiles to temporarily activate on their own. Controversial CIA report surface KGB files describe the deadly encounter where soldiers reportedly fired missiles at a UFO. In the aftermath, the entities from the craft allegedly merged into a sphere of light that turned 23 soldiers into stone poles. Okay, the down gross crash occurring in January 29, 1986 is widely regarded as Russia's Roswell, a which is we talked about before. More detail about it though. A so it was a reddish sphere was striking height 611, a hill that has altitude of 611 near the mining town of Dangrosk. Unlike many sightings, this event left behind physical wreckage that continues to baffle researchers with its impossible material properties. So here we go. The metallic mesh. Investigators found the very fine metallic mesh composed of only threads of only 17 micrometers thick. These threads were further made of even thinner fibers, braided with gold wires, technology considered beyond terrestrial capabilities at the time. Vitrified droplets, small glossy black beads, and metallic lead balls were scattered across the site. Analysts show that these droplets contained majority of elements from the periodic table fused into nearly undisclosable alloy that only a diamond cutter could penetrate. Magnetized silicon, recovered from the impact zone, from found to be too highly magnetized, which remains unexplained by knowing scientific theories. Some reports claim that the core recovered exhibited anti-gravity qualities, and irregulatory scientists noted that hello Destiny, welcome back. Oh, hello, Chris. Yeah, it's something that we could dive into, UAP. So the chemical transmission, the some elements in the material reported disappear or change when heated, suggesting that the wreckage might be composed of pragmatable quantum materials. The artifacts from Dolnogrosk crash are currently split between local Russian collections and high-profile Western exhibits. Oh, uh, hilarious destiny, hilarious. And yeah, those cats, they're in charge, and they'll come in at night with a a unicycle, and they'll have a horn, and they'll blast it in the morning, or they'll bring the drums in, and they'll do their thing. Yeah. Mhm. Right. And local museum and Dalen and Gross. Directly after 1986 crash, local school children and researchers collected many of the physical remains, including the lead balls and glassy drops brought to them to the local museum in Downagros. Museum's director Valerie Duvizilin was primary scientist who cataloged and studied the samples to this day, and to the town remains proud of its UFO capital status. And local museums serve as original steward and the sites of history. The Smithsonian Connection. Well, there are no official records of the Smithsonian stealing the artifacts. Some of the downgross material has indeed made its way into the United States. Oh, yes, I have Destiny. I live stream every single day, and usually, yeah, and there could be truth to that, maybe, or maybe I'm just a alien cyborg with some sort of machine-like ability. But in spite of what I feel or don't feel, I do what needs to be done in a way. Like I like to push myself, and I like to keep going. You know, like say like even if I don't want to do something, or if I'm tired, I want to push myself to keep going forward. And I that's just how I am. But yes, and thank you. Yes, absolutely. It has been definitely been a long night. Indeed. It has been 8 hours and 48 minutes since I've been live. It's been raining the entire time. I see a possum right out there walking towards this region. Cool. But it's been raining the whole time. Yes. Yes, exactly. That's me. I I was doing this. It's been raining the whole time, so I've been inside. And there are people that like to listen to these things, so I I'm here. And really, that's what I do in my like personal time. I just read things, look at videos about stuff. So I'm just doing with y'all what I would do on my own. a little bit different doing a live stream. So it's a bit more energy to put out, but still I'm kind of like doing what I would do with myself. I tell you, Chris, that I know it'll be probably tomorrow at some point because it's raining the entire time for hours and hours. So you know, see about doing it tomorrow at some point. Weird. It rains a lot where I am. It could rain a whole bunch. Right. National Atomic Testing Museum, and a significant portion of the recovered wreckage is currently part of the. Good morning, Nan. Welcome to the stream. Significant portion of the recorded wreckage is currently part of the permanent area 51 exhibit of the museum in Las Vegas. The Smithsonian affiliation. The National Atomic Testing Museum is a Smithsonian affiliate, which may be source of confusion. Because museum is used as Smithsonian's name, many people assume that the artifacts are hidden in the Central Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Hmm. I like that. Yes. It's I'll say what the definition is. So, a person who identifies as non-human, typically to being wholly, partially an animal or mythological being. I like that. The otherkin. I like that. And significant portion. Okay, so the Smithsonian affiliation and National Atomic Museum and Smithsonian affiliate, which may be a source of confusion because this museum uses the Smithsonian name. Many people assume that the artifacts held in the Central Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. How they how they got there. The legendary investigative reporter and George Knapp reportedly acquired the samples of the debris, including the glassy spheres and metallic mesh in display. Oh yeah, interesting. Interesting destiny. What people identify. Chris says an octopus doesn't become invisible by vanishing; it becomes unimportant to participate. Your eyes are still receiving light, but your brain stops separating the creature from the environment. Even powerful creatures too. Destiny. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, I definitely would be an alien, obviously, and an alien pirate. And Chris says human civilization is built on billion-dollar surveillance systems, only to rediscover the blend with background. Nature is a smug like that. Yeah, absolutely. It's smug beyond comprehension. That's turning into Alien. Yeah. While many on the Downton Gross crash staples were taken by regional researchers, the most significant official study, the long-term storage had been handled by various branches of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Siberian Division. The Russian Academy of Sciences physicists and researchers from the division, primarily investigators of the fine mesh lead balls that of glassy fragments. The Verdansky Institute, geochemistry and analytical chemistry as the main custodian of extraterrestrial materials for the RAS is oh, hey Duke, welcome to the stream. The RAS Institute often handles anomalous staples that require deep chemical analysis. It says, I believe all animals are somehow related more advanced civilization. They need to evolve like Pokemon to use their traits to max capacity like humans because they didn't even know 10%. Yes. Oh, a Destiny. I'll check it out. I have been doing this one for the entire time, but I'll certainly look at it when I'm done. Uh, if a okay, if I see an alien, I will give an to an alien spaceship. Right. Yeah, octopus do look like aliens, and they have like multiple brains in them. Yeah, I definitely think they are a lot like aliens. Yeah, I think dolphins are aliens too. Terrestrial magnetism, the ionosphere and radio wave pro protonation institute. This institute with branches of Saros, Leningrad, and Irkutsk has been heavily involved in Soviet and Russian investigation of anomalies in atmospheric phenomena, including the Gross event. So there's the Voronzon, no, yeah, Voron geology, while associated with, yeah, dolphins are very intelligent. Hey, mermaid, nice to see you at this hour. Welcome back. Well, often associated with 1989, the Verona's incident, regional laboratories under under geology, hey tribal, have historically been dispatched to collect, analyze, and radioactive or anomalous physical samples of the crash sites. Yeah, yeah, dolphins are fierce. Oh, mermaid, I'm saddened to hear about that. They haven't heard anything new about her. Yeah. Well, understood, mermaid. I'm here for you, mermaid. All right, and glad to have you on board, as always. All right, and why would evolution on another world accidentally resemble humans? So some speculate that the future descendants of humanity returning through the time. Ah, that's a very good speculation. I like that. Okay, and people have heard me talk about this a billion times, but there's something called Gerald the dolphin, and he he was this dolphin that lives underwater, and this person was washed up on a beach, right? And when he washed up on a beach, what's this? He was telling everybody that he was abducted by Gerald the dolphin, and with Gerald the dolphin was hanging out, he he had a secret underwater base, and he had the scientists go underwater in this like dolphin capsule, and they told him what to do with little clicks and humming sounds. And Gerald was like the boss, and he was making it work. And then he washed up back on the beach, and he was found sane. It's known to be a fictional story for to be funny, but it and then there's dolphins that were being taken out, and people thought maybe they're trying to censor the dolphin information. So these dolphins have a secret base somewhere, and they had a scientist work on it for them. Right? The dangerous animals to us, animals because our ancestors hunt dinosaurs and huge animals. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Scared. Exactly. Yeah, she was a friend of mine, like yours, and she's wow. Okay. While while Gerald the Dolphin is story is confirmed, satire the mirrors a long-standing conspiracy theory about the real world faces unidentified submerged objects, which is a USO. Yes, exactly, Chris. Yeah, and underwater city of Gerald's blueprint. He was found drawing detailed diagrams in the sand and condos in town square and recreation centers. Engineer focus. The man allegedly held a master's degree in aerospace engineering, which is why the Dolphins supposedly chose him to act as their human architect. General command. And the base was being built to 40 feet under the surface. Direction. Gerald, who allegedly specialized in air pockets and could breathe while working. real world underwater base theories. So the reason why the hoax spread so fast is because of claims regarding USO unidentified submergible objects that have circulated for decades, particularly in Russia and US. Lake Baikal in Russia. The classified Soviet files describe the 1982 rather, encountered where the Navy derives encountered humanoid creatures in silvery suits where the world's deepest lakes. These reports then often lead to theories about permanent underwater bases beneath the Baikal surface. The swimmers of the abyss. Soviet Navy reports from cold water noted that objects moving underwater 230 knots, speeds that defy the current physics, leading some researchers believe that there are non-human manufacturing sites and bases deep in the ocean. U.S. coastal sightings. Recent some U.S. officials, Navy veterans, have suggested that aliens be stationed 5 or 6 years underwater bases off the U.S. coast, citing USO activity near military zones. There is concerns, Destiny, that the person might be, yeah, we don't really know exactly, Destiny, enough details about what's the whereabouts, if they're in sequestered, which sequestered means being hidden, if they're in hiding or for somebody, or they want to be left alone, like what you said, or hopefully they're not harmed, or let's say in trouble somewhere. Yeah, so that's what she's concerned about, if she's in trouble somewhere. But it's kind of weird because the family doesn't seem to be talking about like where the person is. They're kind of not nice to the Jenny, so it's just a really weird situation. It's an unsolved mystery pretty much. So it's not confirmed about exactly what happened. Right. Yeah, her parents seem to lie about her. Right, right, and it seems inconsistent. Some say she's in college, others say she's working. It's kind of strange. Right. All Mermaid wants to know is her friend is okay. That's really what it is. Yes, Destiny, you have right to be suspicious of the parents. Yes, absolutely. Well, okay, so the swimmers of Lake Baikal. The classified Soviet reports describe the harrowing encounter of Lake Baikal, the world's deepest freshwater lake. Encounter during routine military training. The the dive of depth about 164 feet 50 meters, seven Soviet divers encountered three humanoid beings. Entities. The beings were described as nearly 10 feet tall, wearing a tight fitted silvery suits, helmet like apparatuses, and appeared to be open in the water. Despite the frigid depth, they used no visible breathing equipment. Tragedy. After reporting the sightings, Diverse were ordered to capture one of the beings. When they attempted to do so, powerful force propelled the drivers toward the surface rapidly, resulting in severe decomposition and deleted three dives, and left others with permanent injuries. The U.S. Navy Tic Tac incident. One of the most famous modern encounters occurred off the coast of San Diego, documented by U.S. Nimitz Career and Strike Group. Commander David Fravor and LT Commodore Alex Durech observed a smooth white object shaped like a tic tac hovering over the churning patch white water in the ocean. Advanced maneuvering. The 45-foot object mirrored the pilot's movements before acceleration instantaneously, out of sight, demonstrated the velocities of G-force up to 1350 Gs, while 1350 Gs beyond any human technology. Radar operators aboard the USS Princeton had tracked these objects for weeks, observing them descending from 80,000 feet and hovering about just above or moving into the water. Both cases remain officially unexplained of May 2026, fueling theories about underwater bases operated by non human intelligence. Yeah, Destiny, that is very true. Mermaid, I understand, and I'm glad that you care about your friend very much. You care about Jenny very much because it seems that her parents are kind of different about it. And I also want to, on a positive note, at some point, I believe you'll get some sort of closure at some point. Okay, I don't know when that will be, but you may get closure, but you may not get closure either. So I do think that she is, she'll get back to you at some point, or if not, you'll find out what happened. Because I think there's like a missing person report, whatever they would have said something. So she's probably still around somewhere, but I'm not exactly certain for 100% though. Yeah, Destiny. That's what she's very concerned about. Mermaid. That's what Mermaid's concerned about. Because it's the problem. Whatever's going on here is that she's not getting any kind of closure about it or info about it, and maybe she's sick. Maybe she's um, going through something. Cause it's. But besides that, it would be mysterious about what exactly happened, right? And um, it's an unsolved mystery of 2026. Yeah, it would be on one of those shows. Chris says not having answers is its own kind of pain, but don't let silence convince you the worst stories happen. Yeah, Destiny. That is very true. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Does people disappear into confusion, fear, or distance, bad decisions no one sees coming until it arrives, pulled to what is real, care for mattered, concern is valid. Yeah. So, yeah, Mermaid, you have a right to vent and explain to myself and chat about what's going on. I'm here to listen. Because when a person sees a woman, they think that we are usable, nothing more, dress up like a boy, so no one bothers me. Oh, okay. Yeah, because there are bad people out there, definitely. It says hope is not weakness just because the word is taught people expect a target first, even if dark simulations. Life has returned from a place everyone thought they were lost. Yeah, yeah, precisely. Yes, your tears doesn't make you weak but powerful. Right, agreed. So the underwater base narrative is just limited to like a similar to SUSOs beyond reported throughout Eastern Europe and Baltic regions. The Baltic Sea anomalies, Gulf of Bothnia. One of the most famous cases involved a 60-meter disc-shaped object discovered on the sea floor at a depth of 90 meters by Swedish treasure hunting team in 2011. The findings: sonar images revealed a circular structure with sharp geometric edges and what appeared to be 30-meter runway by trench gouge into the seabed behind it. Electronic interference. Drivers report that equipment, including satellite phones and cameras, within 200 meters of the object. Scientific debate. While some geologists suggest that natural glacial deposit is the presence of the ballistic rock, which should naturally be there, and the object's unnaturally coordinates and hatch-like frames have led some to call corpse technology. Black Sea has a long hotspot of USOs, particularly near the coast of Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey. Chris says, until the truth arrives, absence is not the same as goodbye. Some stories go silent before they return to life. Hold door open, your heart will longer. Now, hate has 4 letters, but so does love. Enemies have 7 letters, but so does friends. Lying has 5 letters, but so does truth. Failure has 7 letters, but so does success. Pride has 3 letters, but so does joy. Negative negativity has 10 letters, but so does positivity. You always have a choice, so choose the better side of it. Destiny, that is some great uh, gargantuan wisdom right there. That is fantastically said. Thank you. All right, Sea of Marmara, 2009. Near Istanbul, saucer-shaped craft was filmed hovering silently over the water for 30 minutes. The Turkish government officially analyzed the footage and concluded it was authentic craft of known origin and not related to military programs. Underwater swimmers, similar to the Lake Baikal reports, Soviet-era files mention swimmers seen in the Black Sea, tall humanoid figures, and tall light suits seen as the incredible depths of without the scuba gear. Only people that use anyone is the people you allow to use you. Yeah, that's another good point, Nan. Thank you. Very wise words as well. Now, life and death are in the tongue. Modern interference. Recent reports from Bulgarian and Romanian coast have noted that massive spikes in GPS jamming and electronic anomalies over the water, while often attributed to modern warfare, location exhausts for often leave for dozens to historically USO's activity. My pleasure, Destiny. Chris says humanity once thought that the sky was untouchable, then species of anxious primitives shaped explosive under metal, walked on the moon during Apollo 11 moon landing. Mm-hmm. You know, the one who says they can and the other one that says they can't are both correct. Modern inference, recent reports from the Bulgarian Romanian coast, GPS jamming electronic anomalies over the water. While often attributed to modern warfare, the local enthusiasts often link these deleted zones to historical USO activity. The Northwest Lake Ladoga, History of Underwater Mysteries. The Ladoga creature witnesses have reported large, dark gray body with a long neck, fierce eyes, and the dives underwater at high speeds. Strange lights. Multiple reports describe luminous cylindrical options, objects rather, descending into the lake or hovering just above its surface. Similar to the famous the Pedro um, situation happened in 1977. Oh yeah, I like dolphins a lot. They're my alien brethren. And Gerald the dolphin, you see, amongst my friends and I, Gerald the dolphin is a big trending, uh, common joke that's talked about a lot. And so yeah, Gerald the dolphin is my favorite dolphin, and yeah, I definitely am into them. Chris says people once believed that memory lives in the soul alone, but brain injuries can erase language, personality, or identity. While the body survives, means consciousness is both sacred and uh, fragility. Yes. It says your body contains atoms forged inside the dead stars. Every breath carries matter older than Earth itself. So technically, life is universe recycling. Ancient explosions into self-awareness confusion. Ah, yes. I see. Okay, the Steka program, the Russian for grid, was the most extensive and secret scientific military investigation of the UFO USOs in history of the Soviets. So Union officially active from 78 to 91. Program was established by Pretzinol's Petro's phenomenon from the 1977 systematic collective reports from across the USSR. Oh yes, I like Star Trek and Star Wars. A Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea is another one that's similar to Star Trek, but it's underwater. It deals with more of USOs than the UFOs. But yeah, Star Trek is very good. I like the series. I like the original ones, and the new ones are pretty cool too. And definitely how we have the spaceship around here themed around those things. And Star Wars, I watched it since I was little. I liked it. And I remember when the Revenge of the Sith and the different prequels are coming out. And I also saw the vintage ones from the um, the originals that were coming out, probably around the 70s that those came out. I saw those on tapes, the reruns of them, and yeah, I really like that series a lot, and it's definitely something that I have implied to this channel theme. Indeed. Chris says the most improbable thing may be consciousness itself, matter arranged precisely that the universe becomes capable of observing its own existence through human eyes. The Stecamo. This branch analyzes the reports from military, particularly sightings from naval officers and subcommanders. It focused on the influence of these phenomena or military equipment and personnel. SICA as Academy of Sciences. This civilian branch studied the physical nature of these phenomena using data from the scientific organizations, observatories, and reports. So it points toward the deeper underlying order, whether understood as necessary multiverse or the intentional design of God. Right. Right. Navy records from the period focus on water. The water officials indicate that 50% of the UFO encounters were connected with oceans, 50% with lakes, defying physics. Submarine commander reported objects moving speeds of about 400 uh, kilometers per hour or 230 knots. One officer noted that the moving is fast it was defies the current laws of physics, suggesting technology far surpassing our own. Strategic hotspots. The USOs were more frequently tracked in the Atlantic and Bermuda Triangle and Lake Baikal. 3,000 cases reported over that time span. So globally, all over the world, they're seeing the same things. Quite intriguing. Oh, those are the abyssal fish. Facts. Okay. Yeah, that is the angler fish. It's the same thing from Finding Nemo, the with the little thing over its head. Yeah. Scared. Scared. And this thing's like looking like flat. Like he's tired out and he's had enough and he's just crooked. You see, look, the dude's just crooked. This dude is scared. Every person has multiple versions of themselves across parallel universes. When one version is deleted, the other life force energy potential gets redistributed through surviving versions. Scared. Yeah. So that is a fish right there. The abyssal fish, and this one's crazy looking. This one's on some. This one was doing something right here. Just yeah, bro would be uncomfortable. Yeah. This one has had uh, lots of drugs in him, and or lots of coffee or energy drinks, uh, and he's just cranked up, ready to party. Bro is focused right there. Yeah. Mhm. Oh yeah, definitely weird. Yeah, ET fish. ET fish. Modern physics has seriously explored versions of the multiverse concept, the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. Every explored version of the multiverse concept of many worlds interpret the quantum mechanics of every branch of reality. Bro is just floating. Like he's like zoned out and just floating right there. And right here, he's living his best life right here. Yeah, look at these. These are the bioluminescent ones. Another version was born elsewhere could become criminal, saint, dictator, monk, genius, someone forgotten by history. Very interesting concept to theorize, indeed. But we have to be thankful for what we do have. Yes. He's not too sure, be uncomfortable, or just laugh. Right. And more of these glowing dudes in the water. Yeah. And right here, this is bioluminescent fish glowing in the water. And pretty cool. Let's see. Oh, this one is the glowing plankton. Oh yeah, this is plankton. You know, no pun. I know from SpongeBob, but this is a glowing plankton on the beach. One theory turns this into warfare between possibilities themselves, not just man versus man, but destiny versus alternate destiny. As it makes the concept of psychology powerful, you are haunted by not monsters, but lives you almost lived. Energy redistribution symbolizes untapped human potential. Interesting. Oh, that's cool, Destiny. I like that. Hey, there's the abyssal fish. It's types. Yes, yes, absolutely. So this a fish is uncomfortable, but he's trying to pretend like he doesn't exist. Here. It's like he's having a bad day. Here. Vampire fish look very scary. Yeah, bioluminescence. And they look black like this because they glow in the dark. It's like a neon light. Yeah, bro is so uncomfortable. Here's one right here. It's you see just it glows underwater with its various colors. These are some other ones right there. It's truly intriguing. Yes, yes, the deep sea sharks. Oh yeah, the goblin shark. And this one's really gnarly. You see, if we would talk about the Tunguska blast that was, or underwater bases that were weird, the actual animals living in the deep sea are straight up science fiction. They're built for extreme pressure. The bottom of the ocean and the pressure is equivalent to having an elephant standing on your thumb. Now, in air sacs, most fish have swim bladders. Buoyant abyssal fish that don't, if they did, the pressure would crush the air, pop the fish liquid body, and they mostly made of water. The gelatinous tissue, because liquids don't compress if you're bringing them to the surface, and they often melt and expand because they lack pressure to destroy the cell structures. Yeah, they're very weird. Very weird. Chris says casualty is protected by the speed of light. Nothing can travel faster than light. If something did, different observers could disagree on cause and effect and paradoxes. All right. And art of invisible red. Science, the red lights of the first color to be filtered out by C in the abyss. There is zero red light, so being red makes you more effective, invisible, pitch black to the predators. Deepest fish ever found. The current record holder of Maria snailfish is about 27,000 feet, 800 meters down. They look down to translucent gummy bears, and their bones are made of cartilage rather than calcium. While it is more fixable under pressure, they have evolved pressure resistance. Proteins that keep their enzymes working, where other animals' biology would be simply not able to handle it. Nightmare vision. Lack, therefore. Tripod fish, these guys have tiny, nearly useless eyes. Instead, they stand on three long, stilt like fins and use them like giant antennae to feel vibrations of prey moving in the mud. Barrel eye fish. The fish has transparent fluid from the dome and its head, and eyes are the glowing green orbs inside the forehead, which can rotate up to a straight line through one own skull, and the silhouette is pretty above. Free ride mating. Uh, Food mates are rare in the abyss. Some species have extreme strategies. Anglerfish, tiny male doesn't just mate with a female; he physically fuses into her body, bites her, his skin dissolves into hers, and their bloodstreams merge, and he becomes permanent parasitic provider, and eventually losing his eyes and internal organs. Yeah, bro's nightmare. Bioluminescence is the living light produced roughly 75% of 90% of the deep sea creatures. And in a word with zero sun, these animals use chemical reactions often involving light production molecules called luciferin and luciferase to create their own glow. Anglerfish, these famous hunters grow a fishing rod from their heads with a glowing bulb at the end called an esca. The glow actually comes from billions of symbiotic bioluminescent bacteria that fish host the exchange for free meal. Spotlight loosejaw. Most deep sea creatures can only see blue light with this dragonfish as night vision goggles. It emits red light from organs under its eyes because its prey can see red, and the loosejaw can light them up, hunt them without ever being spotted. It says some people think that knowing prices means understanding values, and knowing facts means understanding wisdom. Libraries must love that insult. Right. Oh, sure. I like Japanese legends and myths. Destiny. Yeah. Terrestrial living light. The bioluminescence is a cold light, meaning less 20% of the energy generates heat. It relies on a specific chemical reaction involving two main compartments. Luciferian, that's what it's called. The substrate or fuel that actually produces light. Luciferase, the enzymes that act as match triggering the reaction with oxygen present. When loose reacts with oxygen, the luciferase spread up, create an unstable byproduct that releases energy from the photon's light. Most sea organisms also use helper molecules called ATP. Scared. And photons. Most deep sea organisms also use the helper molecule ATP to power the reactions. Well, most of the ocean deepens as the sunlight photosynthesis. Black smoker hydrothermal vents support ecosystems based on chemosynthesis. These events are essentially underground geysers found along the mid-ocean ridges. Smoke. It is actually smoke and superheated water. 400 Celsius to 750 Fahrenheit. Packed with minerals like iron sulfide. When the hot mineral rich water hits near the freezing seawater, that minerals solidify into dark chimney-like structures, and it is extremely important to see how this, the smoke coming up from the abyss is quite scared. All right, Chris says, we judge nature through sacrifice world comfort, put a regular goldfish down, and there it becomes lunch in 5 seconds. Nature does not negotiate feelings. And Destiny says, I'm not scared. Like, oh, this shark needs some lipstick. Yeah, right. Yeah, I like things from. I talk about creepypastas and stuff on the show, and also Japanese things too. Chris says the drink bean water survive work schedule invent by stress primates. They probably think we're horrifying species. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Seeing how others would view us, it makes us scared. The smoke. It isn't actually smoke. It is superheated water. Okay. Giant tube worms. These creatures have no mouth or stomach. Instead, they house billions these bacteria inside their bodies, which provide the worms with food in exchange for a safe place to live. Chris says, remember that the perspective is about self awareness. We see aliens as scary, and they probably see us as scary. Scared. Yeah. Volcanic shrimp. One of the most amazing vent species in Rimicaris shrimp is that they don't have eyes to see, but they have massive glowing patch on their backs. They can detect faint and fringe glow emitted by extreme heat in vents, hoping to avoid being cooked alive. I'm not the best at pronouncing, but let's see. I have some of these things, but let's see. Okay, there is the bee stung snake, Tsushin Uko. Scared. Is a Japanese famous terrestrial cryptid. It's described as a short, fat snake with a wide middle, often compared to a beer bottle or a mallet head. This is a Japanese cryptid. All right. The unique traits, unlike normal snakes, it has eyelids and rumored to jump up to meters vertically. Bounties. Local villages often offer multi yen reward, sometimes over 10,000 USD, for its capture. Theories. Skeptics suggest that sightings are actually built Tungued skinks introduced by the pets in 1970s. A flower in a storm can be both beautiful and depending on the soul standing in them. The spectrum of beauty begins where certainty ends. Some people only recognize beauty when it flatters them. Nature never cared for the bargain. Only a spectrum of existence, chaos can wear the face of beauty. And there's the Ninjin. Is a modern urban legend emerged in Japanese internet forums in the mid 2000s. Appearance: it's described as massive pale white creature 20 to 30 meters long with humanoid torso, arms, 5 fingers, hands, but it but a flipper like tail. Sightings reports typically come from Japanese government and whale research ships in Antarctica. Oh, okay. Weird. Okay, yeah. Nell's claim that the bent neck lady were met with disbelief, making everyone more impactful when series unveiled horrifying truth. The bent neck was okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. So the broken neck lady is a central figure in the modern horror classic, The Haunting of Hill House. When not originally the character terrifying design, a woman with dark hair and neck snapped at an impossible angle, has led to numerous viral and urban legends. Story of the twist: the bent neck lady first appears in the young Neil Crane during the episode of the sleep paralysis, standing at the foot of her bed. She haunts Neil through or Nell through her entire life, appearing during her most traumatic moments. The chilling twist: revealed in the series that Nell herself is the bent neck lady. After re- returning to the haunted Hill House as an adult, Nell is tricked into putting on a noose and falls to her deletion, snapping her neck. Because this time in the house is non-linear, her spirit is thrown back through time, forced to witness her own past and inadvertently haunting herself for decades. Now there is broken neck figures. The Bong Chin Dong Ghost. Rival Wetbutton, no, Butun, often associated with cricket or clinking sounds, featuring a woman with broken neck and twisted gait who approaches the reader with terrifying mechanical sounds. Fatal Frame features hostile spirits of the broken neck in Kibigu Oriental, a ghost from All Goods Village, committing self deletion by jumping from a bridge. And let's see about the here, this one. The Bong Chin Dong Ghost is a famous South Korean horror webtoon released in 2011 by the Herong. It believes that the viral sensation is due to the innovation use of automated scrolling and sound effects, specifically the cracking or clicking of bone sound to deliver exposed jump scares. Plot. The story follows a young schoolgirl walking home late at night after study session in the Bongchin Dong district in Seoul. She encounters a pale woman in dark pink pajamas who appears contorted with her joints and neck twisted on natural angles. That reminds me of the Smiling Man. There's this creepypasta about the Smiling Man where this dude's like walking at night and he sees this crazy looking guy with big eyes dancing by himself. And he gets closer and closer and he like tries to, chase after him. And he's like in a dark area by himself. So that's what this kind of reminds me of. Okay. An interaction. The woman also asks, "Where is my baby?" Terrified, the girl points to random direction to get away. A jump scare. As the girl tries to flee, the comic suddenly takes the control of the reader and is scrolling rapidly as the ghost chases her, loud mechanical clicking sound, causing by her snapping joints. This reminds me of the Japanese movie of that house or the apartment she's renting, and you see like this ghost lady. Ghost lady's an understatement, by the way, when I say that. And she's kind of there making clicking sounds. It's kind of similar type of concept. There's also another one. It's this the Mexican one, the La Llorona. I think her name is. That kind of reminds me of that too. So it's interesting how these different creepypastas and these different urban legends are all kind of interconnected, and they kind of have like a similar. These specific stories have a similar theme to them, and it's usually a similar type of thing that people see in these stories, if they're just stories, and also and other things too. And mechanical cooking sounds cause her snap joints. Resolution: the girl passes out from shock, but later found out by a neighbor that she then learns that the woman in her neighborhood recently committed self-deletion by jumping from her apartment after losing custody of her child. Interesting. And that is very, of course, unfortunate for someone to take their own life, and that is a messed up, situation. But yeah, there was somebody that was around that did that when I was growing up. I remember that. So I'm familiar with how like a kid would feel about something like that happening around them. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely a very spooky thing. And one thing I like is Halloween, right? And another thing is like with Halloween, I really have like these Halloween streams. I like Alan Poe, for instance. He was a good writer, and I like scary movies and stuff. So I do it. Well, to me, Halloween's all year round for me. But still, especially around that time, I like to go into them with the channel. But yeah, a very these are very interesting. The Conjuring House, yes, yes. The Conjuring House, also known as the Old Arnold Estate, an 18th century farmhouse located in Burrillville, Rhode Island. It is actual site of the events that inspired the 2013 film The Conjuring, which followed the Prion family and the paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren. The real Bent Neck connection. Interestingly, the Huron family reported a spirit that mirrors the Bent Neck lady archetype that I previously was talking about, the crooked neck woman. So one of the daughters, and Andrea Huron, has spoken about the encounters with the female spirit who, with a broken neck, who haunted the home. Legend. Some believe that this is a spirit of a woman who was passed away from a fall in the house. Modern paranormal investigators visit the site and have even claimed to capture the figure with a bent neck on motion detecting cameras. I was in another chat room on YouTube, chilling, and there was this concept we're talking about if people did like someone was talking about doing ghost hunting without the like spiritual stuff, right? If there's a complete scientific analysis about the ghost hunting, how you would have these gauges and the like a lidar detector, and which is like sees like a infrared kind of geographic measurements of different things, and like using these electrical tools to detect a ghost entity there, overdoing the spiritual things to prove the people that would not be in the spiritual community to see that scientifically there could be some kind of a ghost there on the other side. So that was an interesting concept to speculate on, or that because there's ghost hunters. I see them on YouTube a lot, and they'll go and something like falls in the house or something flies off the table, or things fall over. And so a lot of people will see these things in their quest, and they do have computers and stuff to monitor something being there. So yeah, they definitely do have people that go into these haunted places to see if they can detect a spirit. Right. And Bathsheba Sherman, while the film portrays Bathsheba as the main malevolent spirit, the family actually reported several different entities ranging from protective ghosts named Abigail Arnold to more aggressive shadow figures. And let's see, the probably became the popular tourist, very creepy indeed, popular tourist attraction for overnight paranormal investigations, but has faced recent legal challenges. As of late 2024, the town council voted to revoke a house entertainment license due to regulatory issues and behavior complaints. The auction late 2025. The property was successfully for foreclosure auction, with celebrities like Matt Rife expressing interest in buying and preserving it. And let's see this other part of this. The paranormal evidence of the Conjuring House ranges from decades-old eyewitnesses to accounts of modern technical captures of paranormal investigators. The most intense evidence comes from the Perun family, who lived in the home from 71 to 80. The seance. During the seance, led by Ed and Lorraine Warren, yeah, I think I know who those are. Yeah, I don't know them person, but I've heard about them. Caroline uh, Braun allegedly became possessed. Oh, okay, I will. Reported her chair levitating and being thrown across the room while speaking a recognizable language. The crooked neck. Multiple family members, subsequent visitors have reported seeing the female apparition with broken neck. Physical phenomenon. Family described the cold presence smell of the rotting flesh, beds on the floor reoccurring into the bedroom, moving in piles and clean. Yes, Conjuring House is famously associated with reports of both child and soldier spirits, often based on the accounts of the Perun family who lived there in the 70s. Interesting. I talk about ghost stuff all the time on the channel. Um, and hey, the whispers. Cindy Perron once one of the daughters reported hearing voices in her bedroom while whispering that there were 7 deleted soldiers buried in the house. Scared. Modern evidence. Current owner and investigators such as the G.H. Hamping claim that the ground penetrating radar has identified potential burial sites along the stone wall of the property. Interesting. It could be a burial ground. A lot of times you have burial grounds, if it's a indigenous Native American burial ground or what have you, you'll have these types of entities that may come up and rise when something's built over a burial ground. And during investigation, the mediums like Amanda Ray report having emerged of the 3 men in uniform roaming the grounds and accompanied by sounds of disembodied whistling. Mm-hmm. Reminds you of an unsolved mystery of the Civil War ghosts in one of the houses. The children spirits. And children spirits also major part of the home's paranormal lore, described as more active, playful, that malevolent entities. Manny, the Haroon family reported encountering a child spirit with the name Manny, whom they considered a friendly presence, the crying in the night. The family also described more distressing encounters with a boy who could be heard crying for his mom at 5:15 a.m. Recent sightings, modern visitors and investigators have reported seeing children peeking from behind doors or hearing the chatter at night. I remember there was a story about a dude that was camping in the woods in England somewhere, and he saw some children in the woods, and this dude, he high untailed out of there like it was he was a magician. He just vanished because he saw these like kind of like what we're talking about here, like with this conjuring house, and this dude like headed on out of there. There's just some like crazy stories of people like camping in the middle of the woods. Like one time there was a dude that was like walking the woods by himself, and he heard psst, like from a distance. And this man like was like, "Hello, who is it? I'm here. I see you." Brr. And he heard nothing. And eventually he got out of there. And there was this other time, like a dude was in a tent and he was sleeping, and somebody was like walking around the tent, and he got out of his tent and he started, like he saw the people in the like standing over in the distance looking at him, and he was like, he had something on him that he was going to use if they didn't get out, blah blah blah. And people, of course, need to defend themselves in a situation like that, and it's very traumatic to be camping or something and somebody wants to creep up on you. It's not nice, and that's something that I, you know, think is quite like sometimes like these unbelievable scenarios can happen. You know? So yeah, definitely this. Sometimes there's haunted woods and people too, especially can be haunting in general. All right. So while the stories are popular, it's worth noting that the records from 18th and 19th centuries do not always align with the claims about numbers of tragic deletions and size of the scripted. Now let's see. Let's do both. Conjuring House has a home of several. Yeah, definitely, it's very creepy. Scary. Scared. Yeah, it's crazy. This is insane. It's like there's no record. Okay, they're right about a burial ground being there, right? Oh, in the house of some soldiers being there. But where all these kids are coming from, what are? It's not even records are not even supporting these things that are there. I mean, it's like a whole haunted party. It's a haunted capital. It seems it's like where all the ghosts and everything else in the universe goes to hang out at. Man, it's like the Casper Highway or something. Like it's a definitely a lot of activity going on. Yeah, and The Conjuring is home to several high-profile spirits beyond soldiers and children, with the Shadow Man and woman with white gown beyond two of the most frequent reported. And the Shadow Man is described as tall looming figure with moving silently through the house, often standing in doorways or at the foot of the beds. Encounters. Investigators have reported seeing a dark 7 foot tall silhouette crossing the hallways or hovering over the basement, the upstairs bedrooms. The Piron sisters. One daughter reported frequently stared or even physically attacked by an unseen force in her bedroom, which some believe was this shadow entity. Modern evidence. Current owners and visitors have allegedly captured the Shadow Man footage on a 16 camera surveillance system, appearing as a pitch black man that has no reflective light. And woman in the white gown. You see, oh, there's a story that happened where, yeah, you did tell me, and you were right, absolutely right. There was this woman that was this dude was sleeping in his house, and he left. He saw this thing go in his room, and it was this woman dressed in a wedding gown, and he left the door unlocked by accident, and he didn't know who the heck this person was. It was a person, and so the white gown effect can be really creepy, cinematically and literally with ghosts that people see. Oh, okay. Thank you, Destiny. I too get my information from all over the place when creepy pastas and stuff like that and hauntings. There's a haunted place in New York City. I think it's in New York City or New York State that is really messed up too. Again, I don't know exact the location I just said earlier where this is at, but yeah. So there's a couple of different places that are quite haunted, and the spirit is also identified as the woman in the white gown. The spirit is also. Oh, before I get there, I gotta say something else. There is this place in India, and they're exploring. These people are on a dark road at night in India, and there's a woman dressed in white, or a person dressed in white gowns just walking randomly in the pitch black darkness in the wilderness of India. And our chat's like, "Whoa, what on earth is going on here?" And it must have been some sort of spiritual thing, but it's kind of disturbing. You just, in the middle of the jungle of India somewhere. India's a creepy place to go anyway, sometimes because there's people there that can kidnap or try to harass, you know, people. Not all Indian people are bad or anything, but there's some bandits there that are really not nice. Okay, so there's a YouTuber couple that went over there, and you know, they went off course, and they had just some pickpocketers and real rude people. So they're not all of Indian people are like that, but some people over, just like anywhere you have like crime in different places, it could have its issues if people venture off. So if someone's a tourist there, they have to stay on the safe path. Now, Steve Jobs and Zuckerberg, they went to a Buddhist, I think a Buddhist temple, and they had a very good time in India. They had a spiritual enlightenment. So it depends where people go. It's like anywhere. And it's like someone's in the middle of the jungle in India somewhere, and this woman's walking by herself in the pitch black darkness with a long flowing white gown. It's like, whoa. Yeah, Destiny. Scared. And yeah, the chat is the might be somewhere else at the moment, maybe, or maybe they're lurking. A lot of times people lurk. So, but yeah, and sometimes they get so focused on the conversation that they don't always talk. But yeah, I'm definitely into horror movies, and I'm not like a I don't want to do bad things to people or anything, but I like scary stuff definitely. And because with me there seems to be like like a contradiction, or it seems like where I like gardens and different stuff like that, and the scary stuff too. Like I'm like a yin and a yang to me, but I like both things. Like you see me Destiny like with the showing the sunrise and all these different things, and I like to look into these haunted houses too. It's a little bit like it's something sometimes a curveball that you may have not seen coming. Yeah. So the woman in the white gown. The spirit is often identified as Abigail Arnold, a woman who lived in home during the 19th century and is believed to have been deleted by self-deletion. And appearance, she typically seen wearing a long white frilled nightgown or dress or protector. Unlike most aggressive entities, Abigail is often described as a gentle protective spirit. And Andrea Perron claimed that the woman would sometimes kiss the children goodnight or hover nearby with a sense of curiosity. I mean, you just like a kid or somebody chilling there, and this woman just kind of comes over by you and just hovers over curiosity. I mean, that's something, a sense of curiosity. I like that. So it's like I was just hovering. Oh, she was just hovering over out of a sense of curiosity. That's a good coping mechanism. What does that even look like? Is it like I'm just sitting here and something like hovers like over me like that? Like that's something interesting to like try to imagine. And confusion with Bathsheba. Well, the movie popularized the Bathsheba Sherman as the primary villain. The Andrea Perun had stated that terrifying woman with the broken neck was likely Miss Arnold, not Bathsheba. Yeah. And let's see other notable entities. The Bathsheba Sherman, historically neighbor who never lived in the house, and she was popular by the Warrens of the demonic witch who cursed the land. A bathrobe man, spirit dressed in an old-fashioned bathrobe, has seen been walking the kitchen area. Uh, Destiny, this is crazy. It really is. A spirit dressed in an old-fashioned bathrobe has been seen walking the kitchen area. So you got the bathrobe, you got kids, you got the floating dress, you got soldiers, you got everybody there. I guess it must have been. You know what it reminds me of? The Shining. It kind of reminds me of the 30 Seconds to Mars did like a song about that version of The Shining in '05, and it kind of reminds me of this, like a poltergeist type of haunted like hotel. That's what this reminds me of, like a haunted hotel. And okay, and let's see the Shadow Man. Good morning, Mindy. Welcome to the stream. Blessings to you. Thank you for being here. And we're talking about some unsolved, haunted house unsolved mysteries. Yeah. And oh, it's afternoon. Okay. Well, where I am, it's 6:51 a.m. And okay, so the Shadow Man is the Conjuring is the most. Yeah, it's crazy. This is a crazy unsolved mystery because I remember in Minnie and I have talked about some of these ghost encounters before and different unsolved cases we watched, and the like these ghosts that will appear. Like there was one lady that appeared on the side of the street, and she would just vanish. And then you got this one right here, this other one, where it looks like you got all the ghosts and the world in one place. So yeah, um, a very interesting case. So described as a towering, pitch black silhouette, staying between 6 and 7 feet tall. Unlike the more interactive, benign spirits, the Abigail, Arnold, and Shadow Man is noted for the imposing presence of the witness. The calm evokes the immediate sense of dread. Location: he is most commonly seen as upstairs bedrooms and hallways. Andrea Perron specifically noted that one of her sisters was frequently targeted or stared at by this dark mass while she was in her bed. The behavior: the figure is known for peeking around the doorways before vanishing. Soon as the light turned on, the witness blinks, and some reports of the entity is described as solid shadow, meaning it is so dark that it blacks out all light because it's appearing almost three-dimensional rather than just flat reflection. See, because I have a theory that some of these entities, like ghosts and stuff and aliens, are interdimensional. Oh, I've looked up. I like to. I'll definitely do that, as I've looked up insane asylums before. Yes, the Nephilim, the spirits of the Nephilim, that probably took human form. Yeah, and yeah, scared. And the insane asylum. Yeah, so there's an insane asylum in Kentucky, and that's a really haunted place. Yeah. So let's see. Physical evidence. Experiences with Shadow Man are often accompanied by the smell of rotting flesh or the sudden extreme drops in temperature. These are theories about who these alleged spirits might be from. John Arnold, some believe the spirit of John Arnold, former owner of the estate, who lived in the 1800s. Yes, yes. You're in the right place, Destiny. Yeah. And the John Arnold, some believe that the spirit of John Arnold, a former owner of the estate who lived in 1800s, recent owners have claimed to channel John, even alleging that he communicated through them to provide information about the house. The Hat Man. Some visitors have reported figure wearing the wide brim hat similar to the Hat Man urban legend, though some of the common reports of some hooded silhouette. Essential. And Mindy said, "Do you remember the whole?" Yes, exactly. And oh yeah, Mindy, do you remember the whole Annabelle doll fiasco? And just recently, some guy took it over, and was a few months ago, last year something, and he opened the box and he wasn't supposed to. Now he's dead. Oh yeah, Mindy, I talked about that in the channel before I met you, Mindy, and it was last year. It was before that, before we met. And yeah, there was this the Annabelle doll, which is similar to what a conjuring situation, and it was this haunted doll, and it terrorized this family, and it was put by these exorcists. It was put inside a glass box, and it had a it has a cross on it, and it has a couple of different things in it. So what this dude did was he challenged Annabelle for something bad to happen, and he went and was he passed away. So he was playing with dynamite, and there's a way you're supposed to approach it, and where everything is goes. If someone visits it, there's ways to approach it properly. But this person was not approaching it properly, and was doing what he was doing, and he got deleted. So uh, it's these things are real. The spiritual stuff. Let's see. Click here. Death of Handler Rivera. So, in July of 2025, 54-year-old paranormal investigator Dan Rivera died suddenly while on the Devils on the Run tour, which featured the Annabelle doll. Cause of death. The Adams County coroner confirmed he died of natural causes due to cardiac related events. The connection. Well, he basically he had known of Annabelle was not even over there, and he passed away in Gettysburg. So this is what happened. He went in the cursed room, and he was challenging the doll, and then something bad happened to him when he challenged the doll. So it's really a crazy situation how these things unfold. And going to look at this one right here. Oh yeah, the catacombs. That's another place. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, the catacombs of Destiny. There's something in the catacombs where they had a situation happen where the they were over in France, the French catacombs, and this dude was wandering through the catacombs with his camera aimlessly, and he got more frantic and he started panicking, and he saw all these weird symbols and stuff, and it's very very deep, and he heard something or saw something, and he ditched his camera and he ran off, and no one knows what happened to him. So yeah, there could have been cults, or it could have been paranoia. He could have saw some of the trick of the light, and he was just off. Right? And yeah, so the dude, see that the articles I'm seeing here is kind of strange because he was what I saw at the time when I did the stream on it, so the stream exists somewhere back there in the other videos somewhere. But when the headlines are coming out, which of course there is fake news and embellishment, I understand, but he was challenging to the doll. He was being like disrespectful, or like he was, I said, trying to say, oh, make something bad happen, right? And he didn't do something right, and then that happened. He went and he crashed, so to speak. He had a heart attack. His heart crashed, and he just fell out. But even being around the presence of some of these things is not even the best, thing to be around. If reality. But yeah, he was opening it probably too. He did something he wasn't supposed to do. It seems like that part has been erased from the articles that I've seen. So they're trying to say he didn't do anything. He just had a random heart attack after seeing the doll. But there's more to the story than just that. Okay, he did something else happen. So we're right about that. He did something wrong, and but and then he was cursed by the thing. And let's see, let's do this one. Let's put this right here. Okay, and terrifying rituals and the world's largest catacombs, like the famous investigation of Odysseia catacombs in Ukraine, which stretches for 2,500 kilometers. Yeah, Mindy's saying he was just a healthy 30-year-old something year old guy, and his heart just gave out. Yeah, you see, this is the thing: the lamestream media, they like to downplay things, and oh, it's not true. But when it was coming out, they said what he did. I remember all the details. Okay, and yeah, his heart just gave out randomly after being around that thing. Yeah, that's not good. Very well said. So Ukraine, which stretched for 2,500 kilometers, this is more than a triple length of the Paris catacombs, where the dude was underground looking for things. Yeah, and the viral 2021 investigation terrified ritual world largest catacombs. Paranormal experience Sam and Colby. Uh huh. just what Destiny was talking about, ventured into unmapped wild section of the Odysseia network. Oh, I like that. Dracula's castle. Yeah. Of Nosferatu. I know all about him. And in a viral 2021 investigative titled Terrifying Ritual in the World's Largest Catacombs, paranormal explorers Sam and Colby referred to the unmapped wild sections. They don't want us to know the truth, Mindy. They don't want people to know about the spiritual realm. There's a battle between good and evil, and also that there are some of these things that are out there because they want people to be sheep and not tell the sheep the truth about the wolves that are out there. Yeah, definitely Destiny. Very scary. And deep underground, the team found evidence of demonic ritual sites, including makeshift altar, what appeared to be a bomb, uh, seances. They conducted what they described as their own scariest ever seance at the scene, reporting intelligent response from unseen entities and dangers. The investigation highlighted real life risks of Odysseia Tunnel, including extreme claustrophobia, flooding, and getting lost unmapped labyrinth. The Paris catacombs. The group of explorers encountered a cult of hooded singers performing ritual deep in the forbidden catacombs in Paris. Oh, and in Destiny, there is this people exploring a abandoned houses or it was an abandoned building. Destiny, and what happened was this dude was exploring by himself, and he heard this Illuminati type chanting, and his dude was in disbelief. And then there's a part of the video where behind him there's someone in like in a cloak. So you have people out there that are doing things in these places, like contrary to what people want to be believed. And right, and the Masha legend, a famous urban legend from Odysseia, tells of a girl named Masha who lost during the New Year's party in 2005 and was deleted for dehydration, while some claim that her deletion was part of a ritual. Most evidence suggests she simply becomes disoriented in the darkness. And okay, and then we go to Dracula right here. A night at Dracula's castle, formerly known as Bran Castle in Transylvania, Romania, is a staple of paranormal investigation lore and notable features from Sam and Colby's Hell Week series. During 2021 overnight stay, the duo reported intense activity, including a summoning ritual for the spirit of Vlad the Impaler using the cursed water, which they described as the most horrifying experience to date. Paranormal evidence. While the real life Vlad Tempest was only a prisoner at Bran for a few months, the fortress is steep with legends and other spirits. The White Lady, a noble woman in a flowing white gown who is said to wander the chapel and the courtyard, often accompanied by a sudden measurable drops in temperature. The imprisoned monk. Legends tells of a monk bricked alive with walls as punishment. Visitors claim to hear whispers of the sounds of disembodied footsteps of the narrow corridor. Music room. Investigators have recorded relevant responses in the music room in the Saloon de Music, where piano reportedly plays or emits sound on own during the Box sessions. Technical anomalies. Common report from overnight stays include rapid battery drainage, equipment malfunctions, and smell of metallic or damp earth then dissipates without explanation. And history versus myth. Most vampire activity reported the castle actually linked to Strigoi, the traditional Romanian spirits of the deleted and the haunted families and feed the life force. Although Bram Stoker never visited Romania. The Braun Castle is considered the only castle of Transylvania that actually fits Stoker's description of Dracula. And let's do yes. Besides the Braun Castle in Romania, there are several stupid. Absolutely, Mindy. Destiny said, "It's cool to see my grandfather." Oh, just mean nothing. Yes, yes, yeah, and yeah, Mindy, exactly. And Romania and the dark legends include the Corvin Castle and the ruins of Prio Pio Rani Castle. These sites are often more closely tied to historical Vlad the Impaler and features some of the country's most enduring ghost stories. Proven Castle. The castle, often cited as Europe's largest Gothic Renaissance castle, and Proven Castle served as both royal and residence and brutal prison. And Legend of the Well. According to lore, three Turkish prisoners were promised freedom if they reached the water with digging a well through the solid rock. After 15 years of labor, they succeeded, and promise was broken, and they were executed. And inscriptions near the well reads, you now have water, but no soul." The Weldon monk. The spying tower was allegedly sentenced to immurement, where he was bricked alive, and the walls and the visitors frequently report a heavy atmosphere and feeling watch of the tower. Oh, okay, Destiny. Scared. Yeah. And it's a, a definitely a you can see you have a haunting ancestry. Yeah, we're all related to different people. I'm, you know, related to some different abilities, from Europe, different stuff. And I have ancestors all over the place. Uh, we all have ancestors of people that did things that were either famous or not famous or did this or that. Yeah, it happens. We're all humans and we're all interconnected some kind of way. And the the Wald and Monk, we're talking about that. Okay, Vlad the Impaler in prison. Legend claims that Vlad was held from her in 7 years, surviving on rats, losing his mind in dungeons, which supposedly fueled his later cruelty. But that's what Minnie's talking about with this dude, where he, uh, you know, his dark path that he took. And yeah, because that's must be where they get the rats from. Because see, Destiny in the Nosferatu movie, there could have been some propaganda that was in the Nosferatu movie during the 30s in Germany, hypothetically. But so the story was that the Warlock was bringing these rats from the east to bring the plague to Germany, which was these rats, sort of like Hantavirus, but it was called the bubonic plague back then. And the other part of this is where you have this situation occur that the plague spread, and then Lucy, or Elaine, different versions have different names, has to be the heroine of the story. And first I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but that's basically he has to do with rats, the one from the 20s movie, and they made a new one last year of the a remake of Nosferatu, but they made a couple remakes of that movie. But so when you have that, he was getting the John Harker, I think his name was, to go do a real estate deal, but he kind of sees his place a little bit different. There's something's not quite right there. Yes, Mindy. Amen. And you are my sister, Mindy. God bless you. Okay, and Sawgirl says, I don't want to seem like weird or anything like that, but when you're going to go off, can you go, hey, Emily, wake up? Sure, sure. You said you're related to, you said Diana? Destiny? What you meant? Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting, Destiny. Yeah, and, well, maybe we're cousins, Destiny, perhaps. And also, yeah, my father's from London, and I have some, you know, some people think I look related to Queen Elizabeth, so maybe we're cousins. And also, of course, at the end of the day, it's up to us to be the best people we can be at the same time, and that's also, you know, what we all have to do, regardless of who we're related to. Yes, I'll grow. I might be doing it, so keep an eye out for it. I might air that trial. Yeah. Oh, okay, Destiny. Interesting. Okay. Right. And the 1480 steeps, accessing ruins requires the climbing ruling stone staircase where visitors often report seeing strange lights or hearing disembodied footsteps. Forced labor, and Vlad reportedly forced this political enemies to build a fortress by hand until their clothes rotted off their bodies. The site said to be haunted by spirit of these workers. You see, and very good job with Mindy pointing this out about Vlad because of his dark deeds that he did. And Princess Leap, the legend tells that Vlad, first wife, jumping from the tower to avoid capture by the Turks. Oh yeah, the Turkish invasion was pretty messed up. And the river is still known for local as the Ladies River, for spirit repeatedly seen in the water. Yeah, the Turks were trying to do invading. They did some messed up things. Yeah, so yeah, and also oh, interesting. Destiny. There was Edward, King Edward the Seventh. He had a lot of ladies, and he had a lot of offspring everywhere that he didn't acknowledge. So some of the like royalty, they would have affairs with people everywhere, and they kind of spread their genes around. Everybody's related to it technically if you go far back, but yeah, they were known to spread their DNA. Right, Mindy said, I think most demonic things that are going around are the Nephilim, but I also think there are aliens, whatever you want to call them, other beings out the universe. I believe it's both. Mindy, I agree with you. And I have recently learned the concept of the Nephilim being demonic, where they are, you know, doing this thing where the Nephilim spirits from the flood that perished are the demons, and the aliens, whatever we call them, the interdimensional beings, they're the Watchers that fell with the later on. Yeah, those things also. Many of them are responsible for it too. Yes, and a lot of them are behind this forces of darkness that are trying to, uh, you know, cause these bad things in the earth. And it's going to heat up more and more as we get closer to the end. Yeah, and All right. So, according to these traditions, the demons are disembodied spirits of the dead Nephilim, the hybrid offspring of the Watchers, and human women. Unlike angels who were created in heaven, the Nephilim were born of spirits of flesh on earth when their physical bodies were destroyed during the Great Flood, and their immortal spirits were trapped on the earth's surface rather than returning to heaven, the realm of the dead. So distinctions. So the fallen angels, watchers. These are original divine beings who rebelled in many interpretations. They're currently bound in chains and darkness, awaiting final judgment. Demons, evil spirits. These are, um, uh, excuse my language. It says bastard spirits of the Nephilim because they once possessed a physical body, but they said to be plagued with intense hunger and thirst, and constantly craving for re-embodiment. The purpose of their haunting, you see, we're talking about haunting right here, and the spirit of their haunting. In the text like Enoch 15 to 8, 8 to 12, spirits are permitted to remain on earth to afflict, oppress, or corrupt humanity until they are consummation, until the day of their consummation. So you see, this book of Enoch was a book that was supposed to be in the Bible, but they took it out because of church politics, and I believe it's still canonical. And it talks about like we're seeing these hauntings. I'm not saying there's spirits of people that passed away that's still in the earth. I'm not saying that's not a thing, but a lot of these weird spirits that creep in these haunted houses and stuff, Destiny, were from these Nephilim spirits, apparently, and oppress and corrupt humanity until the day of consumption. And alternate theological views. While the Nephilim spirits theory is purpose, the Second Temple literature, the different branches of theology hold other views. There's different theology has different theories about the fallen angels were joined Satan's rebellion, and there is a gap theory that suggests demons are spirits of human like race that inhabited Earth before Adam and Eve. That's not true at all. Destiny, I promise you, I'm going to look at it. Indeed. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. By the way. Okay, I'm going to definitely look at it because I'm proud of you that you're doing your own channel. Yeah, and I also did a theory about this some crazy stuff. I always think that there's a bug that people don't like, and so just your discretion. I mean, it's trigger warning. The cockroach, I think, is very evil. Okay, or it's something's not right about it. It's just a wicked little critter, and I just think there can't be anything good about it. And I asked the AI thing, the Google AI thing, about a hypothetical if it was somehow part of the fallen spirits, and it gave me a scenario. So there is Azrael, this Azazel, which was one of the fallen watchers at Mount Hermon, where they were at, and they corrupted a spirit. They corrupted the beetle, and they turned it into the roach, and they used it as a spying device on the humans. And that's why it goes in personal places, and that's why it does the things that it does, because it was like a drone. And they're now able to put a computer chip inside of it and remote control it, so it is like a drone hypothetically. So it could have survived the flood, and it was some other type of fallen entity. Because I just personally think I can't see anything good or positive about that. I mean, I know it eats leaves and stuff, and it's like a scavenger, but just something about it is not right. Just you know. So I just think some things in this earth were corrupted entities from that the world being fallen and the corrupted uh, washers too, corrupting things. And we have yeah, I definitely think there's spirits of those things, and see aliens connections to watchers. Shots Mary Toodles. Oh, thank you, Destiny. Thank you. Yeah, I do a lot of work with YouTube, and the connection between aliens and the Watchers, a central pillar of ancient astronaut theory. That I've been live for 11 hours, by the way. And astronaut theory proponents like Ernick and other chariots of gods argue that beings described as, oh yeah, Sargro, you understand uh, the struggle. Yeah, proponents like Erdich and uh, okay, so the extraterrestrial hypothesis. So the heavens described the Book of Enoch referred to outer space, and the Watcher descendants to Earth was a physically landing by alien species observation mission. Theorists suggest the Watchers were an alien scientific or military expedition sent to observe human evolution, hence the name Watchers. The theological exchange. Forbidden knowledge they taught is interpreted to transfer advanced technology to primitive humans. Genetic hybridization. The birth of the Nephilim is viewed as a genetic engineering project or hybridization of humans' extraterrestrial DNA. While the many see them as physical aliens from other planets, another popular theory often shows the ancient aliens, they're interdimensional beings. Beyond the time, this theory suggests that they don't travel through space via propulsion, bleed through the. Oh, Sagra, I think we all feel the same, in my opinion. But yeah, if the others don't feel the same, it's okay. And beyond the same time, the theory suggests that they don't travel through space propulsion, but bleed through into our reality from another dimension. UFO link. Many modern UFO sightings and alien abductions are claimed to be the work of these same entities continuing to experiments observed as they started the ancient times. And the Sumerian text, the clay tablets describe gods who came from the sky, mine gold, create humans for late labor force. Ancient astronaut theorists believe that Watchers and Anunnaki are the gods of the cultures of different times, same group of extraterrestrial visitors. So there's a theory that I'm not saying there's also aliens out there from other planets. I believe that's true too. But a lot of these things are, coming down to our planet and they are doing, deceitful work. Some of them are good. Some of them may be good, some of them may be bad. But, you know, we have to be cautious that we don't get, tricked by these things. Because we see, Mindy, want to let you know, is that there's lots of alien disclosure coming around. And it's possible that there's pastors that were briefed about this, and there might be people that try to use the alien thing to discredit religions, just to let you know. But of course, it's just simply a deception to deceive people from their faith. It's not reality. So, to although there is something there, it's not really they're going to do smoke and mirrors like, oh, aliens created us, not God, right? But they're going to say foolish things like that maybe. So be ready for that. Yeah. So we have that, and let's see this. I am truly blessed that I have the stamina to go for 11 hours. Plus, my longest live stream was 16 hours, technically. It was during the OJ trial coverage. Of course, that trial happened in the 90s, but I replayed the trial. All right. Proponents of the ancient astronaut theory point to the Sumerian and Mesopotamian engravings as evidence of extraterrestrial contact. These artifacts dating back to thousands of years are interpreted by theorists like Zechariah as depictions of advanced technology and celestial maps and alien interactions. And this perhaps is the most famous piece of evidence dating approximately, 3000 BCE, and small of the stone cylinder depicts a central star-like object and surrounded by 11 orbs. The theory of the Stichen argue that this is a complete map of our solar system, include known planets, plus the planet called Nibiru. You see, that's the planet 10. That's the one that I've talked about before, that my friends have talked about before, over 16 years ago, right? And it's still the same thing that is there, right? And Nibiru, they're saying Nibiru was not true, but it's actually true. Like they say NASA's saying there's a ninth planet, but that's Nibiru, but it's actually a 10th planet. And the proponents of the Sumerians could not have known about Uranus, Neptune, or Pluto without extraterrestrial assistance. Academic view: mainstream archaeologists identified that the central figures as standard symbol for the star. They text to seal identified the lower Dubsiga scribes that make the mentions. Okay, Mindy says, yes, 100%. I heard about that. Pastors have that meeting, but people who are rooted in faith, rooted in the word, we know this is coming. We need to pray for others who are not strong in faith. Amen, Mindy. I definitely agree with you 100%. Very true. Amen. And Destiny says, how many hours will we be streaming? We're streaming to 1,000 hours. Joking, but soon I'll be ending this, and I might be starting another stream later on about a trial that's coming on. So I might do another stream after this. I'm not too sure. And then we will have, various streams like later on. Then after that, we'll do those streams. Oh, thank you, sister. I really appreciate it, Mindy. Yeah, it's. I remember I just keep on going like the undead, and I'm definitely blessed to be able to do that. And it rained all night, so it didn't do the garden live. So I just continued my late night live into this day. And there's people in other continents that like to watch me, and they like the company, right? So I like this. I just stay up. There's people in different parts of the planet like to watch me, and so soon we'll be ending this, and then I'll be there'll be like a space where there'll be no live streams, and then another one might pop up. So the winged genus, the peppercones, the theory suggests that pine cone represents the pine gland, third eye, use the Anunnaki to upgrade the human DNA, and handbags are sometimes interpreted as power source that containers advanced technology. And scholars believe that these figures, protective spirits performing a ritual purification, or fertilizing the penacone is likely cedar cone or spath used in pollination and sacred trees. All right, the proponents suggest that the eagle was actually a UFO spacecraft. That point description of the myth where Ethna, Earth, getting smaller and smaller, describing it as looking like a wicker basket from above, the details that argue that could be known by someone who has actually traveled into space. The many stone relics of the Anunnaki show they were bands of their wrists and strikingly resemble the wristwatches. Okay. All right. And going over here. And okay, so at this point in time, I'll be ending the stream for now. And yeah, we have. Let's see. Hey, Emily, wake up! We're about to end the stream, and so I wanted to let you all know that. Thank you all for coming. We had a nice 11-hour stream. Thank you, Mindy, Destiny, everybody being here. Excellent um, knowledge being spread, information being spread, and shout out to all the viewers watching. Yes, and Sagro, I may be most keep an eye out because I'm most likely will be streaming the trial that comes on. Yes, okay. So thank you for being up, and I will be seeing about streaming that trial that we talked about whenever it comes on, just keep an eye out for it. I'll probably stream it. And God, oh yeah, so Sawgirl, I could be playing one on my channel, but I'll be watching both trials. Okay, so if you go to both chats, I'll be there. And the other trial that I'll be watching is the the mother from Wisconsin, probably play on this channel. So I'm watching both trials on the trial chat channel, and over here I might be playing that stream. Here, that one here, the Wisconsin one. So keep an eye out for if I go live with the trial, which I might do. And the trials that I'll be viewing on the other channel is going to be the the Folio trial, and the other trial, the Wisconsin one. Oh yes, Destiny, absolutely. All right. So thank you all for hanging out with me and chilling with us, and have a great day, good evening, afternoon, and peace. A blessed day to you too, Mindy. Yes, I will do that. Destiny.